The friends are talking about what happened the day before. Lately, people won't stop talking about it. A young man on a motorcycle is talking on the phone. He is telling his friend about the conversation he had with his boss. The boss was surprised, but if he asks for a raise, the boss will agree. The boy looked around and said the area he was in was a dump. There were only homeless people walking around there. A young man just passed by him. The man, dressed carelessly, looks around, not knowing where he is. His appearance catches the attention of passers-by. The boy was very surprised by his surroundings. The smell in the air. The deafening noise coming from everywhere. This was definitely not the realm he lived in. The man did not know what this place was, but it definitely was not an illusion. Everything seemed too realistic. The passers-by looked at him and wondered what kind of poor soul had ended up there. He was a bum. The young man urgently needed to figure out where he was. The stranger found himself in the middle of a very busy street. It seemed terribly noisy to him. The Emperor of Flames. Anyone who called Emperor Yamru that was doomed to die. Everyone who fought against him had no doubt he was the Emperor of Flames. He knew neither mercy nor tears. He appeared human, but long ago he had ceased to be one. Wherever he went, he left a bloody trail of victims in his wake. No one dared to follow in his footsteps, for he was none other than the god of destruction. He destroyed the supreme master of the dark path of Murima, and forced the leader of the celestial demon cult to kneel. For these feats, he was considered the pinnacle of mastery among the warriors of light and darkness. He came to be known as the god of martial arts. Emperor John watches from the top of a cliff at a small village nestled in the middle of a forest. Now his past feels like a dream. He thought there could be nothing else in his life but blood and violence. The girl drew her uncle's attention to something beautiful. His companion said he did not understand it. Did the girl really see beauty in those saintly petals? The girl was surprised. Didn't her uncle know what joy was? Joy is when you laugh and dance with happiness, even if there is no particular reason for it. One day this man will probably understand, but for now, she will share her joy with him. The girl offered a dandelion flower to the man. The man began to examine her closely. Meeting this girl melted his heart, and suddenly he learned what tears and laughter were. He never knew joy would ever appear in his life, which was filled with chaos and evil. The girl had found happiness in her life, but what was he supposed to do? Maybe he should also seek happiness, or he should not get carried away by laughter and tears. Happiness. He had achieved eternal immortality. The young man opened his eyes. Where was he? The emperor could not understand it, because he had just been on the path to immortality. Or someone had cast a spell on him, and he had not even realized it. The emperor thought that in any case, he had to find a way to get out of there. The cave was dark and uninhabited. Emperor Jamru decided he had to get out and assess the situation. Behind our hero, the head of a huge monster appeared. A message was received indicating that Alpha Team had to enter portal A012809 immediately. If they noticed anything suspicious, they had to report it immediately. Their task was to conduct reconnaissance. They had to return alive at all costs. Team Alpha moved cautiously into the depths of the cave. One of the team members said it seemed to be a class A portal, but it was relatively quiet there. His partner was surprised. This guy did not remember anything. He had fallen asleep during the briefing. Class A portals are inhabited by the most intelligent monsters. It had been 5 years since the guards of Group 0 died in a similar situation. They had ventured into the portal where a whole horde of monsters was waiting for them. Nobody survived. Group 0 was completely destroyed. There was blood everywhere, and no one could understand what had happened. The guy scratched his neck and apologized to his partner for his ignorance. The order was given to stay still. A strange glow appeared from the depths of the cave. The girl was surprised. She had not even felt the monster's presence when it appeared. The class A monster was lurking, pretending to be dead. The girl. Who was the commander of this squad? ordered everyone to retreat. She would try to delay the monster. However, this monster showed no signs of life. The surprise of the young people was beyond limits. What had happened there? Team Alpha got in touch and reported that they had found many Class A Cyclopes and Class B monsters dead in the cave. All the higher-level monsters had been destroyed. Team Alpha continued with their reconnaissance and would report in due time. The boy told the commander that he had informed headquarters about the situation. The girl praised him. The boy suggested that maybe these monsters were fighting among themselves. The commander said that even if that were the case, the lower-level monsters could not have hurt the Cyclops. So another Brotherhood was hunting in this place. After all, Brotherhoods had only been making raids on high-level portals lately. The commander found this interesting. Could there really be a Brotherhood in this country that hunted wherever they wanted, and no one knew? After crossing the portal, Emperor Jonru found himself in an open space. Around him were the ruins of a city. What kind of place is this? He wondered as he opened his eyes. The Emperor realized he was in a cave full of monsters. Why were these monsters, which he could destroy with a single blow, attacking him? How did he manage to find the way out? Looking around, the Emperor wondered what those ruins were. Was there any living being left in them? There were human remains nearby. The Emperor took the skeleton's clothes and put them on. It was better than nothing. Emperor Jonru found himself again in an unknown place. There was nothing around. Just mud, ruins, and worn-out remains. Our hero perceived no signs of life around him. The Emperor had stumbled upon the cult of the Celestial Demon. Their wizards used forbidden magic. Now he felt something similar. Jom could sense the surroundings thanks to that magic. But he had to look around before using his power there. The young man thought that above all, he needed to get out of there. The young man decided to go to the place where there was less dark energy. He chose the right direction and hurried with determination toward his destination. On television, it was reported that the Association of the Awakened had yet to express a clear stance on this incident. In several countries where there are level 0 awakened, debates about this portal are taking place. The young people were in a restaurant. One of them asked when they would finally serve his ang. The waitress said she was already bringing it. She was the senior manager of the Jang Chungak restaurant. Lim Soyoung set the food on the table and wished the young people a good meal. The door opened and a young man entered the restaurant. The junior manager was very happy and said she had not seen that boy in a long time at the restaurant. The young man greeted everyone and ordered a plate of shashang. It was the director of the Awakened Association. Baek Yuno. Lim Soyoung said the director looked tired. He was feeling unwell. Baek Eun-ho asked the girl if she had seen the news that day. Another portal had opened in the Dead Lands. The guilds were fighting over this portal, and were wearing themselves out trying to quell this conflict. There is tremendous pressure on them since everyone wants to take control of this portal. Everyone is looking for magical stones. Recently, accidents during raids have become much more frequent. The restaurant manager Yu Sun-tai arrived with the food and said he agreed. The portals are multiplying. However, this has its advantages for them. More magical stones on the market means lower prices. The restaurant manager added that the monsters were not making them happy, and they had lost customers. Baek Yuno agreed. Who would dare to leave their house at a time like this? A guy on a motorcycle came into the restaurant. Nervously, he said he could not take it anymore, showing information on his smartphone. He said another portal had opened, and he could not work like this anymore. The restaurant manager, Wai Sunt, told him to calm down and not to yell in front of the customers. After all, they had already doubled his salary. Maybe that would make him nicer. The guy responded that it was unbelievable. Was his life worth that much money? He could not keep working like this. Either the manager raised his salary again, or he would have to find another delivery guy. Yum was outraged. How dare he do that? Things were tough for everyone at that moment. The delivery guy stood his ground. Either they raised his salary, or he would quit. Yusun told Lim Soyoung that it was time to pick up Joyo. Could she go get the girl? Lim Song was surprised because it was not time yet. Yusant said they had to hurry to avoid being late. Limeng replied that he understood and left. The restaurant manager thought that many people were moving because of the emergence of new portals. Many feared for their lives. It had become very difficult to find workers, which is why this jerk was so arrogant. Yusante had just settled in and did not want to leave. The manager looked at the insolent messenger who was staring at his smartphone. Why can't you find a single decent messenger these days? Emperor Jomru found himself in a place where there was no negative energy. At that moment, he was in the center of a city that was unfamiliar to him. Passers-by were turning to look at him because of his clothes. The boy thought that this place was nothing like his hometown. But there was a similarity. Many people possessed inner energy. Jomru looked at a woman holding a small girl's hand. They were quietly talking about something. The girl's energy made her stand out from the crowd, catching our hero's attention. Jomru thought the girl had pure energy. Did that mean this girl knew something? Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the woman held her daughter's hand tighter. The gust of wind blew the girl's hair ribbon away. The girl let go of her mother's hand and ran after the ribbon. Limso shouted Heian not to go too far, as it could be dangerous. However, the girl did not listen to him. Heian shouted that it was a gift from her father, and ran out into the street to get the ribbon back. Heian picked up the small object from the road and was very happy. At that moment, a car was speeding down the road. The girl did not see it, and the driver did not have time to brake. The headband flew through the air again. Lim So-young gasped and shouted loudly, and the bystanders also shouted in surprise. Suddenly, hands reached out toward the girl. Yun saw the car and fear reflected in her eyes. A young man who had appeared out of nowhere grabbed the girl and literally pulled her from under the car's wheels. The girl's savior turned out to be Emperor Yomru. Stepping off the road, the young man told the girl that a car had almost hit her. He asked her how she was feeling. The young man let the girl go and she ran to her mother. Both were scared. Lim So-yun bowed to the unknown young man and thanked him. She did not even know how to repay him for saving her daughter. The young man said there was no need to thank him. He was just glad the girl was unharmed. Our hero gave the girl energy for her nervous system, and now she will be fine. Lim So-yun offered to help the rescuer get to the hospital. The boy replied that he was fine. Jomru looked at the woman, and only then remembered the last time he had eaten. Before getting there, Jomru had eaten a ball of duff. The rescued girl tugged at the boy's clothes and told him that her father was a cook. She offered to go eat together. Lim So-yun said that they were indeed inviting the kind man to eat with them, since he should not leave hungry. He had saved their daughter, and the least they could do was feed him. The boy started to refuse, saying that he had done what he had to do and was not looking for a reward. However, his stomach was still betraying him with growls. In the end, he accepted. The restaurant manager was alarmed. His daughter Jaein had almost been hit by a car. Yong approached the girl and asked how she was doing. She was hurt. They needed to go to the hospital. Lim So-yong said that the girl was fine. Lim So-yong said that this man had saved his daughter. He wanted to feed him, so they came together. Yu Suntae approached the young man and shook his hand, telling him that he was very grateful for saving Heian. He could order whatever he wanted at that restaurant. The emperor was confused and thanked the director. Heian approached the emperor and told him that his father had warned him not to sit at a dirty table. Jomru recalled what he was wearing and felt uncomfortable. It was the clothes he had taken from the corpse. Yu Sante suggested the young man take a shower while he prepared the food. The restaurant manager also offered the emperor clean clothes. Yu Sante said he had gained a little weight and that those clothes would not fit him anyway. They were about the same height, so they would probably fit him well. The manager added that he would probably also need socks. Jomru found himself in the bathroom. He was told that there was a shower there. The walls shone brightly. But where was the well? The emperor called the owner and told him that there was not enough water in that well. Yusonai was surprised. He did not have a well. The emperor pointed to the toilet and said he could not wash himself with so little water. His interlocutor smiled and said it was not a well, but a toilet. The emperor was surprised. Did the host mean it was a toilet? Yusante confirmed that it was the same water as from the tap, but for a different purpose. Yusante said the young man wanted to take a shower. He had to turn this lever, and the water would come out from the shower head above. A second later, the director said to hold the shower head. Otherwise everything around would flood. Our hero thought, what kind of snake spits water after overcoming all the daily obstacles? Emperor Jomru finally showered and dried off. Now he was wearing clean clothes. The guest told the host that he felt very good and thanked him for his help. Yoon Tae, while cleaning the water off the floor, was also glad that the water procedures were over. The host said he did not want to offend his guest, but he was curious about where the young man came from. It was as if he were seeing a bathroom for the first time in his life. The protagonist wondered how he could explain everything to his conversation partner. Yusante thought that his guest might have memory loss and shared his suspicion with his wife. The emperor, sitting at the table, said he only had fragments of memory, but he did not remember how he had gotten there. Yusungi said that is why the young man dressed like that. It seems that the cave the boy came out of is one of the portals. Jomru wondered which portal he was referring to. They are doors to another dimension that once began to open in this world. But they still do not know what they are. These doors open and close for no apparent reason. Sometimes people are absorbed by the portal, and all they can do is survive on their own until the door closes again. Generally, they lose their memory in adverse conditions. They lose their memory completely and can lose their social skills. Those people are called isolationists. June said he would explain everything later, but now it was time to eat before the food got cold. Jomru picked up a plate from the table and thanked the hosts. The boy looked at the contents of the plate and asked what it was. The color of the food seemed suspicious to him. The color of the food reminded him of the time when he was going through initiation. To survive, he had been forced to drink dirty, stagnant water mixed with blood and corpses. Aeon asked why the uncle was not eating. Didn't he like the black noodles? The emperor asked how to eat the black noodles. The girl stuck the chopsticks into the plate and said they needed to be stirred, and then the noodles wrapped around them. Aeon wrapped the noodles around his chopsticks and handed them to the young man, telling him to eat. Jomru carefully brought the noodles to his lips and first sniffed the food. It seems a bit strange, but the flavor is excellent. I have never tasted anything like it anywhere else. Yongtae watched the guest eat and said he wanted to treat the young man to something better. But it was late and there was no food at home. Lim Suan added that next time they would definitely invite the young man to something tastier. The emperor asked the hosts for another plate of this dish. Jayan laughed and said his uncle had spilled again. When saying goodbye, our hero thanked the hosts for such a plentiful meal. Yontae said there was no need to thank him. The young man should come back whenever he wanted to eat Chiang Mayan. Jomru saw a strange piece of paper stuck to the wall and asked what the writing on it meant. The restaurant manager replied that they were looking for an employee to deliver food. They had delivery people, but they all asked for too much money, so now they urgently needed a new one. John Brew asked if the ad mentioned accommodation. Did that mean they would provide a room for the delivery person? Yonggi nodded. After all, there were few people willing to work. The protagonist thought he needed a place to settle down, since he still could not return to his world. This offer was very timely. I would work and at the same time learn how this world worked. The emperor asked the restaurant manager if he could get a job as a messenger. And he was surprised. Really? Would a young man want to do that? I know. Monte scratched his head and said they would be very grateful. But the fact was that hiring isolationists came with legal difficulties. Lim Soyang told her husband that this man had saved their daughter. They should try to help him. His wife added that she had heard a citizen could act as a guarantor for an isolationist. The woman added that this was a decisive meeting. They should vouch for this man, and he would be their messenger. Her husband thought about it and said she was right. That method really existed. Yu Zhuangyi told the young man that he agreed and would vouch for him. The emperor bowed, thanked him, and said he would do everything possible. Emperor Jomru introduced himself to his new acquaintance and said his name was Kang, and he was 35 years old. Yu Sung-tae was surprised. Kang So was the same age, but looked much younger. The restaurant manager suggested that since they were the same age, they could address each other informally. Kang So replied that he agreed and would be happy to work for Yeon-tae. The girl suggested calling him Uncle Kango. That name would remind him to smile more often. The boy replied that she was not very good at coming up with names. The girl said it was a very pretty name that meant wide smile. The emperor took the girl by the hand and said he accepted the name Kango. Night fell over the city. The full moon shone in the sky. A flock of crows landed on the wires. They were not ordinary crows. Their eyes shone like those of demons. From above, they watched the house where the emperor had settled. The emperor performed a meditation ritual in a separate room that had been provided for him. The protagonist thought there was a lot of pure energy in this world. In the daily life of these people, there were many objects he could not even imagine. It was not clear what their purpose was. It was a true wonderland. The door to the room opened and Yeonji stopped at the threshold. The homeowner was surprised. Why was Kang sitting in the dark? Kango replied that he could not find the lamp in the dark, so he had sat there. Yu Song-tae realized he had to teach the young man how to turn on the light, so he went to the switch and showed him how to do it. Our hero found it very interesting. Lim Soyang appeared and asked why his guest was up so early. Kanzo asked if Lim Soyang was going to the kitchen to cook. Jo Song-tae said they would soon open the restaurant and had a lot of work to do. Our hero offered to help the hostess. Yu Sung-tae was surprised. The boy was really willing to work when he could have slept more. He felt uncomfortable making Kanangso work overtime. Kanso replied that he only wanted to return the owner's kindness. Tai asked the boy to clean. In that case, the owner took out a vacuum cleaner and said that this device would make cleaning easier. It is called a vacuum cleaner. Kango was holding a device like that in his hands for the first time. You have to press that button, and this device will suck up the dust and dirt. Jo Sung-tae continued with his instructions. Now you have to move the device across the floor like it is a mop. It is very easy. Kango tried to solve the problem with his long hair that was being sucked up by the mop. He smiled and said that his daughter sometimes helped him too. Yu Seon-tae looked at his guest and was surprised. His facial expression and hairstyle were very strange. Kangso said everything was fine. Jonta realized that even though the vacuum cleaner was old, it had a lot of power, so caution was needed. The restaurant owners said it was time for him to start working in the kitchen, so he left the young man alone there. Kanso thought he had a task to do. He needed to clean, but that device was quite dangerous. As always in these cases, the protagonist decided to use magic. This method always worked perfectly. Kanso began to systematically spread magic throughout the room. The dust, debris, and various harmful substances activated and gathered in one spot. Our hero thought the trash bin was the most suitable place to collect all the harmful substances from the room. When the dust settled, it was time to move on to the water procedures. Thanks to magic, the water spread throughout the room. All surfaces were cleaned, even the hard-to-reach places. When Yu Song-tae looked into the room, the cleaning was finished. Our hero said that in his opinion, it turned out pretty well. Kangso said he cleaned it his way and hoped Yu Seong-tae would not mind. The host was surprised. His guest really had that ability. Kango asked again if Yu Song-tae was referring to controlling water. Then that was his ability. But what was so special about that? Yonj was astonished. Kango was truly a high-level awakened. That is what they call people who have awakened superpowers. This process started 25 years ago when the portals began to open. These abilities are also called auras. These people possess telekinesis and other hard-to-explain things, like various elemental magics. Depending on how well a person controls their aura, they are assigned a class. The higher the class, the greater the status and influence in society. Yong Tae added that he once worked as a loader and among his coworkers there were awakened people. But nobody he had ever seen in his life could control their aura as well as Kango. This kid's talent should not be wasted in this restaurant. It would be better for him to join the guild as a hunter, where he could lead a decent life. Kango told his conversation partner that he had no intention of becoming a hunter for humanitarian reasons. There was confidence in Kangso's eyes, and he had no intention of changing his mind. Yuanj was surprised. The kid still did not understand what life was like in this country. Here, high-level awakened people lived like nobles. Kango said that after hearing these words, he felt even less like becoming a hunter. Kangso told his interlocutor that he had tasted both wealth and honor in his life, but he realized too late how fleeting everything was. Jo Tae looked at his interlocutor and asked if he was regaining his memory. He said he used to live in a completely different world. However, one day he fell into oblivion and woke up in one of the portals his interlocutor had mentioned. He went out and headed to this city in search of pure energy. By chance, in the city, he saw a girl with pure energy. Kangso added that he saved Heian, who was almost run over by an iron carriage. Yu Xiaontei said that explained a lot about his guest's behavior. Kangso apologized and said he did not want to deceive these people. Maybe he should have told the truth from the beginning. And Xiang expressed his regret and said that Kangso had been through a lot. It must have been very scary for him to find himself in a completely strange world. Kangso was surprised. Jo Seonj really believed these stories. His partner said that if he were in Kango's place, he also would not have been able to tell everything right away. The restaurant owner suggested that everyone say their guest was an isolationist just in case. But Kangso should definitely consider getting a superpower test. In that case, Kanoso's life could take a positive turn. Support Department awake. Group 1. Sung Jin-ho's name was announced live. The man lifted his head. They might be calling him. His colleague said. He has been working all night again. He won't last much longer. Jin was upset. And now what? Why had she come to scold him again? Kim Myunji from the second group of the inspection department asked him what was going on that he had to work all night. Jin stretched. He could not stop thinking about cases 01809. He had no idea where to start. The girl handed him the papers she had in her hand and told him to read them. He was still looking for that awakened zero class. Shin read them and was surprised. Kim Young-hai said that the president had ordered her to close the case. That was exactly what the papers she had just received from her conversation partner said. Jinjo was surprised. Seriously? The director did not want them to find the awakened zero class. Jinjo held his head. How was that possible? Moongi replied that those were the president's orders. Shin was perplexed because for the first time in history, his country had the chance to find its awakened zero class. Mungi pointed out that they still had not found that person. And everyone knew it, although they were not even sure if it was possible to destroy them with their own hands. They both remembered the destroyed Cyclops. And it was done by just one person. Maybe not even a person. Jinjo nervously said it had to be the work of a human. He analyzed all the wounds of the monsters inside the door. It was the mark of a person's fist. Judging by the fingerprints. He checked it several times. And the result was the same. It was his only chance. If they found this awakened one, the country would finally take its rightful place within the Allied Nations Alliance. Meng asked, what if they look for him but never catch him? His interlocutor told Myungi not to worry. They would undoubtedly find him. They had no other option. The girl waved her hand and said she would take care of the president. He needed to carry out his investigation as quickly as possible. Jin thanked the girl for her efforts and understanding. Jin started to get ready. Mungi said he had an appointment. He was going to have lunch with his younger brother, whom he had not seen in a long time. Jinho said he was the one working as a paramedic at the medical center. The girl suggested that his interlocutor join them. Jin refused, saying that this time he would not buy anything at the store and would have lunch there. Myunji said they would meet at a famous nearby restaurant, but did not ask what type of cuisine it served. Jin guessed which nearby famous restaurant she was talking about. At least he knew a place that his department head, Bake, would recommend. After all, his department head was a true gourmet. Myung said her brother told her that his department head also recommended that restaurant. Jinho suggested it was probably the place Bake loved so much. Mai stood under the sign and could not remember the name of the restaurant. It could be Pavilon Dotton. Her brother approached her and said he had wanted to eat there with her for a long time. The Kahang Mayan from that restaurant was simply amazing. The paramedic chief, Kim Mung-jin, asked, "Maybe my sister does not like Chang Mayan." Minji disagreed, saying she was going to lunch with her little brother, so of course she would like this dish. The girl thought she wanted to take her brother to a fancy restaurant, but it turned out to be that way. As she opened the restaurant door, Mayan-ji told her brother she was hungry and really liked Chahan Mayan. Mayani was curious about which restaurant Bake recommended to everyone. The food must be very good there if he liked that cuisine so much. The young people entered the restaurant. There were no other customers. Lim Soyoung left the menu on the table and told them to call her when they decided what to order. Mungi was surprised. It really is a good restaurant. Why is it so empty? Mungjin told his sister to stop worrying. He guaranteed her that the food there was delicious. The boy handed the menu to his sister and told her to choose. He was sure she would like it. Mine said she had already chosen. It would be? Of course. Chang Mayan. Her sister said she would order the same. Lim So-young approached and asked if the young people were ready to order. Mungjin said they wanted sweet and sour pork. He also ordered 2 servings of jahang. The manager smiled and said she would give the gallant young man an extra serving of dumplings on the house. Myungi did not like that restaurant. Her sister was surprised. Really? Her brother had become so sociable. And Mungjin replied it was just basic courtesy. The paramedic asked how his sister was doing. They were probably busy now because of the class portal incident. While pouring some hot water, his sister replied that a headache was the least of her worries after that incident. Mungyin wanted to know the details. This incident had attracted a lot of attention. If they did not find the only awakened class 0 in many years, their association would never recover from the blow to its reputation. However, the president ordered the case to be closed. Nevertheless, his colleague from the support department committed to finding the awakened by any means necessary. His brother assumed it was not easy for his sister at that moment. Of course, the easiest thing would be to close the case, but how could they pass up an opportunity like that? She and her colleague Jin Ho were certainly complicating their lives. The girl stopped mid-sentence and looked around anxiously. Her brother asked her what was wrong. Mi felt a strange energy. The girl thought, that man next to me radiates an incredibly powerful aura, but why had not I felt anything until now? However, there had just been a surge of aura. Myunji's aura detection ability had worked with this man, but in an instant, a terrible wave of power emanated from him. Could he really hide his aura that quickly? If the girl was not mistaken, this guy was at least class A. In terms of levels, he could even be comparable to the awakened class 0 they were looking for. Lim So-soing brought the order. 2 servings of hashang mayan, sweet and sour pork, and dumplings on the house. The manager wished them a good meal. The young people thanked her. Jin said everything looked really good. Mungi agreed and said it really did look great. The girl tried the dark noodles. And maybe it was just her imagination because she was hungry. An awakened class 0 here. Who would believe that? The girl said her brother had gone crazy. Jin got angry. Her sister did not like it. The girl asked why he had not brought her here before. It is such a delicious dish. It is just amazing. How could I not trust this place? Jin smiled. Her sister had scared her. She thought she would not like it. The young people enjoyed finishing their meal. My friend said this Chiang Mayan was so delicious it was almost a crime. Kangzo thought one of the restaurant's customers had an exceptional aura. At that moment, he was playing with the owner's daughter. Kanzo looked at the visitors and thought their energy was different, but both could be considered masters. Maybe these were the so-called awakened ones. He had to be careful not to reveal the level of his aura. He needed to learn more about the awakened ones. After the restaurant closed, Kangzo used his ability to interact with the water element. Kangzo used his method again to tidy up the room. It was not as clean as he would like, but it would do. He was still getting used to life in this world. But the kind owners of the establishment had already taught him a lot. Now he knew that it was not a well, but a toilet. It took him several tries. But he finally learned how to use the shower. Our hero realized that there were still many things he did not know. However, with time he would learn it all. Kanga knew he was not in a hurry. The Emperor decided that he needed to learn more about the awakened ones. Our hero heard a strange loud noise coming from outside. He ran out of the room. He wondered what that growling could be. Director Yu Seong-tae was standing near the facilities. He said that Kangzo had arrived just in time. He wanted to teach him something. Kangzo asked why. What was that strange sound? Could it be coming from this thing? Ju Seong-tae confirmed it and said it was a device for riding called a motorcycle. The motorcycle would be useful for the boy in his job as a messenger. He still had to learn how to ride a motorcycle, and that would take time. But Kang could get used to it for now. Jo Seong-tae handed his partner a motorcycle helmet and told him to put it on. Motorcycles are very fast, so they are very dangerous. Riders need protective gear. The helmet is one of those pieces of gear. Kanzo thought it was almost like the helmets that warriors wear. Jong-tae said that if the kid put on the helmet, he could sit behind him. Kanzo said it was like riding a horse. Young agreed that it was something similar. However, that was where the similarity to a horse ended. A motorcycle was much faster. But there was no reason to be scared. Jo Seon-tae told the passenger to hold on tight, and the motorcycle started to speed up quickly. The driver asked the passenger if he felt dizzy from the ride. Kangzo asked if the messengers really had to get around just on that. Suong-tae asked if his partner was scared. If he was afraid of riding a motorcycle, he probably should not be working in delivery. There simply was no other way to move quickly through the narrow alleys. Kangzo thought the goal was to deliver the food quickly. Kangzo wondered if he was too slow and if motorcycles were too noisy. He decided he could move much faster using body lightning techniques. The motorcycle stopped, and Yong suggested taking a ride around the neighborhood. Most of their clients live in this residential complex. The residential complex is called Cerny. There is a number on the side of the building. This is the sector number. The first digit of the apartment number indicates what floor it is on. Kangzo said he had a question, and Sun Tai replied that it was very dangerous to live in this city because it was infested with monsters. So why do not people leave? Yu Seonj answered that it is dangerous here, but not to the point where people are willing to leave their homes. The first monsters appeared 25 years ago. At that moment, it was impossible to live in this city. But soon people realized that with the help of magical stones, protective barriers could be created around the cities. Therefore, this city is relatively safe. Kangzo asked his interlocutor what the magical stones were. Yang replied that they were something like nuggets that people found in the bodies of the destroyed monsters. They contain so much energy that they have replaced the energy sources of the past. Thanks to them, there has been a significant advancement in the development of science, but that does not mean the streets are completely safe. In any case, one must act with caution. Zhong Tae opened a can of soda and offered a drink to his companion. Kang So was surprised. The can made a strange noise. What was it? Yu Song Tae suggested he try it, saying he would probably like this drink since Kang had surely never tasted anything like it before. After trying the drink from the can, Kango thought it was something unfamiliar again. He was scared to try it, but on the other hand, he was also scared to eat chammayan at first. Kangso felt a spicy sweetness that was refreshing and spread throughout his body. It was like a revelation hitting a person like lightning after a long, hard day at work. Kanso concluded it was a strange drink. It was unmatched even with the magic panacea the elders of the Northern Ice Palace had given him. Jung Tae said this liquid also helps with indigestion. Kangso thought that was amazing. After a short break, Yu Songi suggested they head back. Kangso asked his companion if he really needed to ride that thing. Wasn't there a way to do without the motorcycle? Jung said. Of course. There were other means of transport. But nothing better than a motorcycle had been invented for a messenger yet. Kangso told his companion he could manage on his own 2 feet. Jo Seong Tae got annoyed because he had said the delivery had to be quick. Otherwise, the noodles would get soggy on the way, and the dish would lose its appeal. Also, customers get upset when the delivery takes too long. Kangso said there was no need to worry about that. Kangso said he could get there faster on foot than on a motorcycle. Yanj was surprised. How was that possible? Jo Seong Tae realized it was not that incredible because Kanggo, who had awakened, was apparently no less than a class A. Kanggo told his buddy that if he did not believe him, he would show him on the way back. Yongi was curious to see it for himself and agreed. Kanggo said he remembered the way to the restaurant, so he would get there without any problem. Jung Tae said he of course believed his buddy, but just in case, Kangso could start running. Yu Son, putting on his helmet, said that if So really passed him, he would approve the delivery without transportation. So did not get his nickname, Emperor of the Flame, for nothing. He possessed an incredible fire talent called the invisible body technique, as the name suggests. When he used this ability, he became completely invisible and could approach his enemy without being seen and destroy them. After achieving enlightenment, the protagonist continued to develop his invisible body technique. He called it an improved version of the Void's invisible body technique. The girls talking about work did not notice a boy running past them. The young people resting during their lunch break did not notice Kangoba running alongside them. This ability not only made our hero invisible, but also made it impossible to detect his presence. This ability also increased his agility and speed to incredible levels. This new technique, combined with his supreme skills in martial arts, earned him the title of God of Martial Arts, even more majestic than God of Destruction. At that moment, Yu Song was trying to get to his restaurant as quickly as possible. He was riding his motorcycle at full speed. Upon arriving at his destination, Yu Song Tae took off his helmet and wondered where Ku, who was behind him. Jo Seong Tae thought he was going full speed as if it were a race. Imagine his surprise when he walked into his house. At the door, Yu Sun Tai was greeted by his wife and daughter, who was sitting on Kanggo's shoulders. Kangzo told Yu Sun Tae to come in. Yanji was surprised. When had this kid arrived? Yan said Dad was coming home late. Lim So Young said Kangzo had been home for 10 minutes. Yu Soonj was surprised. 10 minutes, that is amazing. And Seonj, just as he had promised, allowed the kid to make deliveries without transportation. Jo Song Tai said that Kang just had to take the superpower test. I wonder what his class will be. To leave no doubt, said he would take the test. The young people headed to the center, where those tests are conducted. Jo Song Tae said they had finally arrived at their destination. Kangso was surprised to see so many people. However, as a citizen who had crossed the portal without any documents, Kangzo had to go through a lot of paperwork. He had to fill out some forms. Kangzo said he had neither documents nor a residence permit. What was he supposed to write there? Yushun-tae explained that he should write Kang in the last name field and the restaurant's address in the residence permit field. The bureaucracy took them several more days. Jo Song-tae thought this pointless paperwork was very exhausting, but he had to carry it out to the end because Kang was his savior. Kangzo asked his friend how exactly this test worked. Jo Song-tae said that during the test, you had to put your hands on two balls, slightly larger than a fist. An electric current would pass between them. The stronger the electric shock, the lower the level. If he tolerates the electric current well, it means he is of a high level. In other words, those who awaken at a high level have a high energy potential. Kangzo asked if it was good to have a high level. Song-tae replied that if Kanggo had a high class, his life would change for the better immediately. Some especially gifted people are valued as national treasures. In any case, a high class guarantees a comfortable existence. Kangso replied that he understood everything. In our hero's place, another person would be jumping for joy now. However, Kangso knows better than anyone that wealth and words are fleeting and insignificant. People have many passions and desires and are always insatiable. No matter how hard they try, a whole lifetime is not enough to satisfy them. The protagonist grew tired of the world of passions and retreated to live in a remote mountain village. The emperor could not allow his peace to be disturbed again. It seems that from now on, he will have to work hard to hide his level. The young men parted ways, and Song-tae wished his friend good luck. Finally, Kang turned around and asked his friend which room the test was in. On the second floor. The elevator announced that the doors were opening. Kanggo thought it was a self-propelled box with doors that opened automatically. Moreover, it even spoke. Our hero was welcomed at the entrance and asked if his name was Kanggo. The man greeted him and said he was Park Soo-in, the head of the second department, and he would be in charge of conducting the test. The young men shook hands. Park Soo-un pointed out that it had been a long time since they had examined isolationists. Kanggo appeared reserved and focused. He tried not to miss anything. The head of the second department said that 10 years ago, there had been an increase in the number of isolationists. But gradually the government regained control over most of the territory, and these cases began to decline. Apsoyong added that the North had no chance before, and even less now. Kanggo was surprised. What North Korea is this man talking about? The young men approached some doors that looked like safe deposit boxes, and Park Soo-in said the tests would take place there. Depending on the score obtained, the young man would be referred to a training program. The young men opened the doors and entered. The head of the department said he had brought the test subject, Kanggo. The girl from the office said they were ready to begin. Kanggo saw the balls that Yu Seong-tae had mentioned. Our hero had to place his hands on these spheres. He had to try not to move until the test was over. Kangzo said he agreed and would not be hard for him. The girl announced that she was going to start. Kangzo realized he really did not feel any electric shock because his body was successfully resisting it. As Yu Seong said, the stronger his resistance, the higher the recorded level would be. Since our hero had his own action plan, he decided he had to do something. Kangzo thought he had to contain his inner energy. The girl turned off the voltage and said Kangzo could remove his hands. Kangzo's result was Class F means he is awake with slightly superior abilities to an average person. Average people are classified as Class G according to the scientific classification. The department head thought Kangzo was an isolationist and was surely expecting to get a high class. He must have been very disappointed that his class was only slightly above that of average people. Kangzo thought he had made a mistake and tried to reduce his resistance enough to get a Class G. Our hero thought he should have figured it out right away and reduced his resistance to 0. His interlocutor told Kokara, "Your class does not determine your worth as a person. Internal security agencies have a department that supports the awakened. This department deals with matters of great importance and confidentiality. The working groups within the department are divided by numbers. The first group is in charge of the most classified matters, followed by the others in descending order. The head of the second group is responsible for training the isolationists. This is a position of great responsibility. Among the isolationists, there are often awakened individuals from the upper classes. Even if it interferes with their main job, they are required to organize the training of the isolationists. A colleague asked the head of the second department, Park Suin, if he was working overtime again. Park Suin was surprised that the head of the first group, Baek Uno, so busy, had come to his department. Baek Uno said he had heard that an order had been signed to organize the training of the isolationists. He came to ask his colleague if he would like to share dinner with him to discuss the topic. It was also interesting to know how the tests had gone. My interlocutor said he was the first isolationist in many years. The bosses had not said anything about it, but it was clear they were not happy with the outcome. An F grade is not very good, but these things happen. This guy is definitely going to have problems because of his isolationism. It is better to be in a higher class. The department head said the interviewee mentioned food. He would not mind satisfying his hunger with kimchi or anything else. Baek Injo looked significantly at his colleague. He had another suggestion. Baek Ijo said he did not go to his friend's house in the middle of the night to eat cold kimbap and grocery store food. He only offered fresh mayan and gabahang because they needed to eat well. The importance of gourmet food should not be underestimated. Kangzo opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Our hero thought his friends from the spring dorm were already awake, because it was almost 6 in the morning. It was a strange feeling because he did not feel rested. Maybe it was because he had learned so much yesterday. However, there were also nice moments the day before. The day before, after the afternoon training, there was dinner. Our hero realized there was a delicious roll on his plate. After Chang, mine was the only dish that had surprised him so much. He thought he had tried all the delicacies possible in his past life. Kangzo thought he had to do something to combat that fatigue. I needed to do some key breathing exercises, but it was impossible to do it there. Otherwise, the people in that building would quickly realize that I was not an F class. Not all. The woman who came to eat at the restaurant nearly blew my cover. The association building was full of awake people from different classes working there. Among them, there might even be some much more sensitive to auras than that woman. I had to be careful. Our hero was surprised that those people felt that way about his training. However, the training itself was much more significant and useful than he had thought. Last night, the department head said a Class S portal suddenly opened, and hordes of monsters started pouring out of it. Many civilians and awakened ones were affected. This incident is known as the Great Collision. Humanity managed to defeat the monsters, but the area where the war took place became uninhabitable. The area came to be known as the Land of Destruction, and even criminals do not try to hide there. Kangzo thought that when he came out of the portal, he ended up in this land and only then found the city. Kangzo thought that if 3 or 2 portals of this kind had opened in this land, causing Earth to be, the association would not have been able to handle it, and it would have been a disaster. The day before, our hero learned about the structure of society in this country. Society here is like a tower made of pieces that do not fit well together. If he understood correctly, even a small shake would topple this tower. And in this situation, he appears, a top-level martial arts master. A quiet and discreet life is almost impossible for him. Even though it is selfish, he wants to live the rest of his life in peace at all costs. He must not let anyone know his true nature. Kangzo felt someone approaching with very pure energy. It was Park Suong. Park Suong knocked on the door and asked, "Kangs, are you awake?" The visitor entered, and our hero, seeing his appearance, realized that Park Suong was very tired. Kangso poured boiling water into a cup and added instant coffee from a packet. Kangso offered him the coffee. Park Sung said that Kang had surprised him a lot. He had barely learned to do it yesterday, and was already practicing how to make coffee the next day. Our hero said it was all due to the training he had received from his department head. If he drank this coffee, he would feel much better. Park Hung took a few sips and really felt better. The department head thought, could it be that this coffee was made with the magical ingredients from the portal? It was like he had slept deeply and had just woken up. Kangso thought that this man was putting his heart and soul into his training, so he decided to give him some coffee he had energized as a token of his gratitude. Kangso asked the department head what they were going to study that day. Park Unsu replied that the first lesson would be about the cafeteria. The department head pointed out that he had requested a special menu for that day. Even in the morning, the cafeteria was quite full. It resembled a mess hall in a military campaign. The department head said that the work was somewhat like war, so Kangso was not far from the truth. But unlike camping conditions, here the rations were more abundant. Park Yunu said that you could put as much food on the tray as you wanted. Kangso asked what would happen if there was not enough food for those who arrived late for breakfast. The department head pointed out that Kangso was very considerate of others, but he did not have to worry. If any dish ran out, the cafeteria staff would prepare more. Our hero found that incredible. The department head pointed out that after all the wars, they were living in a time of abundance. Kang said that abundance was good, but what surprised him the most was something else. Our hero said he was amazed by the speed of logistics and the incredible technologies for preserving and storing food for long periods of time. The department head thought this guy was an isolationist and that yesterday was just his first day of training, but he thinks so strategically that it is incredible. Park Yeon said it was all thanks to his scientists. Thanks to the scientists, they always have access to a wide variety of products. For the office workers, the cafeteria is a place to relax and recharge. Kangso thought lunchtime was always the nicest part of the day. The department head said he rarely went to the cafeteria since he usually grabbed a quick bite. After the cafeteria, while they were in the elevator, the department head asked his companion if he liked the food. Kangso nodded. The department head said it was very good and added that he had shown him the cafeteria. He thought that was enough for today. Kangso thought they would still have classes. The department head said you could not trick this kid. They still had a class scheduled in the gym, but for class fit was not mandatory. They could skip it. Being in class meant having less responsibility. The department head thought he was cutting down on classes because of his main job. He feels compelled to trick the naive isolationist who still does not understand anything. In the end, the young people went to the gym. Anyone with a wake-up certificate has the right to exercise here. Parku added that anyone can come here regardless of their class. Kangso saw that both boys and girls were working out here. Anyone who is awake can use this gym. Only imposter criminals can enter here. Parkinsu pointed out that if Kangso wanted to train here, it would be quite good. However, our hero refused. Parku noted that it was completely free. He could explain what the gym was for, making it clear how useful it was. Kangso thanked his interlocutor and said he did not think he needed training. Parku asked what Kangso's future plans were. Kangso happened to see Yusong Tae and Lim Xiong standing nearby. They greeted each other. Kangso thanked his friends for coming to see him. Young asked what class Kangso was in. Kangso showed his hunter's license and said he was in class. Lim Xiong was surprised because Kangso wanted to obtain a class G like a normal person. Kangso replied that he had not been able to control his inner energy in time and had ended up with a higher class than he wanted. Yusong Tae said he was not bad at all because his skills were impossible to ignore, and a normal person could not have them, so he would draw attention. Kang Zo asked his colleagues if he really looked that suspicious. Lim Song admitted that he did. Kang Zo was being watched from the floor above. The department head asked his colleague if he had noticed anything unusual about this kid. Park Hunsu said he had incredible intelligence and learning ability. There was nothing else unusual about him. To be precise, this guy is very clever. If you explain a concept to him, he immediately understands how to apply it in different areas. He learns quickly and applies what he has learned in practice. The department had said that the first group's law enforcement department had told him something much more interesting. They told him that his movements and sense of balance were not typical for his class. They even wondered if the testing device was broken. The interlocutor said that after the test, the device underwent another check and everything was in order. This kid's class was assigned fairly. The researcher pointed out that anyone can move up to the next level, but this kid would never rise to the middle class, let alone the upper class. Could it be that everyone was paying so much attention to him because they had not had any isolationists in years? Park Hunsu said he frankly expected much more from this kid and that he was disappointed. In the future, this kid would like to help his friend with his restaurant business. Yu Shente handed Kang Zo a smartphone and told him he could contact him anytime with it. Jo Song-tae said he bought this device with his isolationist allowance. Maybe Kang Zo needed something more. Kang Zo said he was thinking about getting a haircut. He had not realized before, but lately he noticed that most men in this civilization had short hair. He did not want to stand out. Lim Song said it was a wonderful idea. What kind of haircut did he want? It seemed like short hair would look good on Kang Zo. Jong Tae said any haircut would look good on this kid. Yong Tae said he had to prepare the ingredients for the next day's meals. He thought that when his wife started talking about fashion, it was time to turn off the lights. He believed Kang Zo would look good. Lim Soyeon said she was ready to take her guest to the hair salon. After leaving the hair salon, Yeon Tae said this guy had changed so much that he could now be seen from a kilometer away. Suddenly, Yong Tae felt a strange and sharp sensation. It was as if the whole street was looking at this guy. The girls were paying attention to Kang Zo. Who's this handsome guy? Probably some kind of actor. This guy looks like a model. The girls approached our hero and asked for his autograph and to take a picture with him. Yu Seong-tae jumped into the conversation and told the girls to excuse them since they had plans. Yu Seong-tae said he was not a movie star, just a normal guy, so there was no need to ask for an autograph. Kang Zo wondered why he could not take a picture with these girls, and why this girl wanted his autograph. Yu Seung said that Kang Zo was so handsome that the girls mistook him for a celebrity, and if he let them take a picture together, they would post it online immediately. And if people started sharing their photos, he would begin to be recognized on the street, and that would only cause him problems. Kang Zo did not want that kind of life. Right, Kang Zo thought that Yu Seong-tae was right and that he needed to be careful. He should not stand out too much in the crowd. The next day arrived. The restaurant was full of orders. There were no empty tables, and many people were ordering jjajangmyeon. This time our hero was serving the tables. The main customers of the restaurant were girls. Siso wished them all a good meal. Kang Zo grabbed the menu and headed to a table with more girls. The girl said she had already decided what to order and asked for 2 yahang and seafood udon. Kang Zo told the girls to wait, repeated the order. And Seonj, who was in the kitchen, said the order had been accepted. One of the customers also ordered gabayu. Kang Zo wrote everything down in his notebook. The work was in full swing. The visitors remarked that the kitchen of this restaurant was simply excellent, because they had not discovered it before. One of the girls said that from now on she would come here every day. Her friend agreed and added that she would order chahanman. One of the girls approached the manager and asked if they had any free tables. Lim Soyeon replied that at that moment they were full. The girl got angry because she was really craving to eat. The hungry restaurant visitor said that in that case, she was willing to wait. Another girl also agreed to join the line. Lim Sojung looked at the line of young people, wanting to try her food, and told the dear customers that they were almost out of food in the kitchen. It would be better if they came back the next day. Many disappointed faces appeared in front of the manager. Some of them were even crying. Really? They could not eat at this restaurant today. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly for the people to step aside. The girl approached the manager and told her that her name was Kim Jae. She had come for a job interview. Lim Sojung greeted her and said she was very happy to see her. The applicant said her name was Kim Jun. She was 23 years old. She had graduated from college and was currently looking for a job in her field. Lim Sojung told her that they were currently short-staffed at the restaurant, so they had decided to hire another part-time employee. The girl responded to the ad very quickly. Kim Jae-in could be sure that she had already been hired. Kim Jae-in said that Spring Pavilion was a very well-known establishment and that she wanted to work there. The manager was surprised. Really? The restaurant is that famous? Kim Jae-in said that this handsome young man attracts all the female customers. The new employee asked where she should start. Looking at Kim Jae-in, Kang Zo thought she was a very interesting girl. She had a very strong aura. Our hero realized that in this civilization, people with great superpowers live well. They should be valued and have a quality of life different from that of ordinary people. Lim Sojung instructed the new employee to package portions of pickled radish. She also had to distribute and take orders. Lim Sojung asked the delivery person to deliver all the food in order. According to this order list, Kang So agreed and said he would be back soon. Our hero put on his motorcycle helmet and said he was heading out to make deliveries. Joshun Tae asked Jun to help him package the portions. Jun found it strange. When he looked into this establishment, he said there were few visitors here. After a while, Kanzo asked Gon if she was busy. The girl asked him if all the orders had been delivered. And so replied that it was not difficult. The addresses were just a step away. Ji said the boy could pick up the new orders. The shang and the jumbong were already packaged. Kanzo took the package with the orders and said he was leaving. After a while, Kanzo returned with an empty box. He said that all the orders had been delivered. Jung Tai told the boy to sit at the table. He had already delivered everything for lunch. Kango asked Lim Sojung if they were getting ready for the evening rush hour. Limung confirmed it and immediately remembered it was time to pick up Haein from kindergarten. Jun asked Lim Sojung if she was a girl. Limung confirmed it and added that she was 5 years old. Lim Sojung asked our hero to pick up Haein from kindergarten. They were expecting a large influx of customers at night and could hardly prepare the food. Chien said he would also like to meet Haein. Maybe he should go with Kangzo too. Lim Sojung agreed and said that she and her husband would take care of everything. The young people followed the planned route under umbrellas due to the heavy rain. Jun introduced himself again to our hero and asked if he could call him Kango. Kangso said he was 35 years old, but the girl could call him whatever she wanted. Ji was surprised and said the boy did not look 35 at all. Kanso pointed out that many people told him that. Kanso apologized for the indiscreet question. But why had the girl decided to work in the Spring Pavilion? With her skills, she should look for another job. Yun pointed out that he really did not have any skills. And Un added that he was not pursuing any malicious goal. He just wanted to see the young man. Yun pointed forward and said there was someone at the door. The kindergarten doors opened for the young ones, and the teacher said that the girl had arrived. Jaein was delighted that her uncle Kangso had come to pick her up. Haein waved to her uncle and welcomed him. Kanzo asked her if she had a good time there. Haein replied that she had a lot of fun. Haein told the teacher that this was her uncle. The teacher was surprised. The teacher said that Haein had talked a lot about her uncle. The teacher looked at our hero and, alarmed, asked if he was okay. The teacher asked if the woman accompanying her uncle was his wife. When she saw Jian, the teacher was shocked and asked how she got there. Jung covered the teacher's mouth and told Sora to be quiet. Sora asked how Joe was doing. Jian told Sora not to say anything unnecessary. This girl's parents think she is a normal person. In reality, she is on a mission. We have to pretend they do not know each other. Heian and the teacher said goodbye until the next day. Kangso also said goodbye to Sora, Kangso, John and Heian, each with their own umbrella. We're heading home. Kangso asked Jun if the preschool teacher was her friend. The girl laughed in response. She said they were indeed friends. Kangso said he understood they were friends. Why were not they talking? Ji replied that they saw each other too often anyway. The girl said walking under an umbrella in the rain was very nice. John said she also liked walking under an umbrella, and added that her beautiful aunt liked walking in the rain too. Jun smiled and said he preferred walking with his uncle. Kangso asked Heian if it was hard for her to carry the umbrella. Heian replied that it did not weigh much and she wanted to carry it herself. Kangso warned the girl that if she wanted him to help her, she had to say so. As they passed through a door, John saw something and asked his uncle to go see who was there. John turned around and ran in that direction, shouting for his uncle to see what it was. Jayan stopped and said it was squeaking. Kangso came closer and asked, "Really a mouse? But why is he getting wet in the rain?" Sun said it was not just a mouse. It is a rodent called a dungeon rat. Kangso picked up the underground rat. The animal was paralyzed and wet. Kangso asked if the underground rat was a magical creature. Yun replied that this rat lives in the dungeon, but it is not a magical creature. Unlike magical beasts, it is not hostile towards humans and does not try to harm them. This rat has a keen sense of its natural enemies, magical beasts and monsters. Thanks to its skills and adorable appearance, this animal has become one of the favorites among hunters. Many of them tame it. It likely crossed the portal with its owner, and something bad happened to them. Injured. It somehow managed to get out of the portal. Heian shouted that she did not want this rat to die. They could not heal it. Kangso said it would not be easy to save this little animal. Heian said the rat was still alive. If it was breathing, they could not abandon it. The protagonist thought about how blind he had been. He said that even if it was still breathing, it would die anyway. After much hesitation, he decided that every life was undoubtedly precious. Otherwise, how would he be any different from his past self? The cold-blooded killer he used to be. Kangso agreed with the girl and said they would take the rat with them. Jun told the girl that they needed to hurry to the restaurant and would try to save the rat. Kangso realized that the animal was in very serious condition. Barely breathing. If they did not hurry, it could be too late. There was a girl scared and she did not know what to do. Kangso examined the rat and determined that its breathing and heartbeat were weak. It was as if it was fading away. Kangso thought, maybe I should breathe life into it. Jin was watching this boy closely. When John returned to the restaurant with the adults, he immediately ran to his parents. Lim Sung was surprised to see the girl crying. There was a shout that they needed help. The girl's parents looked in surprise at the animal Kangso had in his hands. Jung Tae wondered where they had found the rat in the basement. Kangso replied that they had found it at the door. Yeon Tae asked what was wrong with it. It seemed like it had been attacked in a nearby portal and was barely breathing. John stated responsibly that he would save that rat and keep it. Lim Soyoung tried to explain to her daughter that it was not a hamster, but a sewer rat. If they had found it in the street, and not in the dungeon inside the portal, it surely had an owner. Probably its owner was already looking for it and was worried about it. Kangso said they first needed to heal the rat. Yu Song Tae said they should look for a nearby veterinary clinic. Two young people entered the restaurant and greeted everyone. The restaurant manager welcomed the visitors. Yu Seon told Baek and his companion to take a seat. After all, they came to eat. Right. Baek was surprised to see the rat from the basement. The manager said his daughter found this rat in the street. It seemed to be injured. Baek looked at the animal and said it seemed to be quite seriously hurt. Baek picked up the rat and said he would try to help it. Baek said the animal had received very professional first aid. It was in much better condition than it looked at first glance. Fortunately, this rat is no longer in critical condition. It just needs a bit more energy. When our hero first saw this man, he immediately realized he had a gift, but he had no idea he possessed such mystical powers. He collects energy from the environment and transforms it into healing power. Apparently, he is a healer. Beck's colleague said this is his famous healer. The famous healer gave the animal to the girl Heian. Beck said this girl was very lucky. Kangzo thought the powers of these awakened beings were truly incredible. Yusungai asked his daughter what she was doing. Heian replied that she was taking care of the rat. It seemed like she really felt better. John shouted that the animal was moving. Young looked closely and agreed with his daughter. The observers decided that the rat might want some milk, so they poured a little in a bowl. Yuongi told his daughter that the rat was eating, and it was time for her to wash her hands and start eating. Suddenly, the animal began to squirm and squeak. What is wrong with it? The adults wondered. Kangzo thought the rat wanted to tell them something. Yuante was surprised. What was happening to the animals? Kangzo explained that the animal wanted to show them something, and was leading them somewhere. The rat could not calm down and kept running around. It definitely wanted to go somewhere. Kanzo thought it was a very smart animal, and found it strange that it did not have an owner. Something must have happened. Yu Song-tae suggested to his friend that he go take a look. Yu Song-tae said that Kang had the quickest reflexes. I just had to check what had happened. Jung-tae said they could not ignore this signal, or else his daughter would get angry. He looked at Uncle Kango. She hoped he would help her and the rat. Our hero agreed for Heian's sake, and added that he was also worried about something. Kanzo sensed a strange energy around this animal. Soonj did not understand what kind of energy he was talking about. Kangzo said he had seen that energy before, but he still did not understand what it was. Kangzo suggested that the rat lead them, since the animal knew where to go. Yonj told his friend to be careful. Ajun wished his uncle good luck. Kangzo left the building and quickly headed in the direction where the strange energy was coming from. When he arrived at the place, Kangzo thought it looked like the portal he had entered this world through. It really was a portal. At the portal, the monsters kept advancing and attacking the fighters of the invisible front. Only 4 people were left, and the number of monsters was not decreasing. The group leader apologized and said she would soon run out of strength and would not be able to maintain the barrier anymore. Her companion thought it really was the end. He was glad to have had the chance to work with these people. The young people started to say goodbye to each other and joke as much as they could in that situation. The group leader thought that only an S-rank hunter could save them, but that was just a fantasy. Suddenly, the people heard the squeal of a small animal. Something happened to the monsters. An unknown force began to systematically destroy them. When the light appeared, the people saw that all the monsters had been destroyed. The 4 heroes looked around and could not understand how that had happened. What had happened to the monsters? They had just surrounded them. And then this commotion. The group leader asked her teammates if they had heard the squeal of the Korongi. At that moment, Kango was bravely dealing with the remaining monsters. Kango also left destroyed monsters alone around him. Last time, our hero did not exterminate all the monsters from the portal. The smaller ones survived, which is why the portal did not close. Kangzo thought he would finish the job this time. However, a terrifying monster was approaching from behind. Kangzo noticed the villain's presence in time. He thought that the core of these monsters was in their heads, so he had to hit them on the head. Kangzo understood that there was still negative energy in this portal that helped the monsters fight. The boy approached the sword. He thought the monsters had killed some kind of warrior in that place. Only the sword remained. Kangzo decided to borrow that sword. Taking the weapon in his hands, the protagonist decided to continue destroying monsters and avenge its owner. The monsters kept approaching, but Kango was now armed and posed an even greater threat. Making his way through the monsters, Kango reached the source of a strange demonic energy. The energy came from behind a door. Kango opened the huge doors and stepped inside. Someone enormous asked who he was. Inside the room was a massive knight, who asked how this man dared to disturb his peace. He would not forgive anyone for it. The monster lunged at the hero, declaring that people like him must be destroyed. Kango saw a creature like this for the first time, a knight holding his own head in his hand. Kangso realized that his opponent looked quite unique. The sinister knight said this man would pay for his mockery. The knight with his head in hand stood tall in the cave. Kango watched him. The villain declared he intended to take out his opponent in one blow. Kango thought the head might be a vulnerable point. The knight began to descend directly onto his opponent, and said that the insolent worm would be destroyed. Kango was ready for battle. After a powerful collision, the knight's head was shattered, and a crystal rolled out, stopping near our hero's feet. As he picked up the crystal, the boy thought this must be the source of that energy. Maybe this was what they called magic stones in this world. A rat peeked its head out of the boy's pocket and squeaked. Kanso told the animal that he had eliminated everything that posed a threat. So said the portal would close soon and suggested the animal run to its owner. Exo added that the animal needed to take care of itself. In response, the dungeon rat squeaked again. The animal turned around and ran off into the darkness. The boy thought the girl would probably get mad. This dungeon was too strange. The creature ran towards the warriors and began to examine them. One of them said that for some reason this dungeon had been classified as Class C. But how had a Class B monster ended up here? They still could not understand what had saved them. Maybe a class hunter had saved them. However, all the class hunters they had seen radiated incredible power. If one had appeared in this dungeon, they would have felt it immediately. Maybe it was the awakened Class 0 they had heard about. The warriors saw a small restless animal in one spot. It was true. Karangi had survived. It was looking for someone. The group leader said it was looking for Sirk Hun, but he was dead. The little creature ran to the warrior's body and began to wail pitifully. Suddenly, strange noises were heard. What was happening? The boy said the portal had already emptied. The portal would close soon, so they had to quickly gather as many magic stones as they could. They agreed to meet at the exit in exactly 20 minutes. Information appeared that a special task force was coming out of the portal. They needed all the support they could get. Representatives from a television network were already present at the portal exit, reporting the news live. Keikarangi had managed to get out and was watching the Special Forces team's rescue from the side. Karangi sat down again in the rain and cried. Heian sat sadly near the empty box. Yong said that the rat had returned to its owner, so it was probably for the best. The girl replied sadly that she knew. Heian said she would never see the rat again, which made her very sad. Finally, Kano entered the room. He asked why Heian was so sad. Jo Seong said that the girl had never said goodbye to the rat. A rat came out of Kang's chest pocket and squeaked softly. Heian happily hugged the little animal. Kangso said the name of this underground rat was Karangi. The boy added that it seemed its owner had taken it with him on a mission to eliminate monsters, and that both had ended up injured. And Seong Tae asked what had happened. Kanso said he had found the rat's owner dead, and that there was nothing that could be done, as a lot of time had passed since his death. Jo Seong was surprised. Kango had really gone to the dungeon. Kang just confirmed. Yusun Tai said that the portal would probably clear up soon. Kangso said he had already cleared the portal and then slipped away quietly. Yusung Tae wondered what class Kanso really was. Maybe class O or class S like the legendary hunter Li Xin. Our hero had the chance to interact with hunters while working as a porter. Except for the unmatched hunter Li Xin, no one could enter the portal and clear it alone. However, Kango does not radiate as powerful an aura as Li Xin. If Kangso is so good at hiding his aura, he must be the awakened Class 0 everyone is talking about. John put a bow on Karangi's head and showed it to his parents. His father said the animal now looked like a princess. Yu Sung-tae wondered why he was worried. Even if Kanso was an awakened Class 0, he was still his friend. Nothing bad will happen. Just think about the good things. John, you see? And Kangso decided to keep the dungeon rat, which got them scolded by Lim Soya. Kangso woke up in the morning and got out of bed. It was his day off, and he wondered what to do, train or look for work for a few hours. The girl said that Kangso was always working because he did not know how to relax. Why was it so hard for him to just relax? He needed to do what he wanted to do. It was silly to work when he should be resting. Kanso thought she would tell him that at that moment. Our hero decided to examine his trophy. An imperceptible alien energy emanated from the crystal. The people of this civilization use the energy from these stones. Its energy is similar to the dark magic used by the followers of the celestial demon cult. This magic was forbidden in the magical community. The energy was obtained through human sacrifices. Our hero decided he could not keep this dangerous object. For now, he decided to seal its energy. Yuang was already awake, but he realized that Kang had gotten up early. Kango said that Jung Tate had also woken up early. Today is a day off. Is he really going to chop the ingredients anyway? Yu Sung-tae replied that he was a chef and had to be responsible, and at least chop the onions for tomorrow. He asked what Kangso would do on his first day off. And he suggested going to the library with Heian. Kangso did exactly that. He picked up the girl and went to the library. Looking around, the protagonist thought there were places in this world where anyone could read valuable books. Jan told his uncle that he wanted to see some books. Kangso told him not to run in the library and to come back as soon as he had chosen some interesting books. Our hero thought that this library was cozy and had an incredible amount of books. He asked the library employee for the book he was interested in, a fairy tale book. Kanzo noticed the girl was helping the young library employee. Kanzo felt an unusual aura from this library employee. Maybe he had also awakened. It was quite a strong aura for his age. Kanzo did not know what was going on in this guy's life, but it was clear he was having a tough time. The library employee was not as strong as Jun, but he had skills. Why was he languishing in this insignificant position? Heian asked the library employee if he was feeling unwell. The guy was surprised. It is so obvious. Heian said that his uncle was also worried about this man. The library employee was surprised. Wow. The library employee looked at Heian's companion and recognized him. He was a delivery guy from Spring Pavilion. Kangso approached the library employee and was surprised. Do you know him? The library employee said that this guy was very popular on social media. He liked women and made deliveries in an instant despite being a foot messenger. The library employee asked Kanzo, "You are a smart one, right? Can you tell me what class you are in?" Kangso replied that he was in class. The young people started talking, and the library employee shared with his conversation partner what his life was like. Kangso realized that raids are only allowed from a certain age, and that is why this guy has to earn a living. The young man said that is why he accepted any job offered to him. He was also a volunteer at the library, because that way he earned extra money for his scholarship. Kanzo was surprised. There really was no one who could help him with his skills. The library employee said his class was C. It is not a bad class, but it is not a good class either, which is why no one sponsors him. The library employee added that unlike Kango, he had no special skills. Since he was useless, his mother lived in poverty. Kangso said that class does not determine everything in life. After all, his conversation partner could move up in class. The librarian was surprised because that usually does not happen. Kang just asked him if he had tried to improve his class. He gives up without even trying. Doesn't he want to be stronger? The library employee said that of course he wanted to get stronger, but he did not know how. Kanzo told him that he could teach him. In return, our hero asked his conversation partner to look up information about a certain country. The library employee asked which country it was. Kangso said he needed to learn about the dynasty. Okay, the library employee had never heard of that country. He would try to find information about it. Kangzo thought that if he had traveled back in time, there should be information about the history of the Oka dynasty. Aki. This logically explained why the magic of the Oka dynasty and the magic of this era were so similar. Even though they had different names, the librarian reviewed the entire history book. None of the dynasties matched. The boy told his friend that he had already checked all the dynasties. However, there was no dynasty called Oka. The library employee confidently said that there was no mention of this dynasty in any history textbook. Hango thought, Sanming Ching. These dynasties sound similar to their civilizations. However, he had not heard of them either. Thus, among the kingdoms of this land's past, there had never been a dynasty period. The library employee asked if he was okay. Kangzo replied that he was fine, just lost in his thoughts. Kangzo thanked the boy for his help and invited him to the Spring Pavilion restaurant. He promised to treat him to Jahang M there. The librarian said it was nothing, and that he did not need to thank him. Kangzo thought that he had not received the information he expected. But one thing was clear. He had not traveled back in time, and had not been enchanted by the mages of the heavenly demon sect. How had he gotten there? Our hero remembered how the man had given the boy an object, and told him it was apparently a relic from his great-grandfather. The man added, "One day the girl will have to find it. And then she can go home." Kangzo was surprised. What strange memories are these? But there was no need to rush. Someday everything would become clear to him. In the meantime, someone was passing by the restaurant. This stranger approached the motorcycle and decided to unscrew something on it, permanently deter the owner from riding it. The stranger said that San Wook had asked him to do it, so he should not be blamed for it. Kangzo approached the stranger from behind and asked who this Sanuk was. The guy got scared, turned around, and asked who he was. Our hero told him he could not shout at that hour of the night. The stranger repeated the question. Kangzo replied that he was a delivery guy from Spring Pavilion. The guy realized he was the new delivery person for this restaurant. He said Sangwook intended to make an offer to the owner of this establishment, so the delivery guy should start looking for another job. The young man said that Sangwook was making a lot of money in the area and was tired of this successful restaurant. Kanso said that Sangwook should not worry about this restaurant. His conversation partner was surprised by this kid's arrogance. The bully said he would teach the delivery guy a lesson and raised his fist to hit him. However, our hero grabbed his opponent's fist and twisted his arm. The bully was surprised. Why is this delivery guy so strong? Kangso said this guy better come to his senses. Kanso slapped his opponent on the forehead, sending him flying backward and rolling down the road. Kangso told him to pass a message to his stupid Sanguk. Kangso told the bully to tell Sanguk about the Spring Pavilion restaurant. The frightened bully ran off screaming that he would deliver the message. The former messenger from the Spring Pavilion wondered why they had not called him yet. The kid ran up to the former messenger Sanik and told him that Don Man had returned. It was worth seeing him. Sun Man, beaten up, barely managed to reach Sanik. Sanik was surprised. He had given this guy a chance, but he had gone back to his old ways. All he had to do was loosen the bolts on the motorcycle, but he came back like a beaten dog. Don Man knelt down and said that the new delivery guy from that restaurant was not an easy person to deal with. It was the first time he had encountered a monster like that. That delivery guy told them not to even look at the Spring Pavilion, because otherwise he would not let them pass. San Wookfado. It was no surprise that he had gotten beaten up. Don Man, justifying himself, repeated that the delivery guy was a real monster. Sanik said that in that case, they would all go together to teach him a lesson. After all, it was about time to get some exercise. Sangwook made a call and said that everyone needed to gather. They were going to go see that new delivery guy. The delivery guy arrived with the order and placed it in front of the customer. The customers were young and had bats in their hands. The delivery guy took the food out of the boxes and asked where he could pick up the dishes later. The customer was surprised and wondered which dish he was referring to. Nothing. It is just that this delivery guy still does not understand anything. One of the customers, flexing his fists, said they would have to use their fists. They said that this delivery guy had seriously hurt their Don man. The customer kicked the boxes with the orders and said that this delivery guy had really pissed off their boss. The delivery guy asked the customer if he was Don man. Don man, who was nearby, said he had told everything to his boss. The leader of the instigators told the messenger to talk less. The villain grabbed his helmet and said it was time to take it off. Kangzo grabbed the bully by the arm and told him not to advise a weak person like him to talk that way to stronger people. Kangzo tightened his grip on his opponent's arm and said Damen should have warned them. The bully cried out in pain, saying his hand hurt a lot. However, our hero did not let go of his hand. Kangzo looked at his opponents and said he would have to teach them all a good lesson. After a while, Kangzo returned to the restaurant, and Seong Tae asked who had made the morning order. Iso replied that there were people who wanted to eat well in the morning. Kangzo added that these people liked it and even washed the dishes themselves. Young was surprised that even the dishes were clean. Kangzo said he had a question for Young Tae. Kangzo asked if Yusong knew a man named Gongwook and what his relationship was with the restaurant. And Sung was surprised that the kid knew that scoundrel. Josie and Tae said this man was Kanggo's messenger. He constantly dodged his work and demanded a raise. Kangzo said he had a conflict because one of the clients was someone he knew. Kangzo added that they had behaved inappropriately, so he had to teach them a lesson. Yusong was surprised. The restaurant manager thought that since his messenger was so strong, he must have given them a lesson that was not small. During the fight with our hero, one of the thugs told the others to attack him and teach him a lesson. However, our hero, using extra energy in his magical skills, scattered the troublemakers in different directions. Kanggo looked away from Lem and approached Don Man and his partner. Don Man, scared, told his boss that he had warned him they would have problems if they came here. Kanggo focused energy in the fingers of his hand. Kangzo placed his fingers on his opponent's body and told him to repeat out loud whatever he said. Kanggo looked the thug directly in the eyes and pronounced some words that the thug repeated. Exactly, the thug repeated that he would never plot anything bad against the owners of the Spring Pavilion again. After dealing with these villains, our hero asked if that meant they had another leader. Don Man asked him if he was referring to Sanguk. Don Man continued, saying that Sanuk had said he would watch from the outside, but he did not know where he was. Sanuk, who was watching all of this from the corner, thought he had to get out of there quickly. After running a sufficient distance, Sangwook thought that now no one would catch up to him. Suddenly, a messenger in a helmet appeared in front of the villain and wondered why he was running so slowly. Sanuk said that the guy in the helmet scared him. Sanwook got scared and asked his opponent who he was and why he was attacking people over a harmless prank. If he was a gangster, he would have to call the police. The messenger said that someone was coming in the middle of the night and trying to disable his motorcycle. What other pranks did Sangwook have in mind? Sangwook was surprised and wondered what this messenger could do to him. Kanggo said that sick branches should be cut off before they infected the whole tree. Sangwook got scared and yelled at his opponent not to come near him. Then he kept shouting in fear for a long time. Josie was preparing the ingredients for a future meal. At his restaurant, a message came to the smartphone that was on the table. The message was from Sangwook. The scoundrel apologized to the restaurant manager for all the bad things he had done. Kanzo asked his friend if it was Sangwook who had sent the message. Yusun Tae confirmed that the scoundrel had said he would not bother him anymore. He would go back to his village and work on a farm. And Songtu was surprised at how his friend managed to educate that scoundrel. Kangso said he had only talked to him. And On Tae thought that maybe he was a scoundrel. But he had once been part of the Spring Pavilion team. It was good that he had come to his senses. John entered the room and greeted the young people. The director apologized for calling her on her day off. Jo Shuntae said that if Jun had not agreed to help, they would have panicked. The girl replied that she had no plans for that day. Jo Song-tae scratched his neck and said they were short-staffed. His wife and daughter had gone to an event at the daycare. Kang-so explained that today was tree planting day. Ji said that her little brother was also going to plant trees today as part of a charity event. Kanso was surprised. Did her brother really care about volunteering? Jean added that he was just really nice. Ji suggested they get to work without further discussion. She thought Kang was bothering her with his awkward questions. Yong-tae expressed his hope that Lim Soon and Haeun were having fun. He felt uncomfortable at home when no one was around, even a bit lonely. Kang-so said that the noisy rat had also been bored lately. Yu Sung-gae said that new portals had opened in the mountains recently. He hoped his family was safe. Jun pointed out that the Hunters Association was providing security at the festival, so there was no reason to worry. The Sprout Daycare is also under the association's supervision. Strong hunters are sent to work there, so not even a class portal would pose a threat to the kids. Yu Song-tae said that Jin's words reassured him. The restaurant manager was surprised that Jun knew all of this. He had worked as a doorman for the association for a long time, but he did not know that. Jun hinted that he could not talk about it, that it was a secret. A young man is riding in the back seat of a car on a highway. He expresses his dissatisfaction about not being able to enjoy his day off and the nice weather. Why did they have to call him today? The young man added that Jean was supposed to attend the event. His colleague, sitting next to him, said that the young woman had an urgent matter to attend to and requested that the least useful person be sent to the event. The girl added that it was not hard to guess that the young woman was referring to her conversation partner. She asked if he expected the young man to know he was going to the event for a reason. The young woman added that an important person would be attending the celebration, someone influential in the association. This is his chance to impress him. She was referring to the only master craftsman in the country who makes class artifacts. The young man was shocked. He had come here just to make a good impression. The young woman said that the master had a business meeting here. His conversation partner had not read the additional materials that had been sent to him. The young man was surprised and asked what materials they were talking about. His companion said that if he kept going down that path, he would be forced to borrow from the girl. The companion asked him not to do it. The young man added that in that case, he needed Jun to destroy it, both literally and figuratively. The girl said the young man was exaggerating. The companion repeated that the boy had to make a good impression on Master Sokol that day. The search for the awakened zero level was as important as establishing a relationship with the famous artifact master. The car stopped, and the girl said they had arrived. Now it was time to greet the master. The boy was surprised. Could he just approach him like that? The young man got out of the car and approached the elder, greeting him and introducing himself. He was Kim Hoin from the Red Dragon Guild. His father had told him a lot about Sochol. The elder asked if he was Haichol's son. The young man said it was an honor to meet the elder. The elder extended his hand and said he was pleased to meet him and invited him to enjoy the event. So asked him not to interfere in his conversation with his grandson. The young man thought the rumors were true. The old man was quite an unpleasant person. The old man's assistant apologized to the young man and told him that the master was not always prepared for these kinds of situations. His companion met up with the young man near the car and told him she did not expect anything else from him. The young man pointed out that his sister knew it would be like this because she had sent him. He was not surprised where his sister could have gone on such an important day, leaving all the responsibilities to her younger brother. The assistant said that the young woman had gone to talk to her idol. At that moment, Jun was with Kangso preparing food for the restaurant for the next day. Kangso carved a small toy for the girl with a knife. He asked her if it bothered her that there was not a spatula with a bunny. Our hero handed the girl a carved wooden rabbit and told her she would have her own little bunny. Jane was really happy and said her uncle was the best. After a while, Jayan stood up and cried bitterly. John was playing with his friends on the grass. His toy turned out to be broken. His friend told the kids that she had warned them to be careful with the spade. The kids apologized to Hayan. Jayan kept crying because her uncle had made that rabbit for her. Now the rabbit was broken. The elderly Sokol approached the kids and asked the girl if she wanted him to fix the toy. Sokol asked her if her grandpa could do it. The old man nodded. He added that her grandpa could do anything. He picked up the spade to which the rabbit was attached and tried to fix the toy. The old man looked at the toy and thought it was an unusual piece. I wonder who made it. A young man approached them and said he had brought a scroll from the old man. The old man called Eunuch and showed her the toy. He observed that it was a very skillful piece of work. The old man wondered if any of his students could create such a delicate work. It would be difficult for him to replicate a piece like that. The old man told the girl that her uncle must really love her. John replied that she loved her uncle very much too. So Chol said that his uncle had worked very hard, so he would fix the toy. The old man exhaled magical energy that fell over the bunny stuck to the handle of the shovel. So he handed the toy to the girl and told her that now everything was fine. Hayan was very happy and thanked the grandpa. The young ones watched from the side as the old man interacted with the children. The boy said that this teacher needed a special approach. He added that he had an idea. He had to tell his assistants to change their strategy regarding teacher Seo Cheol. Lately, Kangzo had developed the habit of going straight to the bakery to buy the delicious pastry he first tried while training at the association when he received his isolation subsidy. Kangzo entered the bakery, greeted the owner from the door, and asked if they had pastries that day. The boy behind the cash register greeted the visitor. Kangzo walked around the counter and saw that the pastries were sold out. The clerk told him they had all been bought already. The seller smiled and added that he had reserved a portion especially for him. Kangzo was very happy and said he was a kind man who often helped him. The seller reminded him that if they ate all the pastries that day, any leftovers should be kept in the fridge overnight. Kang thanked the seller and headed for the exit. The seller told him he would be happy to see the young man again next time. As he left the store, our hero held the door open for a customer coming in. The seller greeted him. He told her it was a great day for a picnic. Kangzo watched the vendor and the customer from a distance for a while. After bringing the roll home, Kangzo first put it in the fridge. The squeaky rat sat on his shoulder. Kangzo said the squeaky one had already eaten a piece of the roll. If she wanted more, she would have to wait until tomorrow, when they would eat it together for breakfast. At night, our hero slept peacefully in bed. The squeaky one also rested lying near the pillow. At some point, a sound reached the ears of the squeaky one. The rat jumped off the bed and followed the direction of the sound. The rat saw an open fridge. Without much effort, jumped onto the shelf where the box with the bun was. The squeaker was surprised. The box was empty. Instead of rolls, there were only friends. Kangzo approached the fridge and saw the empty box and the rat sitting nearby. In the morning, Kangzo told everyone the news about the roll and the rat, and Seong-tae was surprised. The squeaker had really eaten the whole roll. So said the rat denied everything, but it was obvious who the culprit was. The restaurant door opened, and a visitor appeared in the doorway. And Seong got up from his seat and greeted the guest. And Seong-tae was surprised to see Huk Hun Nim in front of him. He asked him what had brought him there. Huk said he came to have a beer and brought a roll with him. The guy added that he was expecting a long, serious conversation, so he brought a snack, a kind of bribe. Seong-tae asked his friend what had happened to him. He looked distressed. The guest asked Seong-tae how he had confessed his love to his wife. The guy said she used to hang out at the bakery, and that she was a pretty and nice girl. He had been in love with her for 2 months. He does not know what to do if he confesses his love. He is afraid Missy will start avoiding him. Heacock even started to cry. After all, He is not as handsome as Kango. How can someone like him ask a wonderful girl out? The guest said he had made a mistake and laid his head on the table. Yu Sung-tae realized it was a reaction from drinking too much alcohol. What was he supposed to do with him now? He needed to go home and lie down. Kangso suggested putting the guy to bed in his room. Yu Sung-tae asked if that would be a problem for Kanso. So replied no, since he owed the guy a favor for always saving him a snack. Hike slept in our hero's bed. Akano sat nearby in the room, resting in a lotus position. Suddenly, the screamer woke up and got strangely active. He got tired. He was surprised by what was happening. The screecher jumped to the floor and ran out of the room. Our hero followed him. Kangso approached the fridge and opened it. A little girl with wings on her back was sitting near a bun and devouring it. Kango asked her who she was and what she was doing there. The girl looked back and only then noticed the guy with the rat on his shoulder. In the morning, the adults placed the creature on the table and began to ask her questions. Was she the one who stole the sweet bun from the fridge? The girl said her name was Dees. She apologized for her bad behavior. Jo Song-tae was surprised that a flower fairy had appeared in his kitchen, since they are usually attracted to flowers or honey. Kanso asked what a flower fairy was. Jung explained that fairies are humanoid spirits that live in portals. With the appearance of the portals, they began to settle in cities. The magical monsters were exterminated, but no one touched the fairies because they do not harm humans and sometimes even help them. Therefore, they settled in protected cities. Kango asked again. They are creatures similar to your squeaky rat. Jo Seong-tae pointed out that sometimes there are evil fairies, but they still do not pose a serious danger. Kangso looked at the fairy and told her that this time he would forgive her, but that she should never steal buns again. She said she was embarrassed, but that she wanted to eat, and that is why she was willing to work. Lim Sound wondered how a flower fairy could help in an Asian restaurant. I said that she could use this Yu Song-tae, who seemed to want to put all the responsibility on the young man. Kangso suggested that he would train Huck and in return, Hyuk would hire the fairy. Lim Soyoung was happy and said it was a pretty good idea. A fit man definitely captures a woman's heart. Hyuk was delighted and asked Kango to teach him everything. He had neglected his appearance for a long time, and that made him feel insecure. Kangso said it was about time. Finally, he would have someone to train with. Hyuk said he was ready to start at any moment. Kangso promised that they would have fun together. The young people were walking around the mall. Kangso told Lim Soyoung that she had asked him not to tell Haeun and Yong. Why had they come there? Lim Soyoung said that the day after tomorrow was her husband's birthday. Jean replied that now everything was clear. Lim Soyoung added that she wanted to buy her husband a gift, but she was not sure what. Jun told her not to worry, that she would help her. Jun thought she had never imagined such an opportunity. Not even with her friends. It was wonderful. John thought going shopping with Kang would be pretty interesting. Kangso felt like he was still on a date, even though Lim Soyoung was with them. Lim Soyoung asked So once again not to tell her husband anything. They hid the gifts in her room. John asked the lady what gift she wanted to give her husband. Lim Soyoung said she was thinking about buying him shoes, but she was not sure if he would wear them. Jun suggested buying vitamins or supplements as a gift for her boss since he has been really tired lately. Lim Soyoung liked the idea, thinking that Jun knows more about gifts. Kangso asked Lim Soyoung if she would mind if he went shopping with the girls. The young man was advised to wear sunglasses and a cap, so that people would not notice how handsome he was. John approached a stuffed animal, and said he thought Haeun would like it. Kangso agreed with her. A siren went off in the mall. An announcement was made asking all shoppers to stay where they were. Someone said that the illegals had appeared. Sheehan explained that the outlaws are awake people who use their skills to commit crimes. It turns out not all awake people have the same aura color. Our hero saw the criminal and thought he had never seen an aura color like that of this person. This seemed strange. The illegals must have known that the security guards had activated a barrier around the mall, and that no one could cross it, except for those who had installed it. Kangso was surprised. If they knew, why were they committing crimes? Maybe they had some other plan. Jian suggested it could be a distraction tactic. Maybe they had other targets. Kango asked his partner if there were magical stones stored in the building's basement. Jian suggested that such a large mall would surely have many classes of stones. Exun said that security had everything under control. I am sure they would figure it out. Lim Soyoung started to worry about what to do. It seemed like they would be late to pick up their daughter from kindergarten. They also could not communicate with the woman. There was no connection. Our hero realized he had no other choice. He would have to help them. Kangso told John to stay with Lim Soyeon. John warned the boy to be careful. Without wasting any time, the protagonist went down the service stairs to the ground floor. On the way, he saw the security guards lying on the floor, bleeding profusely. What had happened there? Our hero used his inner energy to give first aid to the victims and save them from death. But they were all still in critical condition. Kangso realized there were thieves in the adjacent room. However, he only sensed a hostile aura from a man with a sword, so instantly entered the room and used his unique skills to take down all the criminals. Now he had no one to interrogate, but he would still find out what had happened there. Based on the rumors, our hero decided to leave the rest to the association. At the mall, the latest news was being discussed. The people dressed in black were just distracting attention to steal the stones. The manager told Jin Wai to stop those involved in the store theft. The manager told 2 people to follow him, and to save time in the elevator, he jumped straight to the ground from the top floor. Armed with knives, these people approached the room where the jewels were kept. They burst in, but were surprised to see that all the thieves had been subdued and were lying unconscious. What had happened there? Who had taken care of those thieves? Kangso told his friend that today was his birthday, but Yu Song-tae was still busy with work. The restaurant manager was surprised to learn it was his birthday. Kangso pointed out that for everyone around him, that day was not entirely normal. His wife and daughter entered the room and wished Yu Sung-tae a happy birthday. Lim Soyoung was carrying a birthday cake. Everyone, even the loud rat, congratulated Yu Sung-gae on his birthday. Ji-yun, Huck, and the one with the flowers also came to the party with gifts. Jo Song-tae was very moved and even had tears in his eyes. The guests told him to light the candles quickly. A few days later, Yu Song-tae approached the calendar and said today was a holiday. Kansa nodded and added that today was Children's Day. And Seon-tae pointed out that since it was a holiday, they would make a lot of money today. Our hero said he had read that this day was dedicated to children. By the way, John is also a girl. Jo Song-tae said he was going to take his daughter to a magic show after lunch. They would be busy until lunchtime. But how would they manage today? Without Ji-yoon. Kangso said that is why he called a substitute for her. At that moment, the young man arrived at the restaurant. Kangso said he arrived just in time. Seon-tae asked the young man for a parental consent form and a medical certificate. The young man provided everything, and Seon-tae told the boy to wash his hands and start with the dishes. The new employee got to work. Yu Song-tae noted that this boy worked fast. It was obvious right away that he was awake. The young man said it was not easy for him, but he delivered newspapers every day, so he had learned. Kang pointed out that even when you are awake, you need to practice your skills. At that moment, Yuang thought of another employee. Jian. June is a Class G smart girl, but she is much quicker than this Class C guy. The girl was in the back seat of the car. The assistant said that the young woman would arrive soon. The assistant added that as soon as they left, the young woman should greet the president first, then the president of the association, and afterwards talk to the other executives of the guild. The girl said she understood everything and asked about her dad. The assistant said that the young woman's father had promised to make a brief visit. Apparently, he was very busy. The girl asked why she had to attend the corporate party that day. Today is Children's Day, and why does she need that dark, flashy makeup and that red outfit? The assistant told her that the color red symbolized her guild, the Red Dragon. She just had to be patient. Her guild was supposed to be a role model and an inspiration for the kids. The girl wondered what aspirations they were talking about. They could barely cope with each new challenge. However, this country owes them its prosperity and security. The world is constantly on the brink of disaster. The assistant told the young woman not to forget her status. She is the most beautiful and representative face of the guild, the Red Flame Witch. It was natural that someone from a good, high-class family would be as beautiful as the young woman. There was no reason to be ashamed of it. The young woman thought that she would rather look older so they would not underestimate her because of her age. Now, that flashy makeup had become part of her image. The assistant asked the young woman about her hobby of pretending to be from a lower class. The young woman replied that she worked incognito to protect civilians in case of an emergency. Her companion said she was glad the young woman had a favorite hobby, an outlet, besides her work and guild matters. The car arrived at its destination and stopped. The girl got out of the car and thought it had been a long time since she had played her role as a hunter. At the amusement park, a friend approached our hero and pointed out one of the attractions. It was a dart-throwing game. Kangso was surprised. What was that? They were training assassins in broad daylight. Eon explained to him that it was just a game. Kangso understood. These were the entertainment games that people in this civilization loved. The boy explained that points were awarded for each balloon that popped. John pointed to a teddy bear and said it was the biggest prize. The toy was wrapped in festive wrapping paper and looked really nice. Kangso asked the girl if she wanted a teddy bear like that. John replied that if he had a teddy bear like that, he would be very happy and would not even want any candy. After thinking for a moment, the girl said she still wanted candy and different kinds of chocolate. Kangso suggested to the boy that he should try to win the bear and at the same time make friends with Heian. The boy said he would gladly try, but that he had woken up with a pretty useless ability. Explosion. Kangso asked what kind of ability that was. It was not very powerful for an S-class ability. It could cause a small explosion strong enough to temporarily blind and distract a monster. In everyday life, this ability had no use. Kangso told his partner to try doing what he had said. Everything should go well for the young man. Kangso bought 3 darts to throw at the balls. The boy thought about how he could hit a 100-point ball with all 3 darts in a single throw. After all, it was impossible. Kangso told his partner to stay steady and tense his core muscles. If it wobbled when thrown, the center of gravity of the thrown weapon would be off. He had to relax his shoulders and wrists and aim a bit higher. The most important thing was to focus. The young man focused and aimed. The task was completed, the balloon popped, and the boy scored 100 points. The young man was thrilled, and Kang just praised him. Heian was also happy. Heian was holding the coveted prize, a teddy bear. An announcement was made over the loudspeaker that the show of the mighty magician One Cool was about to begin. Heian told her uncle that the show was about to start, and that they needed to hurry. The young people rushed after the girl. Kangso told her to be careful and not to fall. At that moment, on the rooftop of the neighboring building, the villains pulled out their firearms. One of them feared they were putting themselves in danger. The second said that in any case, the order had to be fulfilled. They had no other choice. They would be destroyed themselves if they did not follow the order and started shooting at people. The criminals were scared of what would happen if they got caught. His accomplice said there was nothing to fear. They had this, he said, pointing to the shiny ring on his finger. Even if powerful awake seekers came looking for them, they would not find them. Their only target was the bloody flower. The criminals aimed, searching for a target to destroy. They were ordered to destroy the bloody flower. The true name of the bloody flower was Kim Jun. the Witch of the Red Flame. He had to die. Heian called the adults and told them he had found a good place. Kangzo thought that from there, they could see the levitation tricks up close. Kangzo thought he knew how to levitate himself. The young man said his favorite trick was when they cut a person in half, and then put them back together. Kangzo wondered if those tricks existed in this world too. When a magician cuts a body in half, and then puts it back together. The boy added that even though you know it is a trick, it looks very convincing. Our hero looked back. He thought he could sense a familiar aura. It could be Kangzo Ji. Kangzo saw a girl dressed in red in the VIP section, radiating that strong aura. Kangzo asked who was sitting there. His friend told him they were VIP seats. Kangzo asked, "Is this woman an important person?" The boy looked and was surprised. "She is the Black Rose." The boy added that in this country, if someone does not know this girl, they are probably a spy. It is expected that in the future she will become the leader of the Red Dragon Guild. Kangzo thought this girl must be a really strong hunter if she is so popular. His partner told him she was the best hunter in the Red Dragon Guild. It is one of the 3 most important guilds. Our hero thought, Jian is a high-class girl. Jun noticed his colleague and immediately started to hide from him. He wondered why these people from the Spring Pavilion were there at that moment. However, he enjoyed watching Kangzo. Kangzo thought Jian probably had her reasons for hiding her identity. The host announced that the grand show illusion was about to begin. The magician took the stage and released doves from his hat. The magician performed miracles and various figures flew around him on stage. Kangzo observed how the magician moved objects without using magic. Suddenly, our hero felt danger approaching. A bullet fired from a sniper rifle appeared in the air. Kangzo reacted with lightning speed. Using his energy skills, he deflected the bullet from its intended path. The bullet hit the protective barrier and left a crack. The guards were surprised. What had happened? One of the guards reported that a bullet loaded with aura had been fired. The security team realized there was a sniper in action. Several more bullets were fired at the target. The order was given to increase the power of the protective shield. It was necessary to protect the lady. It was clear that the aura-loaded bullets could penetrate the protective shield. They had to be stopped somehow. What kind of bullets were those, if they could penetrate the strongest energy shield? The security officer wondered who was capable of such a thing and why they were shooting. Yain jumped up from her seat and began to use her internal reserves to reinforce the energy shield. The security guard was confused. What was Black Rose doing? Jian asked the man why he was just sitting there. Wasn't he going to look for the criminal? Black Rose wondered what was happening to her friends at the Spring Pavilion restaurant. The security service representatives began evacuating civilians using identification marks. They directed the flow of people in the right direction. Lim So-yun told her daughter not to be afraid, because her mother was there with her. Jaein was crying and saying that her teddy bear had been hurt. The protagonist thought that John was crying because of the snipers. He would find those scoundrels and make them pay for it. Kangzo told his friends that he had to step away for a moment. It seemed that the danger had passed. Thanks to his unique skills, our hero quickly figured out the sniper's location. And climbing onto the rooftop, he approached them. One of the snipers was upset because his partner had missed. After all, he was supposed to take out the red fox with a single shot. His partner said he had aimed right at the head, but that the bullet had ricocheted off something. Kangzo stealthily approached the snipers from behind. One of the snipers suggested shooting a civilian to cause panic and then escape in the chaos. Kangzo was outraged to hear this. Were they really going to shoot innocent people? Iso decided that these two were scoundrels, and thought the best thing to do would be to return their own bullets to them. Giving the ammunition the necessary acceleration, our hero sent the bullets straight at the snipers. The villains were wounded and bleeding profusely as they fell onto the roof. Kangzo approached them. Kangzo was angry. Not only were they making Heian cry, but they were also going to shoot innocent people. One of the villains saw Kang and said he did not know who that guy was, but he would not forgive him for that. Kango wondered who this sniper threatening him was, who would not be forgiven. Kanso thought the hunters from the association would take care of these criminals, so as not to draw attention and not leave his friends alone for too long. The protagonist jumped off the roof of the skyscraper and headed towards Heian to comfort her. In the daycare, the kids were drawing something with interest, asking the teacher for help after receiving information on her smartphone. The alarm teacher said she would be back soon with the kids, but she needed to step out for a while. The girl answered the call and said Goro was on the phone. After listening to the caller, the teacher said she understood everything. It could very well be an attempt by illegal immigrants. The kids needed extra security. The girl was thanked for taking on this task, even though it was a job for the inspection department. The kids left the classroom and called for mess. The teacher said she was back. Gosora apologized and told the caller she would call back later. Gosora returned with the kids, apologized for being away, and asked them if they knew what day it was tomorrow. The kids raised their hands and said tomorrow was Parents' Day. The teacher praised the kids and told them that they were going to make paper carnations for the occasion. They wanted to express their gratitude to their parents. Gosora approached Jun and thanked her. She asked her who the flowers were for. Jun replied that they were gifts for her parents. All the kids immediately started talking about who their paper flowers were for. Gosora approached the boy Zhang Hun and told him that he had made a very nice carnation too. The kids asked Zhang Jaehai-jun if he had someone to give it to. The kids asked the teacher if it was true that Zhang Hun had no one to give carnations to, because he did not have parents and lived with his aunt. Some kids said they did not want to be friends with Zhang Hun. Zhang Hun sat at the table feeling sad. The teacher tried to cheer him up. Heian said that the kids who did not play with Zhang Hun were mean. The girl asked if they did not have parents. How would they feel if someone asked them who they were making the carnations for? The other kids responded that they did not want to be left without parents. Heian asked them if they now saw how bad that was. Why were they asking those questions to Zhang Hun? Gosora asked the kids what they should do when they did something wrong. The kids answered that they should say sorry. The teacher told them to apologize to Zhang Hun and not to say things like that again. Zhang Hun sat there upset with tears in his eyes. Heian approached the boy and told him to stop crying and keep making carnations with her. Zhang Hun said he would give the carnation to his aunt. Jaein smiled and assured him that his aunt would love the gift. The girl was walking down the hallway with some documents in her hands. She was lost in her thoughts. She was thinking about the guild leader, Kim Chijo, who had awakened to Class A. He appeared in the Era of Chaos, master of the magic sword and fire magic. He was one of the great warriors who won the war against the monsters. It was the largest guild in the country, but this man scared her. The girl decided that today she had to do it without making mistakes. She knocked on the door and heard someone on the other side say she could come in. The girl entered the office and greeted the leader. The man was sitting at his desk. The assistant said she would read today's agenda to the leader. The leader asked how the investigation was going regarding the attack on his daughter, with aura-loaded ammunition. The girl replied that the Silver Tower Group was currently a suspect, but there was still no news. The man slammed his fist on the table and demanded that the culprits be found at all costs, and as soon as possible. It was imperative to find the person who had dared to try to take his daughter's life. The girl assured him that she would do everything possible, and added that she had brought the requested materials about the Spring Pavilion restaurant. After studying the documents, the man asked if this was really about the owner of the restaurant. The girl confirmed it was Yu Song-tae, who had once been a friend of his and had helped him explore the underground world. He was a very talented chef. The assistant asked what the boss wanted to do with him. The man added that after his wife's death, his daughter only lived for revenge. It was the first time she had shown interest in anything else. Besides, he had a good relationship with the restaurant owner, so they needed to keep them under surveillance and leave them alone. When the leader was alone in his office, he leaned toward his safe. The man took out a child's toy from the safe. It was Jian's first carnation. When he looked at that object, all his fatigue and irritation simply faded away. He hoped that one day his daughter would smile as often as she did when she was a child. In the morning, before the restaurant opened, the former library employee met Kangso, who was cleaning the surroundings. So told the young man that he had arrived earlier than usual. The boy said that thanks to Kangso's training, he had learned to deliver the same number of newspapers in less time. Kangso was surprised to hear about this training. Everything had been achieved thanks to the boy's effort. He had only given him advice. The young man said he had been feeling depressed for a long time and thought his life would be normal and boring until the end. But thanks to Kangso, he felt he could achieve anything. The boy thought he would not be able to advance in class, but he did not imagine that the dart-throwing technique he had been taught would develop his skills so much. Kangso was surprised by what he was saying. His conversation partner explained that the dart-throwing technique had been very useful to him. Kangso said he was referring to something else. The boy repeated for the second time that he would stay in class forever.
Well,
the young man asked, wasn't it obvious? The chances of someone experiencing a second awakening were practically nil. Even if someone survived a second awakening, there was no guarantee that the class would increase. Kangso thought this guy was mistaken. The awakening is just the beginning. Our hero wondered, doesn't anyone in this civilization understand? Kangso asked the young man what breathing techniques he knew. His conversation partner was surprised and asked, what is that? So realized that the awakened in this world did not know what this technique was for, which is why they had so little control over their energy. The young man said he still had to deliver some newspapers, so he was leaving. The two said goodbye. Yusong asked Kangso what was bothering him. Kangso wondered what his friend would do if he knew the secret to making all the awakened much stronger. And Seonj replied that he would share this secret with them. Kangso asked if he expected anything in return, and Seontae replied that if his home and family were protected by even stronger awakened, that would be enough for him. Jotae added, what good would this secret do for just him? It would be better to share it because he himself was not capable of protecting this civilization. He wanted his daughter to live in a safe world. Kangso replied that now everything was clear. His friend suggested he calm down and have a little soda. Kangso thought he was living quietly in anonymity because he did not want to cause any disturbance in this world. In that case, if he shared the secret with this world, there would be more order in it, which was exactly what he wanted. He decided to develop a breathing technique for the enlightened. Our hero worked hard, went 2 nights without sleep, and finally finished the necessary program. Thanks to this technique, the enlightened would be able to concentrate the aura in their bodies and not lose it. Kangso called his technique the pure and just heart method. The only thing left was to find a way to spread it. Kangso asked Jun what the president of the Hunters Association was like, what kind of person he was. The girl replied that he was a great man whose name would go down in history. Frankly, if it were not for him, this country would not exist today. He was the person who deserved his position the most. He was always there when his help was needed the most. Kangso thought he was exactly the person he needed. Just condemned by power. This is the kind of person who can take on the responsibility of distributing his manuscript. Kangso thought that if everything Jian said about him was true, then he was trustworthy, and this precious secret could be entrusted to him. Our hero decided it was the perfect time to take a walk. The union leader, accompanied by the security staff, followed the indicated direction. The president approached the guards, who immediately greeted him. The first thing the union leader did upon arriving at work was to ask his assistant for a cup of coffee. The president noticed an unfamiliar manuscript on his desk, which naturally piqued his interest. What could be the method of a pure and just heart? Could it be a novel about martial arts? The assistant brought the president a cup of aromatic coffee. The boss asked the assistant if he knew what the manuscript was. The assistant looked at the notebook and told the president that he did not have that information. It seemed to be something related to martial arts. The boss smiled and said that in those kinds of books, there is always a hero who finds an ancient manuscript about martial arts and becomes stronger. If reading books gave you those skills, that would be wonderful. However, something in that manuscript definitely interested the Union Master. The handwriting was not very pretty, but it was energetic. The notebook claimed that this method of a pure and upright heart aimed to concentrate the awakening of the aura in the body. This information greatly interested the Union leader. The method involved strengthening the connection between the Danshin and the energy core. This allows a person to use their aura without unnecessary losses, which will make the awakened much more effective in battle. Those who study this method will understand that the modern class system of the awakened is not decisive, but rather just the beginning of human development. The guild leader thought that the author of the method, who had a pure and just heart, was sharing it with humanity for free, and only hoped that this method would be used solely for peace and security. Scientists around the world are researching the possibility of elevating the level of the awakened. However, no one has yet found the answer, and all the research has been in vain. The guild leader wondered, who could have written something so grand? The method is written in a very convincing way. One might even say at a very high level. But who brought this notebook here, and for what purpose? On a blank page of the notebook, the man saw an unusual symbol. It could not be. This was the only trace of a level 0 awakened that they had found. Perhaps he was the author of the method. If that was the case, there was no doubt about the effectiveness of the method and the good intentions of its author. The guild leader thought that this method would not cause him any personal problems. The man had no objections to everything being as the author of this manuscript wanted. Even Li Xin had issues in the field of energy conservation. The president was curious to see Li Xin's reaction when he read about this method. He needed to get in touch with him. The young man went to the president of the guild's office and asked what was going on. After all, the president knows how much he dislikes leaving home. The man suggested to the young man that he read the manuscript. He thought it contained the answers his counterpart had been looking for so long. Li Xin asked where the president had gotten that worn-out notebook. After reading a few lines, Li Xin was very surprised. What was that? The president smiled and replied that he had been waiting for that expression. Now he could say with certainty that his day had been a success. Li Xin repeated his question. What is it? The man answered. Can't you see? The method of a pure and upright heart. The president added that his counterpart had traveled abroad several times to meet with awake individuals from Class 0 and asked them how they dealt with their violent energy. Li Xin said that it was indeed like that, but he had only received useless answers. For example, experiencing awakening and rebirth in Class 0, Lin said this was very similar to the real solution to the energy problem. Where did the guild leader get it from? The man replied that it was a gift from the only Class 0 awakened in the country. When he arrived at work, this notebook was on the table, and it was not clear how it got there. Not even the cameras caught anyone. Li Xin asked if he could be the first to study this method. The president said that is why he had summoned him. Even if there were any side effects, he could overcome them with his Class S skills. Li Xin left the president's office with the notebook and wondered who he was. The first Class 0 awakened in this country, Lin, was strolling peacefully along the embankment, reflecting on the urgent matters at hand. The weather was splendid, and Li Xin sat on a bench to rest. Looking up, he decided the sky was very clear. How long had it been since he left home? How long had it been since he enjoyed the sun so carefree as he was now? People were paying attention to the man with a sword in hand who had defeated the monster. They said he was a hero. The people enthusiastically welcomed the new Class S hero who had appeared as if by magic. The hopes of the entire nation were placed on him. Li Xin was the man who closed the S-class portal. However, his companions were destroyed, and he began to fear his own power. Since then, he has lived in constant struggle with his power. The more he tries to control it, the more it spirals out of control, making him feel increasingly alone. Although thanks to him, many people were able to return to a peaceful life. Li Xin continued to look at the sky. He kept living, and it was not easy for him to deal with his superpower. Lion understood that he still had not mastered the method to perfection. He should not relax. Li Xin had given up his own power for a long time. However, by mastering the method of a pure and just heart, he was able to overcome it and break through the zero-class barrier. The awakened zero-class who wrote this method was truly his benefactor. Li Xin fixed his gaze on the people who were sitting nearby. They were thrilled that their food had been served in literally 5 minutes. Did this delivery person have a speed-related ability? Clearly, he was at least a Class B. The delivery guy with a motorcycle helmet delivered food from Spring Pavilion to the young people. The order included a small portion of gaba, 3 chang, and a jampa. The customer said they had not ordered fried dumplings. The delivery guy said it was a gift from the restaurant and wished the young people a good meal. Li Xin watched the delivery guy with interest. Li Xin heard the name of the restaurant, and after searching for it in his browser cited it was not far. Li Xin decided to visit this restaurant. Our hero was told that he had been in great shape today, and was offered a glass of water to refresh himself. Jian, seeing Kangso drink water, asked him, "Is something wrong?" Kangso replied that everything was fine with the water. However, he felt the presence of a young man. He had sensed his presence in the park. This guy had an incredibly strong aura. Li Xin entered the restaurant and greeted those present. The manager asked if the visitor would be alone. Li Xin was surprised to see Jun there. He asked what Jun was doing there. Yonggi asked if he really knew Jun. Yu Song-tae thought he had seen this young man somewhere before. Jun said he was his cousin. He added that he had a plain face. Everyone said they had seen him before somewhere. He asked what he felt like asking his brother Jae. He added that he could eat fast and be on his way. Li Xin said he would be happy to try the hame. Ji-yun approached the table where Li Xin was sitting and asked what he was doing there. He had been allowed to leave the house. If he had another uncontrollable energy attack, how would the others react? Li Xin replied that that was in the past. Ji-yun asked how he had found a solution. The boy replied that Jun would find out everything in the next training session at the association. Jun asked Li Xin to keep his mouth shut in front of those people, since they thought she was just a normal girl. Lim Soying brought the boy his order, Chaeum, and added that since he was related to Jian, they had prepared a larger portion for him. The boy thanked the hostess. After trying the dark noodles, Lion concluded that it was a very tasty dish and his eyes sparkled with happiness. Li Xin thought that even though the noodles were a bit burnt in some parts, they were still very tasty. It had been a long time since I had eaten such fresh and perfectly cooked jahang. Li Xin was excited. He thought he would never experience such simple pleasures again. Suddenly, Li Xin had a vision. He imagined all the diners in the restaurant lying unconscious in their own blood. Li Xin thought he had an emotional surge, and his aura flared up. Ji approached the young man and told him that if he was done eating, he could leave quickly. Li Xin stared at Kango, who was taking notes on other customers. Li Xin could not understand what had just happened to him. When he regained his senses, he felt a great relief. Li Xin thought the situation was dangerous. Although he had studied the pure and just heart method, he still had little experience. Kangzo thought about how good it was to have been able to suppress the boy's energy with his own energy in time. Our hero was curious about who that guy was. He had studied the pure and just heart method very well, even though this method had only been published a few days ago. If he knew Jian, then he must be someone important. Kangzo thought this guy was a bit clumsy, but he knew the theory well. He was an incredible talent. He might be the only class talent in the whole country. Jian asked Li Xin if he liked the food. She added that she had to leave and not come back ever again. The young man replied that he understood. Li Xin answered a phone call. He said that he understood and informed the president he would arrive soon. Ji worried about what had happened. Li Xin told the girl that the president had called him for a meeting. Yun replied that he needed to hurry. The young people said their goodbyes. And Yun pointed out that they would see each other again soon. But not there. When Li Xin left, Yun sighed in relief thinking that guy might rat her out. Yun turned around and saw Kangso in front of her. She said he was her cousin. Honestly. Kangso replied that he understood everything upon arriving at the guild leader's office. Li Xin asked why the boss had summoned him. The president asked him if the young man had studied this method yet. Li Xin responded that he had. And the effects were simply mind-blowing. The guild leader noticed that the young man was not excited. There might be something negative about this method. Li Xin replied that at first he was excited. But after studying it carefully, he suddenly realized that if this method became available to the masses, it would cause chaos. The president said that when he realized it was a method that really worked, he thought the same thing. But there was something that scared him more than the side effects. The president asked if Li Xin was worried about the reasons behind the author of this method. The guild leader added that, like his counterpart, he was suspicious of this person. Not just fear, but a feeling of dread and respect at the same time. Li Xin wondered what the motives of the awakened Class 0 would be. In the office, a young man brought a cup of coffee and offered it to his sister. She must have been tired. The girl thanked him for the coffee. The boy asked her if she was working too much again. She probably had a lot of work to do. Her colleague replied that lately, illegal activities had become too active. Her counterpart said he agreed with her. He had heard that the terrorist had also become more active. The girl pointed out that, because of that scoundrel, the investigators were about to be stressed to death at work. The support department was under enormous pressure due to the Black Rose attack. She asked her colleague if he was not just as busy at work at that moment. Had he really just come to have coffee? The boy replied that he had something for her and asked if she was free next Thursday night. The boy said he had gotten tickets for the ball, the Golden Star. He wanted to go with her if he could. The girl winked and said that ball looked very tempting. She wanted to go with another girl, but she had refused. The girl added that she could not refuse if her little brother asked her. Of course, she would go. The young man told his sister not to forget and to write it down in her calendar. The girl took the calendar and said she would do what her little brother had asked. The boy thanked his sister and said he was going back to work. After having coffee, the employee said she seemed to have cleared her thoughts and thanked her brother for the drink. Thursday arrived. The family from Spring Pavilion restaurant was also going to the ball. Hayan asked her father and uncle if she looked pretty. The men expressed their admiration. Yong said that Hayan was a true beauty. Kangso added that the girl was simply adorable. Lim So-young looked at her husband and told him he was looking very smart today, and Seonji said that Kang was very well dressed. Eun agreed and said her uncle looked like a star that day. Koo thanked her for the compliment. Young told his friend that he had a bad feeling. Kangso was surprised. Did he look bad? Lim So-young explained that they were worried about Ko. It could attract unwanted attention with her dazzling appearance. Kanzo thanked them again for the compliment. The young people went together to see the ball at Golden Star. Yu Song-tae thought that Kano really drew attention wherever she went. Our hero found the situation strange. Why did he feel the same dark energy in such a spacious and crowded room as in the dungeons? Kangso decided to find out the source of that energy. The boy noticed that the Black Rose had appeared there. She was wearing a red dress again. The Black Rose, in a red dress, seemed a bit strange to him. Maybe the girl did not want to draw attention. The Black Rose saw our hero in his suit and noticed that he was quite attractive. The girl blushed. Feeling embarrassed, of course. recognized Jun. Iso wondered if he should tell the girl that the source of the strange energy was illegal activities happening somewhere nearby. But if he did, how would he explain it later? After all, Class F does not have that kind of intuition, and she would realize he was from Class 0. However, he himself was still unsure about anything. It was better to find out for sure. The young man and the girl were drinking alcohol. He said that insignificant people can have fun, that it would be the last ticket in their lives. The girl said she brought Asmodeus an exclusive wine in honor of his vacation. The boy said that was exactly what he needed. Blood red wine. Asmodeus asked his subordinates if everything was ready. They replied yes. Asmodeus said that in the second act Clara would dance with the prince. Then her charming performance would begin. After finishing his wine, Asmodeus drew his sword and said it was time to act. He added that everything was according to his will. Asmodeus and his assistant took their places on the helipad. He said that from there they would have an excellent view. They would see how the concert hall took flight. Asmodeus heard someone behind him ask, "What do you mean by flying?" Turning around, Asmodeus saw a stranger greeting him. Asmodeus asked him who he was. The stranger, he said he did not want to spoil their mood, but he hoped for their cooperation. Asmodeus was surprised. What was that crazy guy talking about? Asmod added, "Do you even understand who you are up against?" At the same time, the villain assumed a boxing stance. Kanso, the unknown fighter, also took up a boxing stance. Kangso sent his opponent flying backward with a punch to the jaw. Asmodeus went flying and landed on his back. Our hero said it seems to be the same in any world. Civilized conversation is seen as a weakness, and language itself leads people to the abyss. He added that his opponent should stop playing around and get up. Kangso was taken aback. He had not hit him that hard. Why was his opponent so angry? Asmodeus got angry. Did this guy know who he was dealing with? Hang asked who that scoundrel was. His opponent said he was the great and powerful Asmodeus. Asmodeus was surprised. Why could not he see the face of this stranger? Our hero had disguised himself using his inner energy. Kanso declared he did not care who was in front of him. Asmodeus had to admit why he needed to be in the concert hall. Asmodeus called his opponent a fool and added that he had ordered a bomb to be placed. Asmodeus laughed. The bomb was placed in the support column of the building. When it exploded, all those pathetic insects would die. Kangso turned to the girl. His subordinate was telling the truth. Asmodeus felt offended because he was the boss of this girl. Kango, addressing Asmodeus's partner, said maybe it was time to end this charade. The girl realized this guy had great intuition. The girl approached Asmodeus and told him she was tired of being a secretary. Maybe it was time to put an end to this. Asmodeus was outraged at what she was talking about. The girl punched her partner in the chest, piercing his body through and through. Asmodeus's partner pulled his bloodied hand from the boy's chest and grabbed his sword. She said this artifact, and even the name Asmodeus, were not meant for him. Asmodeus was shocked. How dare he? Asmodeus could no longer stand and fell to the ground. The girl said she could now sleep in peace. Kanzo asked the girl holding the sword. The girl replied that she was the real Asmodeus. That fool. Kanzo said that in that case, it was his business and attacked his opponent. Our hero's hand passed through the girl's body as if it were mist. Kangso thought it was illusory magic. Asmodeus said this guy was really fast. The girl was invulnerable. Kangso asked if she was human or what. Asmodeus shook his head. How could he ask those questions to a girl? The stranger replied that she kept her name a secret. Maybe next time she would introduce herself to him. The girl said that because of this guy, she might miss a great show. But this time she would forgive him because he was her type. The girl turned around and started to walk away, saying they would see each other again. However, she could not disappear. The portal opened by her artifact started to distort for some reason. Kano used his skills to close the portal. He asked the girl if she really thought he would let her go that easily. Hango approached the stranger and told her she had an interesting ability to cut space. But he had an answer for that. He would simply sue the space. The girl did not believe such a thing was possible. Asmodeus thought this guy could be dangerous for her. Asmodeus decided he had to take on an incorporeal form and disappear. Sue asked how many more times he was going to dodge him. Our hero attacked his opponent, hitting her with intense punches. The girl thought that was bad. Even in her incorporeal form, she could feel his blows. Besides, the time to use this ability would soon expire. Asmodeus began to reappear. The time had already expired. I wish it had at least been a higher class. Kanso kicked the girl right in the chest. She flew backward and fell on her back. Kanso saw that his opponent had black blood. He knew she was not human. She must have been a demon in the shape of a woman. Asmodeus thought it was a disaster. He could not escape from his opponent. Kneeling on the ground, the girl thought, would I really have to resort to that method? Kangzo asked his opponent who she was. Her aura was very unusual. Asmodeus wondered if she told him. Would he forgive her? Kango was surprised. Was she really asking for mercy? Asmodeus said she was not asking for mercy. Asmodeus drew his sword. The girl swung and pierced her chest with the sword. Black blood gushed everywhere. Kanzo calmly said he did not expect her to choose to self-destruct rather than reveal who she was. The girl smiled mysteriously. Perhaps he had misinterpreted what was happening. A dark, negative energy began to spread everywhere, emanating from her wound. Asmodeus bid farewell once again, and said he hoped to never see that handsome man again. Our hero did not know such a skill existed. He should have suppressed it, and then interrogated her. The girl's companion stood up, bleeding profusely, and said she had betrayed him and that he would take revenge. Kangzo told him to share his plan, and then he would get back at her for this guy. The villain said the bomb would detonate during Clara and the prince's dance. There is a pyrokinesis user in the audience. Kangzo was already thinking of a course of action. He realized he had to get into the auditorium right away. The performance had already started. The ballad on stage was in full swing. Among the audience were Yusen Tae and his family. Han said it was very beautiful. Lim Soying said the next part would be the flower ball. And then the most interesting part, the dance of Clara and the prince. Lai Xin, accompanied by security, inspected the perimeter. He knew the next act would be Clara and the prince's dance. Li Xin thought that the person who had burst into his office was definitely a nobody. They left a message saying there were illegal people in the Myeongsan concert hall, and then disappeared. The guild leader said he did not know how that person knew, but it was likely that there were people like that. The president ordered Lai Xin to take a squad of law enforcement agents and go there. There should not be any particular problems. Lai Xin could feel the aura, judging by the blueprints. It came from the technical floor. Lai Xin told the law enforcement agents that they first had to evacuate the civilians. Lai Xin took some of the law enforcement agents with him and headed to the basement. The rest of the law enforcement agents were busy with the urgent evacuation of the auditorium. Li Xin thought the director of the association had given them the building plans, which greatly expedited the search. Li Xin saw a man standing to the side and thought he had a suspicious aura. The man approached Li Xin and told him that access was prohibited. They had to leave the area. Whoever they were, Li Xin thought the entrance was only prohibited for him and threw a punch. The impact sent him flying backward, broke the door, and he flew into the next room. Li Xin entered the forbidden room and, seeing some strangers there, said he had an arrest warrant for them. After a while, with the help of security personnel, the strangers were subdued and brought down to the ground. Kangoo thought there was no problem with those people. Lai Xin was surprised to see one of the arrested men smiling strangely. Lai Xin asked him what he was up to. Lai Xin grabbed the guy by the chest and told him to confess. What else were they hiding? The stranger was taken aback. I can't smile. Lai decided to take tougher measures and use force. He grabbed the stranger by the chest and told him he would not ask him 3 times. The arrested man got scared and said everything was in the concert hall. There is a terrorist among the audience in the concert hall. This information alarmed Lai Xin greatly. The evacuation of the concert hall was in full swing. The audience was asked to hurry. A group of illegal immigrants had been found in the building. It was necessary to evacuate the building without causing unnecessary panic. Yu Song-tae's family was still in the hall. Haeyeon, sitting on her father's shoulders, asked where Uncle Kangso was and if he was okay. Suddenly, one of the spectators stood up in the middle of the room and said they realized it too late. He would sacrifice his blood and desperation to the great being. There was a powerful explosion in the lobby. It was clear that this was a suicide bomber and also illegal. In the next moment, our hero appeared near Young-tae's family and apologized for being late. Young-gi asked where Kangso had been for so long. Armed men appeared at the doors and said they would not let anyone out. The audience had to accept that they would become victims of the great being. The law enforcement officers outside could not open the door. It was clear that the doors were locked from the inside. Li Xin kicked the door open with a powerful blow and entered. He told the criminals that their associates in the basement had been arrested. They needed to stop resisting and surrender. The spectators recognized this man. They said he was Li Xin, an S-class hunter. One of the criminals with explosives in hand said he would not surrender and that he would take Li Xin with him. The villain shouted that he was a second-generation pyromancer. Everyone present would die in the glory of the great master. The criminal began to ignite. Li Xin thought this arsonist had completely lost his mind. It was serious, and he would not be able to contain the force of the explosion even if the villain were destroyed. He would have time to ignite the spark, and the detonation would occur. Suddenly, a source of energy appeared nearby. Li Xin thought this strange yet somehow familiar energy was enveloping the terrorist. This was done to stop the force of the explosion in case of detonation. This energy extinguished all the flames of the criminal, as if nothing had happened. The pyromaniac threw the explosives to the ground and burst into flames again. Screaming loudly, Li Xin managed to fly and catch the explosives before they hit the ground. At that moment, he thought the pyromaniac had blown himself up with his own power. Li Xin was holding the explosives in his hands. Thanks to his quick reaction and ingenuity, the explosion was avoided. A security representative examined the terrorist and said he could still be saved. However, he was barely breathing and needed urgent resuscitation. At that moment, a healer from the Silver Tower appeared. He stepped forward and said they needed to hand over the terrorist. The healer leaned over the villain and started performing CPR. Li Xin watched calmly. Li Xin saw one of the onlookers, dressed in a beautiful suit, giving him a thumbs up. Li Xin understood everything. This man had the same aura that had stopped his uncontrollable power outburst at the restaurant. Haeyeon was crying on the theater steps. She wanted to see Clara dance. The ballet company dancers stood next to the audience. Clara approached the girl and asked if the little princess wanted to see her dance. Haeyeon was very happy and said of course she did. Clara took the prince by the arm and said that in that case, they would dance for the girl. The audience watched with interest as Clara and the prince danced in the square in front of the theater. Instead of spotlights, there was the moon, and instead of a stage, there were streets. The audience was enchanted. The Shining Stars troupe delighted their audience like never before. That night, Li Xin approached Kang and asked him to be his teacher. Our hero looked at his opponent and thought he was getting into trouble. Just before closing time, a young man entered the restaurant. He was warned that the restaurant was already closing. Kangso knew that sooner or later this guy would come. But as soon as Li Xin turned to Kangso and called him master, he asked, "Is the master really the one with rank 0? Kang replied quietly that this was not the right place to have that conversation. He knew a safe place and suggested they meet there at the same time the next day. Kangso apologized to Li Xin for distracting him from his work. Li Xin replied that he was willing to dedicate all his time to those lessons. Li Xin thanked the master. Thanks to him, a terrible catastrophe had been avoided. Kangso asked why the young man called him master. Li Xin said that his interlocutor was not just a master, but also a savior. The method of a pure and just heart had given him the chance to live as a human being. Li Xin apologized for being rude when the professor came to his house. During that meeting, Li Xin asked him who he was and how he had found his house. The stranger told him that an illegal terrorist attack was being planned at the Mengsan Auditorium, and that hundreds of citizens could die. He understood that it was hard for Li Xin to believe him. But he was telling the truth. Li Xin asked what proof he had. And even if it were true, why had the stranger come to him? The stranger replied that only Li Xin, the only awakened one of rank 0, could stop them. Li Xin was surprised. After all, no one knew he had reached that level. The master must have sensed the aura emanating from him, purified by the method of a pure and just heart. Li Xin asked his interlocutor to take him as a disciple. Kang Zhou asked why Li Xin needed that. The young man replied that he really needed to become even stronger. Kang Zhou was surprised. He was already incredibly strong. Besides, with where he was rushing with his method, he would continue to grow. Li Xin said that yesterday he had seen the master's methods and realized how far he was from being able to save people with the same effectiveness as him. Li Xin stated that his family, friends, and colleagues lived in this city. If the country was in danger, these people were in danger too. Our hero thought that this guy had almost the same reasons as him to use his power. He also wants to protect Yo Xiangte and his family. Li Xin grabbed Kang Zhou's hand and asked the master not to reject him. Kang Zhou thought, if I teach this kid and he becomes stronger, maybe then I won't have to intervene so often. Soon he could become his assistant. Besides, if he becomes stronger, Yu Songtai's simple aspirations for safety in society could come true. Ku asked Li Xin how old he was. The boy replied that he was already 32 years old. Our hero was surprised. He was only 3 years younger and wanted to be a student. Somehow that did not seem right to him. Kang Zhou made another suggestion. Li Xin could study, but as a younger brother, not as a student. Li Xin agreed and bowed to his older brother. Kan suggested meeting there every Tuesday and Thursday if it worked for his younger brother. Li Xin replied that that schedule worked for him. Kang Zhou said that in that case, they would start right away. He was ready to teach his younger brother the techniques of the pure and upright method. After the training, Li Xin said it was amazing. When Kang Zhou himself taught with such detail, it was something completely different. He asked what they would do next. Kang Zhou said he had heard that Li Xin was a master swordsman. Li Xin confirmed it. Kang Zhou said that unfortunately, he did not have a sword to practice with. Li Xin said that if he needed a sword, he had one. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Li Xin's hands. Li Xin handed the sword to his older brother and told him it was his favorite sword, the Lady of the Wind. Kang Zhou was surprised. His partner had really pulled that sword out of nowhere. Lin replied that it was called inventory. Li Xin added that it was a common attribute of the awakened. Didn't his older brother have one? Kang Zhou recalled that his teacher had talked about them in class. He knew it was too expensive and had forgotten about it. Li Xin said he would give a sword like that to his older brother. Li Xin explained that the inventory is disguised in the body like a tattoo, and that its size depends on the person's rank. Kang Zhou asked how big Li Xin's gear was. Li Xin replied that it was quite large. When he raised his rank to steel, the size increased to that of a 30-story building. Kang Zhou asked if Li Xin could enter his own inventory. His interlocutor replied that it was possible. It was something like a parallel dimension. However, the time spent in this dimension also depended on the person's level. The protagonist thanked his brother and said it would be useful to him. Kang Zhou said they could now see Li Xin's sword skills. Li Xin picked up the sword and demonstrated everything he was capable of doing. Kang Zhou thought this guy had a sense of rhythm in martial arts, but was not very practical in a fight. Kang Zhou told Li Xin to stop, since he had already understood everything. Kang Zhou asked who had taught his brother. Li Xin replied that he had learned this art at the Hunter Academy, and that it was called Tai Lum. Hango bluntly said this art was not bad, but it lacked effectiveness. He could teach his younger brother a much more practical martial art with a sword. Li Xin bowed and said he humbled himself before Kangso and was ready to learn. Kangso said he would teach his brother a technique called Sea Storm Sword. Li Xin was surprised by the name. It does not sound too childish. Kangso replied that it sounded really good. Kangso asked Li Xin for another sword if he had one. Kangso received the sword from his younger brother. Li Xin thought that even by the way he drew the sword, he could already feel its incredible power. K announced Sea Storm Sword. Move 1. Hanzo directed the sword's energy towards a huge rock in front of him. The rock split in two as if it were a piece of butter. Li Xin was amazed at how his older brother cut through the rock so evenly. Li Xin clenched his fists and said it was incredible. Kangso pointed out that if energy was put into the sword at the moment of impact, it could cut through any material. Li Xin asked if Kangso had put energy into the strike. His older brother said no, because if he had, the strike would have been so powerful it would have created a crater. Li Xin said it was incredible. Kangso asked him what surprised him. Li Xin thought their ranks were very different in terms of strength. He was far behind his older brother. He had to push himself to the max and learn. In the morning, while cleaning around the restaurant, Kangso thought the broom handle was now much sturdier and more comfortable. It had been a good idea to replace the handle with a steel one. Looking up, our hero was surprised to see a bookstore nearby. Kangso saw a line coming out of the bookstore. The boy greeted his older brother. Kangso was surprised. Was this his younger brother's store? Li Xin blushed. He had wanted to mention it before, but had not found the right moment. Yontae looked out of the restaurant and told Kangso to put down the broom and come in for breakfast. Zhou saw Li Xin and was surprised. Was this the hunter? Li Xin greeted Yongtae and apologized for not coming earlier. He had opened a store next door. Yonggi thanked the young man for recently saving his family. Li Xin said he had opened a store next door, and that they would now be friends as coworkers. And Xianj was surprised. The hunter worked at a store across the street. How had that happened? And not just any store, but a bookstore. John looked out of the restaurant and called his father and uncle to come for breakfast. Heian said he knew that uncle. He was from the bookstore. Li Xin waved at the girl and greeted her. Yuanjun Tae invited his new neighbor to join them for breakfast. Li Xin scratched the back of his neck and said he felt uncomfortable imposing so early in the morning. Lim Soing also looked outside the restaurant and invited Li Xin to visit them. She said they just needed to add one more set of utensils. Breakfast was in full swing and everyone was enjoying the food. Lim Soing asked her guest if he liked the food. Li Xin replied that everything was delicious and that he was full. Yu Songti was glad to have the chance to thank the hunter this way. The restaurant owner thanked the guest again for saving his family. Li Xin said he was just doing his duty. He thought it was not him who had saved everyone, but his older brother. Zhou Songtae was surprised that Li Xin was referring to Kang as older. Li Xin replied that it came naturally to him. Yu Songtae was surprised that Kangso had managed to befriend this famous hunter. He rarely understood Kangso. Li Xin asked if his older brother had already tattooed the inventory stone on him. Kangso replied that he had forgotten how to do it. Li Xin reminded him that it was very simple. He just had to place the inventory stone where he wanted to apply the tattoo and say apply out loud. And then the process would start. Our hero did everything he was told and said apply out loud. His hand glowed and a tattoo began to appear on it. Li Xin reminded him that to open the inventory, he just had to tell himself, open inventory. Next, he had to imagine the object he wanted to take out. Line continued saying that a small portal would appear in front of his brother, where he would have to put his hand in and retrieve the object. Li Xin added that he could also enter the inventory. The older brother could give it a try. Kangso closed his eyes and said, enter the inventory. Our hero opened his eyes and saw that he was inside. Korongi had entered with him. Kangso placed the rat on his shoulder and said they were in his inventory. Our hero began to study the layout of this area. His younger brother said that a huge building would fit here. Kangso was surprised. This place was not very spacious. The manual said that the inventory space was safe for the owner and their belongings no matter what happened there. Our hero came up with the idea of practicing the light body technique there. Kanso sped up and decided to check how different the acceleration was in the inventory space compared to the outside. Kanso rose above the surface. This space was enormous. He could not even see the edge. Slowing down, he decided that was enough for today. He would examine it more closely tomorrow. Kanso mentally commanded himself to exit the inventory. The next moment, our hero was back in his seat at the restaurant. Jo Seong-tae asked him if there was a lot of space in his inventory. Kango replied that there was so much space that he could not even see the edges. You could hide an entire city there. Jo Seong-tae was really surprised because he knew the size of the inventory depended on the owner's strength. Li Xin wondered how strong his brother was. How big the difference between them was. Kangso agreed that there was a lot of space in that place, but it felt a bit strange there. There was nowhere to sit. Li Xin said that if his brother had magic stones, he could create anything he wanted in his inventory. He could even build buildings. Kangzo asked if the magic stones were the ones inside the monsters. Li Xin confirmed it and added that, as a general rule, only hunters legally registered in the portals could obtain them. But in some places, there were many monsters that were not controlled by the association. Kanzo asked if the unregistered monsters were the ones that no one had claimed rights to. Li Xin asked if his older brother really wanted to go after the magic stone and added that he would not mind marrying Kango. Kangso said that was great because that way he could build something in his inventory. Li Xin said that he had recently reached rank 0 and that his inventory had increased. He could also build something. Yu Seong said that the unaccounted monsters they were going to face had incredible power. Surprisingly, Jo Seong was not worried about his friends, but about the monsters. One day, Jaein told her parents that she wanted to be a dancer. The girl added that she wanted to dance elegantly and spin gracefully, like the dancers do. Ju Sung-tae thought his daughter was impressed by the performance the artists had put on for them in the middle of the street. Lim Soying said she had found out that there was a dance school not too far from them, and that the tuition was not that expensive. Ju Sung-tae suggested going to the school to see how the training was conducted. Haein was very happy. The girl responsibly declared that she really wanted to study to become a dancer at the dance school. At that moment, there was a class in the school classroom. The administrator told the teacher, Sari, that a family had come to visit the school. Sari greeted the girl and asked her if she really wanted to learn ballet. She could give her clothes to train right away, and they could try everything instantly. Haein changed clothes and began practicing with the other kids. Haein did her best to make a good impression on the teacher. During the rehearsal, Sari thought she was a girl with a lot of talent. After the trial class, Yu Song-tae thanked the teacher and his family went home. A young man nearby asked Sari if it was the family's first time visiting the place. Sari replied that it was their first time coming, and that they wanted to enroll the girl in dance classes. She had also seen her for the first time, but thought the girl had a lot of talent. The man said he came not only to see Sari's work, but also to see if there was any potential model among her students. His attention was focused on this girl. Sari asked him if he had the ability to recognize talent. The man said it was the first time he saw a girl with so much talent. Could Sari give him her parents' phone number? Sari replied that she wanted to know first why he was interested. Yu Song-tae was surprised. Were they really inviting Haein to an audition? Lim Soying said that her dance teacher's older brother worked in the marketing department of the Elenon's agency. She asked if her parents wanted Haein to become the face of an important children's clothing brand. The representative said that the offer was not just for a photo shoot, but they would also accept Haein for training at the Elenon's modeling agency. Yu Sungai pointed out that it was one of the most famous modeling agencies. Yu Sungai could not believe it. Really? Her daughter would become a top model. She added that Heian looked like her mother. That is why she is so pretty. Lim Soying said that her daughter resembled both of them. Only her husband's ears stuck out a bit. But that was not a big deal. Late in the afternoon, the men are sitting at the table. One of them tells his buddy not to get nervous. There is good wine, so they should drink and relax. His buddy thanks Mulan, and Mulan asks Nivas what he has heard about Asmodeus. Nivas replied that he had not heard anything at all. It had been 15 days since the operation, and there was no news about Asmode. Main says it is a shame. Really? There is no news at all. Malin asked him if maybe a trip to the Arctic Hell portal would refresh his memory. Nebo got scared because the Arctic Hell portal was a place where the temperature was 1 degree Celsius, and there was nothing but ice and snow. Men asked if his interlocutor could tell him where Kobol was now. Main said he had heard that after the failure at the concert hall, Kobol and Asmodeus had fought. Kobol had lost contact with him. Maybe Neva knew something about it. Nevas nervously replied that how could someone as insignificant as him know anything? Nibas thought that Mulan clearly knew something about him for having given refuge to Kobol. Nevas decided that Mulan would not leave him alone. Now, if he remained silent, Mulan would throw him into the Arctic Hell portal, where he would die frozen immediately. Nevas emptied his wine glass and thought he wanted to live. Nivas asked William if he would keep the secret if he told him something. William Mullen nodded. Nivas asked him if Mullen really wanted to know where Kobol was hiding. It is the Elenan's modeling agency. At the modeling agency, Yu Seongi told his daughter not to worry. Kango, who also attended the casting, felt a strange aura near him. Our hero sensed residual demonic energy in the person who passed by, but the energy did not belong to this person. He was just transporting his trail. An elderly man appeared and greeted the restorer's family. He said his name was Chu Ongsu, and that he was the director of the Elenan's modeling agency. The girl greeted the old man and said her name was Heian. Chu Hongzu said he could see that her manager was absolutely right. This elegant young woman was perfect for shooting ads for a children's clothing line. The old man added that the girl resembled her parents, and that she was very sweet and beautiful. He offered to show them the agency. During the visit, Yu Sung-tae said he recognized many of the models. Kangsa felt a strange energy emanating from the people approaching. That person radiated a strong dark aura. The people walking toward them stopped and greeted the director. The director greeted his assistant. Our hero sent a message to his brother Li Xin. He asked if the Elenan's modeling agency was involved in illegal activities. Kangzo thought the man was good at hiding his true nature, but he could see that his aura was as dark as it could be. Maybe this agency had really turned into a den of illegal activities. His younger brother's message arrived quickly. Li Xin wrote that the agency was indeed suspicious. Their association had already infiltrated agents there. The deputy director was a particularly suspicious character, and they were watching him. Kangzo turned to Heian. The boy asked her if she really wanted to be a model. John replied that she had been awake all night waiting for them to arrive. After all, it was cool. Our hero decided to keep an eye on this director. The main thing was not to take risks. Otherwise, it would ruin all of Heian's plans. Kangso entered the inventory. By then, he and his younger brother had already hunted monsters. He destroyed several rank monsters and obtained magic stones. However, the energy of these stones is too murky and they are not ready for use. First, these stones need to be purified. Li Xin said that the energy must be put into the stone, and then it can be built according to imagination. After a while, the construction was ready. Our hero was satisfied. He had also gone out because the stone was of high level. He did not know he could build such complex structures. Kangzo looked at the stone and thought it was the first stone he had obtained in the portal. When our hero was purifying the energy of the stone, he encountered the dark energy he had sensed in Asmodeus for the first time. And the same energy emanated from this subdirector of the agency. Asmodeus seems human, but black blood runs through her veins. Could she really be a demon in human form? Does this mean that by adopting a human form, these creatures reduce and suppress their true power? But she is definitely not human. By human standards, she would be above S rank, and that is considerable power. If just a few of these creatures teamed up and turned against humanity, this country would fall under their onslaught. Kangso understood that for now, all of this was just speculation. It was not worth getting distracted from the present. Our hero came out of the inventory. Suong Tae approached his friend and told him that John had signed a contract with a modeling agency. Jun helped them carefully review the contract. Without her, they would not have been able to do it. Kanso congratulated his friend. So Jaein was going to be a model. His friend told him that the following week he had to take his daughter to a children's fashion show. Kangso was surprised that everything was happening so fast. Yu Sung Tae added that tomorrow they were going to their first rehearsal. Kangso asked about the duration of the contract. Jo Sung Tae replied that the contract was for 1 year. Kangso advised his friend to sign a contract just once, because Jaein might change her mind about being a model. Yu Sung Tae said that, to be honest, that had crossed his mind too. The restaurateur added that his daughter was still a child and might want to do something else. He would probably take his friend's advice. Jung Tae and his family sat at the table where the contract was. The agency director was waiting nearby. Jo Sung told the director that they would be working together now. The elderly man said he was happy about this collaboration. Our hero overheard a conversation between the deputy director who was in the office next door. He said he could not do anything. The other person was outraged because the deputy director had promised him that he would be the model for this photo shoot. How could this happen? The deputy director said that the director had said it, and he could not do anything about it. The deputy director said he should keep quiet, and if it happened right there, it would be better to calm down and go to the rooftop. They would talk there. Kanso thought this guy was suspicious. Why was he going to the rooftop? Our hero noticed a similar energy in Asmodeus. If the source of this energy is the same in these people, maybe they really are from the same gang. Lai Shin said he had asked about the agency. There is still no definitive proof, but something strange is going on there. Recently, there have been frequent cases of suicide and accidental deaths among employees and models. Kangso asked what was going on. Shin replied that the police had found no connection between these cases, so the support department for the awakened had joined the investigation. They would carry out the investigation with the utmost secrecy. Kangso decided he just had to go to the rooftop and eavesdrop. The young man asked the deputy director what he should do now. The deputy director grabbed the boy by the head and told Bu Wong-won to give him his life energy and get out of there. The villain lunged at the young man, but someone told him to stop. The villain asked in surprise who was bothering him. Behind him stood a woman. The woman said she was an inspector from the Silver Tower. The deputy director was arrested for serious crimes and other violations of the awakened penal code. The deputy director pushed the young man and asked in surprise, "Did the detectives from the Silver Tower really catch you?" The scoundrel hit the woman and said it would be fun to play with her one last time. The Silver Tower inspector saw her opponent's fist moving in her direction and realized she had to do something. The woman pulled out a dagger and blocked her opponent's strike. The villain saw that the inspector had dodged his strike and praised her for it. The villain attacked the woman again and said it would be fun to play with her. She could not let him down. The inspector held the knife in front of her to keep her opponent away, but he disappeared. The villain suddenly appeared behind her and told her not to yawn. The criminal struck the woman in the back, causing a bleeding wound. The inspector fell to her knees. The villain was surprised. That was all. He expected more from her. The criminal swung his arm and said that, unfortunately, he would have to finish her off at that moment. The villain felt a strong blow on his arm. He turned around and saw a young man, who was our hero. He put on a mask so he would not be recognized and said it seemed he had arrived just in time. Kangso told the villain to leave the woman alone immediately. The deputy director turned around and decided to attack. However, our hero disappeared as if by magic. The villain turned his head and could not understand what was happening. He shouted that he was going to destroy that slippery guy right then and there. At that moment, Kango decided to save the victims and carried the injured on his shoulders. He placed them in a safe spot and told the woman that he had stopped the bleeding. She should not move. The inspector thanked him and said she could not just sit there waiting. She had to call for backup. The rescuer told the woman not to be afraid, that he would handle the villain. The deputy director shouted that he could feel where they were. The boy had to get out. Kangzo stepped out from behind the corner and told the scoundrel not to shout. Kangzo said the deputy director should not pretend to be someone he was not. He knew who he was dealing with and suggested he show his true face. The deputy director was surprised at how he could know that. Was the intelligence of the Silver Tower really that good? He was surprised that this man had such an overwhelming aura. The villain said he would now show his opponent something shocking. A horned demon appeared before our hero and laughed out loud. The villain said that if his opponent saw his true form, his death would be painful. The demon lunged at his opponent, but he remained completely calm and unflappable. The monster was already very close to our hero and thought it would tear him apart. However, Kangso unleashed a powerful energy attack, and the demon was incapacitated. He flew backward and fell on his back. The villain lay on his back with a bleeding nose. He could not understand what had happened. The demon could not understand why it hurt so much, why he was lying down. It could not be that some human had knocked him out. The demon lifted his head and thought he must have slipped and fallen. Kangso approached and said what needed to be demonstrated. His blood was also black. The villain really saw that he was bleeding black blood. There was no human blood left in this body. He had used it all up. Kangso was surprised. Was this a demon that had taken over a human body and was parasitizing it? The villain was surprised. They were calling him a demon. The villain began to scratch the surface with his claws. He shouted that this man should not dare to compare him to those inferior beings. Kangso watched in amazement to see what else this demon could transform into. In the next moment, a terrifying bloodthirsty monster appeared before our hero. Growling loudly, he said that this man could only hit him because he caught him by surprise. But now that he had fully assumed his form, the man would really meet his end. The monster lunged at Kangso and shouted that he would perish now. Kangso touched the monster's claws with 2 fingers. The monster felt its arms start to twist. The terrifying beast screamed loudly in pain. The monster's arm no longer obeyed him. It hung limply. Kangso placed his fist on the monster's back and said that was the skill of light speed. After that, the monster flew away and fell to the ground. Bleeding profusely, there was a terrible explosion. Everything was engulfed in flames and smoke. The monster could not believe it. Not even in his true form could he reach his opponent. No doubt, this was the man who had defeated Asmodeus. Where did he come from? Kango approached the villain and asked him again, if he was neither human nor demon, then who was he? The monster replied that he had the pride of a warrior and would not answer. Our hero stepped on his opponent's tail, and he screamed in pain. Kang Soblin punched, said he would not destroy him unless he asked for it. The monster got scared and said he would surrender. He would tell everything. He belonged to one of the demon tribes sent by him to the second intermediate dimension. His task was to obtain spheres of despair. Iso was surprised. What are these spheres of despair? These spheres are formed when a person experiences extreme fear or despair before dying. They are created by extracting the compression of these human emotions. Demons who know how to collect spheres of despair are called collectors. Kangzo said, "Looks like this demon is proud of his profession. How many souls has he destroyed already?" The demon cried and replied, "Not many. That other officers had destroyed many more." Kanzo grabbed the demon by the neck. The villain cried and pleaded for mercy again. He was just following orders and had not done anything wrong to this person. He would never hunt in this area again. So said that was the wrong answer. The demon says he has not done anything wrong. Who will bring back the lives he has already destroyed? Kongo decided to seal the demon's power so he could never harm anyone again. Kanso tightened his grip on the villain's neck. The demon started to choke and white foam came out of his mouth. Our hero pushed the demon hard, and he lost consciousness after hitting his head against the wall. Kango decided to leave this scoundrel in the hands of the servants of the Silver Tower to deal with him. The demon appeared human again. Kangzo thought he was still a disgusting creature anyway. Suddenly, the inspector from the Silver Tower appeared. Kangzo was surprised. He had told her not to move, not to open it too soon. The girl asked our hero if he happened to be a zero awake. The boy replied that he had been told that was his level. Kango asked the inspector not to tell anyone that she had seen him. The inspector was surprised. Really? The young man did not want to be discovered. Kanso said he liked his normal life, and that he was tired of sacrificing himself for the greater good. But above all, he did not want his loved ones to suffer because of him. The inspector thought this kid was saying the same thing as Li Shen. To protect the people, he had to give up his normal life. The inspector thought the association would greatly benefit from the emergence of a rank 0. But she saw the pain that the hunter's life caused Line, and she did not wish that on anyone. The girl said she understood everything. The young man had saved her life, and she would not mention this encounter. It was the least she could do. Kangzo said he understood it was hard to hide something like that, so he apologized for asking. The inspector replied that everyone had their secrets. The girl apologized and thanked him for saving her. She understood that he was the rank 0 behind the incidents in the Land of Doom portal, and the incident at the Myeongan concert hall. The inspector added that the young man had saved many people. Kanso said he had nothing more to add and that he was leaving. The inspector did not even have time to blink before the kid disappeared. He vanished instantly like a gust of wind. The girl looked at the villain and decided it was time to set things right. Inspector de la Tour de Plata reported through internal communication that the threat had been eliminated. He asked a group of investigators and doctors to go to the rooftop of the modeling agency building. In the interrogation room, the deputy director of the modeling agency was handcuffed and kept cursing. He could not understand how it was possible. He was shocked. It looked like a normal table and regular handcuffs. However, he was powerless and could not even take on his demonic form. The arrested man could not understand how he had miscalculated. Where had this man with such a high power level come from? Suddenly, the room got much brighter, and the lights exploded. The light disappeared. A man appeared before the deputy director. The arrested man said, "Here is..." Mulin was surprised. What kind of stupid situation had developed? The deputy director said he would explain everything to William now. He simply had not expected such a blow and had not told anyone. William had to believe him. Mullen placed his hand on the arrested man's head. The man asked William not to destroy him. Mullen told him to be quiet. Mullen was surprised he could not see this man's aura. The memories of the arrested man were too vague. Mullen said, "I knew this man would be useless. He remembers what to say in these cases. There is no place for idiots among the demonic officers." The arrested man asked William to believe him. The one who did this to him was really just a simple man. Mullen repeated once more that his opponent should shut up. Mullen pierced the prisoner's body with his cane. At the same time, William said this man was a disgrace to his clan. The prisoner, bleeding profusely, repeated that he was just a man. Mayan pulled his cane out of his opponent's body, and he fell onto the table. Men said his opponent had been stubborn, struck the ground with his cane, and vanished. An investigator entered the interrogation room and, seeing the prisoner unconscious, shouted loudly. There were disabled officers in the hallway. They were lying on the floor. Baek Yuno, who was working, said he had a terrible headache. His colleague asked him to calm down. Byungjo said the man who could turn into a demon was the place he had sent the agents to investigate. Kim Myunji was severely injured while trying to stop him, and as soon as she managed to bring him to the association's headquarters, An unknown person immediately tried to kill him in the interrogation room. This is what is happening here inside the walls of the association. It is simply inconceivable. A colleague pointed out that they were very lucky Mooney was still alive. Baekuno asked if Mungi had skills beyond detection, since she was also an experienced fighter. This demon was so powerful. The colleague said he had examined the scene on the rooftop. Apparently, this Parkmon, a demon man, had a level of at least, and Baek was surprised. But then, how had Kim Myungi managed to defeat him? Her colleague replied that she had not just defeated him. Park Mian's energy flow in her body was blocked. Baek Yoon-jo asked what that meant. Only the demon and an injured civilian were present at the crime scene. This rank demon even took on its true form, but was completely defeated. It could have called for help from someone stronger than S-rank monster. Then Kim Youngi saw this rank 0 hunter. The man walking down the street thought today was a day to remember the dead. That day, portals began to open all over the world and monsters invaded the land. Many people died then, defenseless against this threat. Each of them lost someone close. Friends, relatives, family, and there was no way to save the wounded in a situation where the monsters hunted everything that moved. Only later did the awakened appear, and by organizing themselves, they were able to fight against the disaster. Stability gradually returned to society. Medical care for the population became possible again. A hospital was built in memory of the victims of the disaster. A man traveling through the city thought this area was still the same as he remembered. The man entered a cafe and saw that someone was already waiting for him. His colleague greeted him and asked where he had been. The man asked if his friend had started drinking without him. The guild leader laughed and said that according to his son, it was better to drink alone. The guest commented that his son only said that because he did not want to drink with him. The guest asked how Jean was doing. The guild leader replied that she was involved in some kind of charity work. The president remarked that fried pork rinds went well with the MagicWorld. The leader of the guild's partner said that when he started working as a hunter, he considered those snacks to be a pricey delicacy. The president confirmed that it was indeed so. After work, he went to a restaurant and ordered pork rinds with taju. He drowned his fatigue and pain from the loss of another colleague in the wine. The old friends kept drinking and did not pay attention to those around them. A friend told the guild leader that when he started working as a messenger, his conversation partner annoyed him, and he sometimes thought about choking him. The guild leader laughed and said that now we could see where their antics had led them. His brother told the guild leader that it had made him more reserved. He had also found a good girl for the president, and they had gotten married. So it had not been that bad. The two continued drinking, eating snacks, and having a pleasant conversation. Heian, Lim So-yun, and Kangso returned home. Kangso was surprised. The restaurant was closed. There should not be any visitors. Where did that strong aura of a wide-awake stranger come from? Lim Song entered, greeted her husband, and told him they had arrived. The woman saw the man who had been drinking with the guild leader just a moment ago. Now he was with her husband, and when he saw Lim So-young, he greeted her. The girl was very happy to see her uncle. He picked her up and told her she was getting too big. Lim So-young asked why he had not told her he was coming. The man replied that it was a surprise. He had decided to take the day off to mourn. He added that he did not want to cause any unnecessary worry for his sister and her husband. He was on his way to the nursing home and had stopped along the way. Yu Song-tae said they were happy to see him and that he could visit any time. Yoon-tae introduced our hero and said he was a friend and a new employee at the restaurant. The same isolationist they had told them about. Our hero and the guest greeted each other and introduced themselves while holding their companion's hand. Akang thought he was an unusual wake-up call. His aura was not very powerful, but he had an incredible purity. Judging by appearances, he seemed like an harmless person. Our hero would even say he felt a kind of warmth and kindness from this person. The guest asked if they were going to the nursing home. Yu Song-tae replied that was exactly what they planned to do. The man suggested doing it right away. Yuonji agreed. Everyone went to the nursing home dressed in black. The man said that Haein looked beautiful, even in black clothing. Lim Soyoung and her brother stood by their parents' ashes. Lim Soyoung told her daughter to greet her grandparents. The girl bowed her head and greeted the elderly couple. Lim Soyoung said that was her daughter Haein and added that their parents must rest in peace. Later the girl played in the playground. The men sat on the sidelines. Yoongi told his brother-in-law he had something. The restorer added that he could not say where he learned that, but he hoped it would bring comfort to his brother-in-law. Suntae said that the nightmare from the neighboring province, the monster Arachniac, which had killed their parents, had already been destroyed. Joseong-tae added that Li Xin himself had participated in the hunt. An official statement regarding this would soon be made public. Arachnia is the name of the monster that Kangso and Li Xin destroyed. Our hero thought he had not understood before why Yu Seon-tae was so happy when he learned about the destruction of this monster. The man was surprised. Li Xin had gone hunting. He could not believe it. His conversation partner shed a tear. His parents had been avenged. And Song-tae wondered why his brother-in-law was crying. The host announced that the Silensis modeling agency fashion show had already started. Children in beautiful outfits stepped onto the runway. Yo Song-tae happily announced that his daughter was also present. Haein walked the runway in an unusual outfit for her. Yoon-tae took out his camera and started taking pictures of his daughter. He said he was still surprised at how beautiful she had become. Kangso thought Haein was really adorable. The next day, at Rostochek daycare, the kids were thrilled that Haein had become a model. Haein thanked her classmates for the congratulations and said she felt a bit awkward. The boy Haein had defended earlier gave her a gift. An origami. Haein was happy with this toy. Haein was surprised. He had made it himself for her. The boy blushed with embarrassment and turned away. John thanked him and said he would really appreciate that gift. The boy, still embarrassed, said he would always be Haein's friend. A melodrama is currently airing on television. On the screen, some young people are clarifying their relationships. Lim Soyoung reacts emotionally to the scenes being shown on the screen. Jo Song-tae does not understand what is happening to his wife. Yu Song-tae asked his friend why his wife was reacting like that to the movie. Kangso replied that she probably had reasons to be upset. I see. He's surprised. Had Kangso already figured out this complicated drama? Our hero immediately told his friend what had happened in the movie up to that point. Junta was surprised. How had he managed to understand everything so quickly? It was not the first time he had seen this drama. Kangso was surprised. His friend really did not seem interested. During the news broadcast, Lim Soyoung called her friend and started discussing the events from the previous episode. In the news, the presenter announced that Level 0 individuals, awakened from different countries, were arriving in this country. This event would take place in honor of the first Level 0 individual awakened in the country. Yu Sonji said it was amazing. The strongest hunters would gather for a summit in their country. The coworkers were discussing business plans. One of them asked on the phone, "Is it really necessary to build a plot around a girl in a pretty dress?" The girl said she could not do it. Where would a plot twist like that fit? The caller replied that they needed to think of something. After all, they were a screenwriter. The caller said it was their job to come up with a plot and hung up. The screenwriter wondered how she should communicate with the producer of the series. After the conversation ended, the furious girl said they needed to end that stupid series. Her colleague told her to calm down. She had an idea. Her coworker explained that they could rewind the plot 5 years into the future and introduce a new character, a girl named Changmi. The producer was surprised. Wouldn't that be too unexpected? The other woman was surprised. What is wrong with that? Viewers will be very interested to see what the main character's daughter is like. And at the most interesting moment, she will meet Namju. They will make sure the ratings for the last season skyrocket. The producer said that Kim was simply brilliant. That was exactly what they would do. Now they just needed to find a very pretty actress for the daughter's role. This time the girls decided to go to a restaurant to grab a bite. There they intended to try the jahang. Lim Soyoung welcomed the new visitors to the restaurant. Lim Soyoung thought she had seen one of them somewhere before. The girls placed their order. Lim Jangan. Lim Soyoung could not shake the feeling that the visitor's face looked familiar. She replied that the food would be ready soon. The girl answered the incoming call and said that Bae Hapshu was listening. The producer told her that they would also need to include a cake in the story. After the call, Baep told her colleague that they had been advised to include a cake in the story. The girl added that she had heard their studio was recruiting child actors from the Elenon's agency. Lim Soyoung remembered this girl. She was the screenwriter of the series The Revenge of the White Rose. Bae Hapshu, the assistant to the screenwriter, asked if the girl was a model. Of course, she was pretty, but that does not guarantee she is a good actress. Bae Hapshu saw Haeun, who had just approached her mother. Hapshu saw Haeun, who had just approached her mother. She thought the girl. Bae Hub took Lim Soyoung by the hand, bowed to her, and asked for permission for her daughter to appear in his series. She was so bright and pretty that she dazzled. Haeun, watching the situation, could not believe that they were going to film her too, and Seonj, the father of the future movie star, asked, "Is the little one really that excited?" Haeun replied that she was very nervous because she wanted to appear in the movie. Yoo Song-tae told his daughter that if at any moment she felt tired, she should not hesitate to say so. The hand bowed to her and asked for permission for his daughter to appear in. Kangzo thought he had never seen this girl so full of energy. If he had prevented her from becoming a model, she would have gotten very upset. At one point, the director stopped the filming and told her to take a break. Jo Song-tae approached the director and told him that his daughter had come to the set today. As planned, the director walked past without saying anything. Our heroes were surprised. The director stopped, turned around, and told them to follow him because he had something to discuss. Yontae wondered why she was so angry. At the negotiation table, the girl introduced herself and said she was the producer of the series The Revenge of the White Rose. The producer said her name was Oh Goyeon. She had heard about these people through the screenwriter, Chu. Okay, Goyeon asked if her daughter had not received any acting training. And Seonj replied that she could learn very quickly because she had talent. Kanso was surprised that she could openly criticize a girl for not having training. The father said that his daughter was very eager to act in this series. Okay, Goyeon said they would give it a try. You have to start somewhere. Okaeon thought that the screenwriter Chu Baean had told her that she did not want anyone else for this role, except for this girl, or else she would quit. She had to agree just to get it over with. The girl is very cute and definitely fits the description in the script. Still, a model girl as an actress is too much. The screenwriter was simply delighted with this beautiful girl. She probably thinks being an actress is easy. The producer was upset about the screenwriter's antics. Her wonderful series was in danger. Okay, Goyeon thought she should bother the girl on set with bright lights and smoke. That way, the girl would cry and run off. The producer thought life was cruel. She was the producer here, and no one could impose on her. Ante looked at the woman's expression and asked if she was okay. The phone rang. The producer wondered why the secretary of the director of the Red Dragon Guild was calling her. Okaeokian apologized and said she had to take the call. The secretary asked if she had heard that a girl named Haeun was going to act in the series The Revenge of the White Rose. It was true. The president's secretary said that her boss's wife really liked the series. She said she wanted the series to premiere regularly. The secretary added that the producer should not worry about funding. She could count on the director's full support. Okay, Goyeon thought that no matter how talented she was, she needed sponsors for her work. The producer said she understood everything. She would film more scenes with the young actress. The secretary expressed her joy that they understood each other. As a token of gratitude, Ogo Goyen would receive a gift after filming the series. She and her crew would receive vouchers for a resort owned by the guild. Okay. Goyen thanked them for their understanding. The secretary added that if Heian and her support team were treated rudely, the producer could get into trouble. Okay. Goyen looked at his guests and realized they were not ordinary people. The producer responded to the secretary that that would not happen under any circumstances. Once the conversation was over, okay, Go-jun thought he had almost gotten into trouble. It turned out this girl was related to the guild director. Okay, Goyen felt he had not made the best impression on these people. It seemed he would have to fix that. The girl said she wanted to continue the conversation. Do you dream of being an actress? Okay, Goyen asked the girl if he could call her Jian. The girl nodded. The producer smiled and said she was a very cute girl. I thought she would be an excellent actress. She had an excellent presence and a clear voice. Okeokyeon said she was ready to get to work, and that she would now familiarize everyone with the script. The girl thought she had to be reserved and patient for the sake of her vacation at the resort and the funding of her next project. Heian started reading aloud the lines of her character from the script. 5 years later, Baek Chang is walking through the park with his daughter Bully. A young man approaches the girl and asks if she is White Rose. The girl stops and turns around. The boy tells her that yes, it is really her. How many years have passed since the last time they saw each other? The girl replies that indeed, it has been a long time. Piley asks her mother who that man is. Her mother responds that he is a friend of hers, and that she can say hello. The girl greets him, tells him her name, and says that she is 5 years old. The young man is surprised. If the girl is 5 years old, that says a lot. Does Chang want to say something? The young man bent down and told the girl that she was very pretty. Just like her mother. Bully asked why the man was crying. The girl also started to cry and, wiping her tears, told the man not to cry. She felt sad that he was crying. Okay, Goyen stopped recording and said it was wonderful. The actress wiped the girl's tears and told her she did very well. The actor said that even he had tears in his eyes when he looked at the girl. The producer's assistant was surprised. This girl had never acted before. She had done very well. The man saw that the producer was also crying. Okay, Gojun, he said with tears in his eyes. It seemed like he had found her, the muse of his creativity. Kanso continued doing his job, delivering food as a foot messenger. Once again, our hero returned to the restaurant after completing his order. Yu Sung-tae said that Kango, as always, had come back very quickly. He could wait and not rush. Kango was surprised. He was in a hurry because he thought more orders must have come in. Joseon-tae handed his friend a glass of water and offered him a drink. Jun thought Kan was simply amazing. The customer's address was very far from there, but he returned in the blink of an eye. Jun thought that not even she, with her rank, could handle this guy. However, she liked him, but not for his skills. How was it possible that they had given him an F rank? Was that speed typical of a B rank or at most a G rank? Because this guy would be a messenger when he has such skills. Kano sensed the movement of a familiar aura. New customers entered the restaurant. Kangso and Jun turned around. Jean recognized the woman. She was the head of the inspection department. She told her colleague that they would eat well now, and that their mood would improve. Once at the table, the colleague, the head of the inspection department, said that the Flamma was destroying him. He thought he was taking the right dose, but it was not working very well for him. Just like before the Great Catastrophe, there were medications that people started to abuse. Flamma was the name given to a hallucinogen. It had a pain-relieving effect. Even psychological. That made people forget even emotional pain. Flamma helped people forget even the fear of death. Not only citizens abused Flamma, but also hunters, whose lives had become much harder with the appearance of demons. And the number of abuses of this kind only continued to rise. The initial effect of Flamma is good, but then it only leads to self-destruction. The head of the inspection department thought that in these terrible times for all humanity, someone was also selling drugs. This was unforgivable. Kangzo heard that the conversation was about drugs. Kangzo looked at the guy and wondered if it was drugs that were giving off that dark energy from his pocket. That dark energy felt familiar to our hero. It seemed like he had felt it before when he delivered the order last time. The guy said there had been a series of emergencies lately, so his team could not even sleep well. He touched his chest and said that his partner had forgotten to bring the sample for them to examine. So he had taken it with him. The girl was surprised. She had just the drugs and left. The guy said he would deliver them for testing when they got back. He was in a hurry. Kangzo thought that everyone was indeed very busy at that moment, and that those drugs were related to criminals. Yuong turned to his friend and told him he had an order. Kangzo replied that he was ready to fulfill it. Kangzo put on a medical mask and walked past the head of the inspection department, so she would not recognize him. The girl looked into the messenger's eyes and thought she had seen him before somewhere. She remembered the man who had helped her with the criminal on the rooftop of the advertising agency. The girl suddenly got up from her seat. Her companion was surprised by what had happened while she was getting dressed. She said she would be back soon and that her companion could finish eating without her. The head of the inspection department ran out of the restaurant and hurried towards the messenger. She asked him to wait for her. The girl approached the messenger and asked him if they knew each other from before. She said he was the man she had met on the rooftop of the Ellen's agency building. Kangzo lowered his mask and said he knew he could not hide from her. Our hero asked his interlocutor if she had any business to discuss with him. The girl replied that indeed she had a matter to discuss with him. The Hunter Support Agency no longer had the strength or resources to fully combat rampant crime. With his skills, this young man could save many lives. The girl leaned in and said that not only the association, but also the townspeople needed his help. If he was worried about anonymity, she could take care of that. They needed his help. Kangz asked his interlocutor if it was difficult for her to keep their previous meeting a secret. He added that he owed her for that, so he agreed to help her if she kept his name a secret. Kangzo handed the girl a piece of paper and told her that his phone number was written on it. She could call him whenever she needed. The girl thanked our hero for that. Jian watched this scene from the restaurant. Jian could not believe her friend was talking to the association's employees with such a serious expression on his face. Jun wondered if his colleague was a secret agent from the Silver Tower. Kangzo told his conversation partner that he had overheard their conversation during lunch. He knows where to find the traffickers of this drug. On the outskirts of the city, there was an old abandoned industrial building. In cages, there are huge dogs with horns on their heads. Inside the building, a man is sitting on a chair surrounded by his subordinates. An unknown man kneels before them. The man sitting in the chair is angry with the kneeling man. He does not want to believe the story. Really, the police burst in and took all the products. This narrator has no conscience at all. The man kneeling on the floor has been beaten and is bleeding. He asks for a chance to make amends for his mistakes and return everything honestly. After consulting with his assistant, the man sitting in the chair says he will give the man a job. The job consists of feeding his dogs. At the boss's command, the cages open and the fierce dogs come out. They growl viciously. Our hero repeated to his partner that he knows where to find the drug traffickers. The girl was surprised at how this guy had figured it out. Kano said his employee had the same drug in his pocket. Kanso added that he had just made a delivery and that the place where he had delivered the food radiated a lot of that energy. He immediately suspected something was wrong. But now, after this conversation, he was finally convinced. That night he would pay them a visit and destroy their Hediat. The drug lord remained seated in his chair. He was surrounded by fierce dogs with his subordinates nearby. At his feet, there was drugs and cash. He was a true criminal. With the money in hand, the villain said that at this rate they would become the biggest suppliers in Asia. The villain thought that with his skill in taming monsters, acquired after many years. He would be invincible. He was also helped by a white rabbit sitting in a cage. A noise was heard outside. The subordinate said he would go check who it was. The man opened the door and saw a messenger. He asked who the messenger was. Our hero, without giving any explanations, punched the criminal in the nose. The villain lost his balance and flew backward. Blood was coming out of his mouth. The boss and his henchmen got scared and started looking for their weapons. They were being attacked. In front of the criminal stood a delivery guy wearing a medical mask. He was holding a delivery box in his hand. The kid told everyone present that he was just a food delivery guy. The boss got angry and ordered his subordinates to deal with the messenger. The villains lunged at our hero with the intention of destroying him. However, the forces were uneven, and Kango began to effectively handle the villains who were harassing him. The villains were surprised to see how this guy could cut a metal pipe with one hand. Kango, using the internal energy flowing from his fingers, began to systematically take down the gangsters. The criminals did not understand who he was. Was he even human? The villains decided to attack simultaneously, but it was a bad decision, and they were all neutralized at the same time. The fight did not last long. All the attackers were disarmed and neutralized. Kangso approached the criminal boss. The villain was scared. Who was this messenger? Was he really an agent of the Silver Tower? Kangso replied that he had already said before that he was just a messenger from an Oriental restaurant. The boss got angry and told the kid to stay out of his way. The villain beckoned his monsters with a finger. The monstrous dogs growled fiercely. The drug dealer said this guy had skills, but he was a fool for coming here alone. Our hero thought this criminal was a clueless tamer. The criminal said no matter how strong this delivery guy was, he would not stand a chance against his monsters. These monsters were B rank, and as a pack, they could tear apart even S rank hunter. After a while, our hero was playing with these monsters as if they were adorable puppies. The villain did not understand what was happening, what his monstrous dogs were doing. Monsters instinctively recognize those who are far superior to them in strength and obey them. Kangzo told the criminal that even his ability was powerless against the instincts of the monsters. The villain was scared. He might be facing an S-rank monster or perhaps even something stronger. The criminal got scared and threw himself to the ground, saying he would surrender. He asked what the messenger wanted. He got tired. He told the criminal that he knew many people had suffered because of those drugs. He had to deliver the drugs immediately. The dealer laughed. What drugs are you talking about? The criminal asked where the messenger had seen the drugs. Why was he accusing him of distributing something he did not have? Kangzo thought that when he walked over there, he could feel the aura of those drugs. Where were they all? Kangzo looked around and saw someone locked in a cage trembling with fear. The criminal shouted at the messenger not to touch his rabbit. Kangzo picked up the animal and felt that it was scared for some reason. Kangzo told the animal not to be afraid, that he would save it. The messenger felt that the animal wanted to tell him something. Kangzo told the villain that the rabbit was complaining about him. The drug dealer was surprised. How could a rabbit complain? Kansu told his opponent that he had the ability to command animals, but he treated them roughly, as if they were objects. Unexpectedly, thanks to this rabbit, bags of white powder appeared around him. The criminal shouted loudly. Frustrated, after a while, Heian was playing with a little white bunny at home. Lim Soyoung asked our hero to stop bringing animals home. It was too much. Lim Soyoung said that his daughter really liked the bunny, so they would keep it, but they did not need any more animals. Kangzo replied that next time he would not be so careless. Kangzo thought he brought this bunny because it could be useful. Heian said she would name the bunny Pompon. The police cars arrived at their destination. The inspector informed his boss that they had arrived at the specified location for the arrest. They found them already well neutralized. The leader of this gang, Gapsig, was buried under a mountain of flammable liquid bags. The inspector asked the department chief how she had managed to do it. The girl replied that she preferred to keep her secrets to herself. The inspection department head thought that once again he was in debt to this man. Yoonji thanks everyone for congratulating his daughter on the premiere of the series. Eun thanked everyone. The girl added that she would do her best for her viewers. Jun said that this girl is just adorable. Kangso and Lion also congratulated the family on the premiere of the series. Li Xin said that the next episode's premiere would start at any moment. Yusong invited the guests to enter the restaurant and make themselves comfortable. He also wished everyone a good meal. Limso, while greeting the guests, said they had many dishes, so they should not be shy and should try everything. Kangso looked back and felt the presence of someone very powerful in the sky. At that moment, a passenger plane was flying in the sky. Kangso wondered if he was sensing a level 0 awakened. The girl sitting across from him made a comment to Joseph. She told Joseph to distract himself. He was going through withdrawal symptoms from his console. In front of this girl sat a boy with trembling hands. Joseph told Celia that the director had warned him that, if he touched the console just one more time, he would pull the series from the market forever. The boy said he did not want to fly all the way there. What kind of joint exercises could these countries have? It was a waste of time. His partner replied that they could not do anything about it. Only other awakened individuals could examine level 0 awakened individuals. Joseph said that meant the exercises themselves did not make any sense. Their true purpose was simply to assess the skills of the 0 level awakened. Well, if that turned out to be true, Celia replied that maybe it would be true. In any case, it was necessary to make a good impression on their country. Saya asked Joseph if he would tell her how he planned to test the boy's strength, since she was his assistant. Joseph replied that he would definitely like to test him, but it was necessary to do so. His assistant responded that it was indeed necessary. If he did not want to, she could provoke him. Even the awakened have weaknesses because they are human too. Joseph asked Celia if she knew how dangerous it was to provoke a 0 level awakened. It was like touching a nuclear bomb. The girl replied that she understood everything, and suggested to Joseph that he should get a good night's sleep. Suddenly, Joseph said he felt the approach of magical monsters. Joseph thought 4 wyverns were approaching. Indeed, the monsters were getting closer to the plane. The military personnel approached Joseph and his assistant. The officer introduced himself as Colonel Ronald, in charge of protecting the young man. Ronald reported that a pack of 4 monsters was approaching the plane. The colonel told the young man to fasten his seatbelt, and that they would handle the situation. Joseph replied that it was not necessary. Anyway, he was a bit bored. The boy started to concentrate his inner energy in front of him, turning it into a bright ball. The ball began to grow in size and the plane found itself inside it. It was a protective sphere. Joseph clenched his fist and said, "Fist of fire." At that moment, a burst of energy emerged from the sphere and hit one of the wymes. The monsters tried to break through the sphere, but it prevented them from doing so. Joseph continued to perform manipulations, which ultimately led to energy attacks against the attacking monsters. The monsters kept surrounding the plane. The guy said dealing with these was like swatting mosquitoes. Another attack against the surviving monster resulted in the destruction of the wyvern. The young man clasped his hands together and said it was all over. Celia asked the colonel if they could consider the danger had passed. The colonel nodded. Joseph said he was bored again. He hoped that after landing he could find something to entertain himself. The plane landed at the destination airport, and several people came out to greet them on the ramp. The guild president, who arrived with some young people, said they had been waiting a long time for their guests. Li Xin thought that the friendly country had sent Joseph, a rank 0 awakened. The guild president thanked Joseph for taking the trouble to come in person. He introduced himself as Junhen Chong and said he was the president of the Awakened Association. Joseph also introduced himself. Joseph, looking at Li Xin, said he was the rank 0 awakened of this country. Li Xin also introduced himself and said he was pleased to meet him. He thought Joseph seemed like a normal guy. Li Xin thought his opponent did not have a very strong aura. However, he was hiding his true power. He was actually at rank 0. Joseph said he had a professional question for Li Xin. The guest asked if Li Xin was a player. Li Xin replied that he used to love video games, but he had not had time for them in several years. Joseph was understanding with his conversation partner. The foreigner asked if his partner would mind playing together sometime. Already in the car on the way to the guild, Li Xin thought it was clear at first glance that Joseph was incredibly strong and undoubtedly a talented person. But what was it about him when he talked about video games? Was it really the energy of life? Li Xin decided it was something else. A kind of very pure energy. Li Xin wondered why this guy brought up games in the first place. Was it some kind of foreign joke? His colleague asked what was wrong with Li Xin. Li Xin kept wondering if Joseph was talking about a duel. Li Xin told Sunbai that nothing was wrong and asked him to stop somewhere nearby. Song Bei stopped the car and said that Li Xin did not live there. The guy replied that he had to go somewhere. Li Xin decided he needed to consult with his older brother. Song Bai reminded Li Xin not to be late for the joint training with the foreigner. Heian and Kangso were hanging out together in front of the restaurant. The guy was sitting in a lotus position on a mat. The girl with the fake mustache asked how her dear friend was doing. Kance, with painted lips, greeted Heian. The girl was annoyed. She told her uncle that she was not Jaein. Her name was Samjun, and her uncle was her husband. The girl said she should say, Samjun, you must be tired from work. Kangso said it was hard for him and asked Heian if she wanted to play the female role. Kangso saw the lipstick and asked Heian what it was, because it was not hers. Right. Heian replied that she had taken it from her mother's bedroom. John added, I am out of red-colored pencils. It is obvious. Kangso told him that you can't borrow other people's things. Our hero, Kangso, saw Li Xin approaching and greeted his younger brother. Kangso wondered why Li Xin was looking at him that way. Li Xin smiled at the sight of his older brother. The young man said he had come for a very important matter. Today at the airport, he had encountered a level 0 awakened from another country. Li Xin added that it seemed like this guy was challenging him to a fight. Kangso told Heian to go play at the restaurant. Heian took off his mustache and replied that he understood everything. Kangso thought for a moment and said that level 0 was serious business. People like that did not just show up by chance. Our hero asked his companion if it was the guy hiding behind the column. Li Xin turned around abruptly and indeed saw Joseph trying to use an illusion to disappear. Joseph approached the young men and told them he had been concealing his presence with the help of an artifact. How had they managed to see him? Those skills were admirable. Li Xin was surprised. Joseph had been following him. Should I report this incident to the embassy? Joseph apologized and asked Li Xin not to take it as an insult. The foreign guest wondered who that man next to Li Xin was. Undoubtedly, he was no ordinary person. Kangso and Joseph stared into each other's eyes, studying their opponent. After a few seconds, Joseph asked Li Xin what he thought of his proposal to play together. Li Xin replied that he agreed. Li Xin asked if his counterpart was referring to a fight. He added that he was on board and ready. At that moment, Kangso told his friend it was pointless. Li Xin responded that his brother should not try to stop him. He could not leave that insulting challenge unanswered. Our hero felt that the foreigner was not aggressive at all. Joseph expressed his happiness that Li Xin accepted his proposal. Kangso thought he still wanted to fight. Our hero asked his younger brother if they were going to fight. Wouldn't it be better to do it in the Dead Lands? After all, here they could destroy half the city. After a while, the rivals met in the wastelands. Joseph said it was a great idea. If they competed there would not be any damage to civilians. Li Xin pointed out that is exactly why they were there. Li Xin said he had a question. Why him? After all, there are many other level 0 awakens in the world. Joseph replied. It may seem strange, but he loves games for the character growth effect. Leveling up a character increases their level, but he was born very strong and is not familiar with this phenomenon. His opponent, on the other hand, leveled up from zero. He perfected his energy control technique and just got stronger. No one in this country can be stronger than his opponent. Joseph asked, "What is the secret behind Li Xin's rapid growth?" Li Xin thought, could it be that the energy he noticed today is just curiosity? Li Xin decided not to tell his opponent that his older brother taught him this. Joseph replied that apparently Li Xin did not want to share that information. The foreigner began to concentrate energy in his hand and lifted a huge stone block above himself. Joseph said that was even better. Anyway, he would throw his strike and uncover his opponent's secret. Li Xin saw the stone block flying towards him. Li Xin easily dodged the attack and, drawing his sword, lunged at his opponent. Li Xin tried to hit the foreigner, but his sword hit an invisible barrier. The guy thought his opponent had a powerful defensive field. Joseph asked, "Is that all your opponent's power?" Li Xin felt downcast. For the first time in his life, he felt so much pressure from his opponent's aura. The guy was extremely tough. A little more and this Joseph would crush him. Li Xin pushed through the intensity of his opponent and jumped high into the air. Joseph was surprised. This young man had pierced through his telekinetic shield with just his willpower. After another clash between the opponents, a huge explosion occurred. When the smoke cleared, Li Xin stood unharmed in the center of the crater. Joseph was on the edge of a cliff. Joseph said it was simply magnificent. The shockwave threw him far away. The stranger thought he had not been wrong about this guy. Li Xin raised his sword and said he was ready to continue. Kanso, while walking through the city, tried to call. The answering machine said the person's phone was off or out of service. Our hero was worried about how Li Xin was doing. He was still fighting against the foreigner. Kangzo asked his younger brother to come home for dinner. Especially today. After all, they were going to prepare a summer menu. Yu Sung Tae invited Li Xin to eat naengmyeon. Kang knew what naengmyeon tasted like, but if his friend said it was good, it must be really delicious. The protagonist wondered how he had not realized before that food could be so enjoyable. The city dwellers began to worry. Could it be that magical monsters had appeared on the outskirts? Something had struck the city's protective barrier. They had to hide. Our hero thought these two were behaving unscrupulously. They were putting the city in danger. Kan headed to the battlefield along the road, wondering why they could not resolve their differences without causing a ruckus. Joseph and Li Xin were already at the bottom of the crater. Li Xin still had his sword in hand. Joseph was fighting his opponent with bare hands. Small scratches appeared on his body. Both fighters were bare-chested. Li Xin gathered momentum and swung his sword at his opponent. Joseph thought this guy was getting faster with each attack. He crossed his arms in front of him and prepared to block the hit. Li Xin struck his opponent with the sword, but Joseph remained impenetrable. Joseph, using his internal reserves and immense strength, hurled large rocks at his opponent. Li Xin repelled his opponent's attacks with his sword, while Joseph stayed within his impenetrable sphere. Kang watched the fight, and thought these two were battling so fiercely that they had forgotten what was happening around them. Kang wondered if he could knock both of them out to put an end to the fight. The protagonist did just that. First, he took down Li Xin, then did the same to Joseph. Joseph came to in the bed. Celia was sitting by his bed and noticed that the boy had finally woken up. Joseph wondered how he had ended up in the hotel. Celia said she would like to know that too. Celia said she had found Joseph lying at the door, covered in blood, wondering where he had been and what he had been doing. Joseph said he had fought with Li Xin. The assistant was surprised. Was Li Xin really strong enough to knock him out? Joseph said they had fought for a long time and that Li Xin could not have defeated him. The boy got out of bed and got dressed. Celia was surprised and asked him where he was going. He still needed to rest. Joseph said he had to go somewhere and that he would explain everything later. The boy decided to fly, and once inside the protective sphere, He headed to his destination. He realized that it definitely had not been Li Xin who had knocked him out. Joseph remembered that for a brief moment. He had felt an incredibly strong, different aura. Who could possess such an aura? The boy kept moving through the city in his protective sphere and scanned the surroundings for a powerful aura. Suddenly, Joseph felt that someone was nearby. It was Li Xin. He asked if Joseph had decided to come as soon as he woke up. The stranger said he was hoping to meet his opponent there. Joseph said he was worried about something completely different and, without pointing it out, asked what was written there. The inscription at the site of their battle near the crater said, "If you fight again, you will be punished." Joseph wondered who had left that inscription. Li Xin said aloud that Brother Kangso had seen them there. Joseph remembered the encounter when he saw Li Xin talking to another guy. Maybe it was that same brother. It could be that guy, Kango, who had knocked him out. I must have been crazy. Heian and Kangso were sitting at the same table eating. Our hero sneezed and thought it was probably because of the cold soup. Li Xin and Joseph were traveling together through the city. Li Xin asked Joseph why he was following him. The stranger replied that Li Xin was going to his brother's house anyway. So they were headed in the same direction. Joseph thought he owed a lot to this guy. This guy realized the destruction caused by the battle and came to stop them. In their fury, they completely forgot where they were and could not control themselves. If that guy had not stopped them, who knows how much damage they would have caused to innocent civilians. There was no way to repay him properly for that. Joseph asked Li Xin if he was really going to see his older brother. Li Xin expressed his outrage because Joseph said his older brother was crazy. Joseph smiled. But he did not know that this guy was normal. Two girls watching the young men concluded that they were handsome. Besides, one of them was a foreigner. One of the friends decided she had seen these people on social media. Another person passing by also said they had seen them on television. One of them was Li Xin, the only level 0 hunter in the country. Next to him is Joseph, a level 0 hunter who came from abroad. The girls surrounded the young men and said they were their fans. Some asked them for autographs. Joseph told his partner that they had problems. Li Xin agreed. That was all they needed. Joseph began to focus his inner energy in his hands. After that, the young men found themselves in protective shelves and rose above the crowd. The fans got upset because their idols were leaving them so quickly. It was clear that these guys were using telekinesis. Joseph expressed his hope that they had not disappointed those people. Li Xin asked his partner not to tell anyone about Kango. Joseph reassured the young man, telling him he had never been a gossip. During the flight, Joseph tried to find out from Li Xin what interesting things the fans had said about him. Since he did not understand the local language, Li Xin and Joseph arrived at Kango's house. The younger brother bowed and said he would never fight so irresponsibly again, and thanked Kang for stopping them. Kango said someone had to do it, especially since Li Xin was his younger brother. Joseph bowed and also apologized to Kango. To reassure his conversation partner, Joseph said he would keep his mouth shut. Kangzo advised the foreigner to be careful with his strength in the future. Our hero said he was very happy that his brother had a friend. Joseph hugged Li Xin and said they were now great friends. Li Xin told Joseph that they first needed to go to the banquet. His companion was surprised. Was it really necessary to do that? Kangso was surprised too. Were they really going to hold a banquet? Li Xin said this banquet had been planned in advance, and there would be delegations representing their countries. It was an official event. Li Xin added that it would be very unfortunate if one of the representatives of the most powerful country in the world did not attend the banquet. Joseph had a big responsibility. Joseph replied that he wanted to talk to Mer Kiso because he was returning to his country tomorrow. Kanso suggested to Joseph that they meet in a nearby park after the banquet. He would wait there for the foreigner. There was a festive table at the banquet and many guests were present. Celia Cox, the director of the Human Resources Department of the Wake Up Association, was also present at this banquet. She drank alcohol and watched the guests. The girl concluded that the banquet organizers had offered the guests good wine. Looking around, Sao could not find her companion. Where had Joseph gone? Li Xin was nowhere to be found either. The sharp gaze of Miss Cox spotted Li Xin in the crowd. She approached the young man and asked why Li had not come with someone. After all, it was a magnificent event. Li Xin replied that he had not had time to invite anyone to the banquet and asked what Miss Cox wanted from him. The young woman sincerely congratulated the young man for reaching level 0. Celia asked Li Xin if he felt overwhelmed in this small country. Celia Cox added that her country's association was willing to pay Li Xin 5 times what he earned here. The young man could consider this an invitation to join their association. Celia asked him if he needed time to think about it. Li Xin was surprised. His interlocutor was really offering him a change of nationality. Celia said that her association not only offered 5 times the salary but also bonuses for every job, plus free dental insurance. Was there anything to think about? Li Xin said he rejected the offer. Cox suggested that he was a true patriot of his country, and added that she would try a different approach. Cox began to threaten that if the young man refused, his beloved little country would suffer the consequences. The girl asked what would happen to her country if her state stopped providing aid. Li Xin thought Joseph was right. Joseph had said earlier that the fact that Li Xin had become a rank 0 meant the Federal Bureau of Hunters in his country would try to recruit him. Maybe they would do it at the banquet. Joseph warned Li Xin to get ready and stay strong. Manager Celia would attack him like a bulldozer. He should not be surprised. Li Xin remembered Joseph's words. But he did not expect them to threaten his country so openly. Joseph, outraged, approached the young people. He asked the girl if that was what she meant by "I will be delicate." Joseph remained outraged. How dare Celia? Cox did not lose her cool, and said she was trying to bring new talent to her team. Joseph looked at his friend and told him he had warned him. Joseph said this guy was a rank 0 hunter and that, on the other hand, it was not worth setting conditions for him. That was not why he had flown all the way there. Celia objected. Joseph probably forgot that this was exactly the reason they had come here. He had to confirm that this guy was really a rank 0 awakened, and do everything he could to draw him in. Joseph was confused. He did not quite understand Miss. Joseph asked his interlocutor why she thought he would suddenly start helping them. Celia replied that Joseph was a patriot of his country. The guy said he had only been born in that country. He had not chosen where to be born. He had no choice. If his government kept threatening and blackmailing Line, he would change his citizenship to this country. Celia was shocked. Was Joseph in his right mind? The girl was scared. She had been tasked with bringing Line with her. She could not lose Joseph here too. Celia looked at Joseph and thought he was a stubborn mule. She told him to stop joking around. She believed he would get more here than in his home country. Joseph said he did not care about money or the standard of living. This little country was the mecca of the gambling industry. Cox was so surprised that she did not even know how to respond. Joseph added that he was not going to compare the sizes of the two countries. He did not care about that. Joseph added that Li Xin was much stronger than he was. If they kept pushing this guy, he would be able to drown the entire continent where his country was located. Li Xin and Celia Cox did not expect to hear such words and both stood there, stunned with their mouths open. Cox looked at Li Xin in surprise. Could this guy really be stronger than Joseph? Li Xin thought. If only this girl knew who was really strong. Joseph said he wanted to add something to the conversation with his partner. He always followed government orders, just because he did not like people causing him trouble. Celia, on the other hand, believed he was loyal to this government and commanded it like a child. Maybe it was time to change his attitude. The boy added that if she understood everything, it would be better for her to leave. Many people at this banquet are now looking for mess. Joseph told his friend that no one would bother him now. Li Xin thanked the boy. Li Xin pointed out that the banquet would soon be over and suggested to his partner that they go to the park. In the park, Li Xin told his brother about the conversation that took place at the banquet, adding that Joseph helped him avoid big trouble. Kang Zhou thanked Joseph for his help. Joseph laughed and said that friends should help each other. Kanzo commented that the foreigner turned out to be a good guy and promised to teach him something. Kano said that if Joseph was his brother's friend, he would teach him secret techniques of rank 0. Joseph replied that he was very interested. After training, Joseph said he found it very interesting. Kanzo was delighted, knowing that this technique would be very helpful for the kid. Joseph promised not to forget the kindness that Kano had shown him. The foreigner said he definitely wanted to become a hunter in this country now. Li Xin pointed out that it would not be easy. Li Xin added that his older brother wanted a calm and peaceful life and did not need the public attention. If Joseph moved to this city, everyone would be watching him, and sooner or later this would expose Kanzo's brother. Kang Zhou said they would be grateful to Joseph if he could protect their country from its government. Joseph promised to do everything he could. Kanzo walked into the restaurant and told his friend he was back. And C said he wanted to take a vacation and go somewhere with his family. The restaurant owner asked Kang if he could fill in for him from next Monday until the end of the week. Kang Zhou asked Yu Song-tae where he was going. Jo Song-tae said that his daughters and the whole crew of the series had been given vouchers for a private resort. They were also given vouchers because they were their parents. Kang Zhou asked if he could also go to the resort with them. Jo Song-tae said the Red Dragon Guild was very generous when it came to giving travel vouchers to family members. Why could not they all go together? Kang Zhou said that was great and he would be very happy. Red Dragon Guild office. The guild leader was outraged because the photos had been ruined. He had rented an entire private resort just to talk to this delivery guy. The man added that he could not just dismiss the person his daughter had fallen in love with. The assistant asked the director, what if she wanted to marry him? The president even jumped up from his seat. How could he even think about something like that? The boss calmed down, realizing that in that case, there was nothing he could do. His daughter was in love with that guy like a schoolgirl. John Henchong thought that he would have to meet this delivery guy anyway. The restaurateur's family ended up on the coast. Ian stopped by the shore and enjoyed the sun and the beach. The girl said the sea was very beautiful. Her parents were happy by her side. Lim Sung said it was very sweet. His daughter was seeing the sea for the first time in her life. The welcoming committee received the film crew of the series Revenge White Roses. The guide asked for a moment of attention and said he had important information. The speaker said the complex was divided into 2 areas. The area for the film crew was Sector D. Under no circumstances should anyone leave Sector D. Jyoti asked how to know where Sector D ended. The guide said that where there was an electrified fence and security guards. That was definitely the end of the safe zone. An important request. Do not touch the electrified fence and do not talk to the guards. If the guards approach you, show them your wristband and follow their instructions. The wristband is proof that you are guests of the resort. The speaker said there are no other restrictions. That guests can enjoy their vacation and that they will communicate with the hostess. The host of this family was a man who wore shorts and sunglasses. He was the head of the guild who decided to speak to these people personally. Naturally, he was there incognito while he was still in his office. Jun and Chong decided he would meet with Kang So in person. The boss told his assistant to get in touch with the hotel management. He would take care of the rest. The girl asked, does the boss really want to invite this young man to the hotel? The union leader said he was used to meeting people sincerely. Without formalities, the receptionist thought, does she know that this guy came as a relative of her star? But what if he is a fraud? It is necessary to check carefully. The hotel representative asked if the young man had any food preferences. Kang So replied that he was not picky. The host pointed out that the food situation was still unclear. The villa provided to the restaurateur's family was extremely beautiful. His daughter pointed out that you could even see the sea from there. The receptionist bowed to the tourist and wished him a pleasant stay. Kanso thanked the hotel representative for his help. Junhan Chong noted that this guy was polite, kind, and modest in his manners. However, it was still necessary to observe him. Jo Song-tae said he had seen the hostess somewhere before. Our hero noted that he also felt a familiar aura. The aura of the receptionist seemed similar to Jun's. Could it be a coincidence? Kanso wondered if he could be Jian's father, but as far as he knew, his colleague's father was the head of the Red Dragon Guild. Why would she be here pretending to be a host? John asked if Uncle Kano had taken Whistle and Pompon with him. Kanso and the girl entered the inventory. Heian called her friends. The animals, Whistle and Pompon, were sitting among the bushes at that moment. When they saw the girl, the rat and the rabbit ran towards her. Kango thought he had used the magic crystal to create a forest there, just like in his hometown. Now these little animals were frolicking there. Something caught the protagonist's attention. The boy saw a golden rosebush growing nearby. The bush was covered in berries. They were yellow berries that brightened the mind. Wild roses are also delicious and help with hangovers. Kangso was surprised because he had not created that bush. He did not know if those berries grew in his hometown. Maybe they had grown on their own thanks to his memories. Heian approached and asked Uncle Kanso what he was eating. She wanted some too. Heian tasted the berry he offered her and smiled. Kango asked her if she liked it. The girl replied that it was a very tasty fence. Heian said it was so delicious that she could even see how the weather would be the next day. Thought our hero. Her younger brother once said that Heian had the ability to foresee the future and distinguish between truth and lies. This ability is called the priest's eye. Kangso thought this girl was still too young to awaken. But if she could see the future, then she was about to awaken. Jaein was happily running on the grass and playing with the animals. Once upon a time, there was an old man named Mandan Kojan. This old man was an unusual person. Just like his name, he had the gift of foresight. This old man liked to drink alcohol often. In a world of lies and hypocrisy, it was very difficult for him to live with his insight. Kangso thought that Heian was still young and that it would be even harder for her. This girl still had to learn to distinguish between good and evil. Even such a cheerful girl would have a hard time in this world. At that moment, Heian was still playing with the animals. The protagonist knew that once a skill awakened, it could not be sealed again. Balance is the most important thing in the human body. If you try to inject foreign energy into a person, this balance is disrupted. It can even shorten a person's life. Kangso picked some rose hips and thought he could not let something like that happen to Heian. Our hero decided to become a wall to protect the girl from the dangers of the world. Heian approached her uncle again and asked him why he ate so many berries like a hamster. Kangso and Heian left the inventory. Yeonjun Tae was already waiting for them. Tae asked if his friend had taken his swimsuit. Kango said he needed to talk to his friend. Yusi and Tae noticed that Kango was very serious. Something had happened. He said John was not a normal person. The girl is awake. She has the ability of a prophet, and even at levels. Yusonj could not believe it. Kangso said it was an innate ability, that the girl had simply experienced the awakening. Yu-tae was a bit upset, awake at such an early age. He wanted his daughter to live a normal life and be happy. With such a rare gift, she would have to dedicate her life to a dangerous profession. Jongtae asked if Kango could do anything to seal his awakening. Kangso replied that it was impossible. Sealing the ability with someone's help significantly shortens a person's lifespan. Our hero handed his friend a berry and said it was a golden rosy hip. If he regularly collected these berries for Heian, it would keep her harmony intact and her spiritual powers. There were many golden rose bushes growing in his inventory, so there would be enough berries for every day. Kangso told his friend not to worry about his daughter. It is impossible to get rid of that ability, but it is possible to live with it if there is a master nearby. The protagonist said he wanted to teach the girl martial arts. He hoped it would be useful for her. Heian needed to know how to protect herself and her parents. Kangzo added that Heian was as dear to him as if she were his own daughter. Heian turned to her uncle and told him she could see her older sister over there and pointed. The girl said she had been watching them from there. Why did not she come down to join them? Our hero only then began to realize the incredible ability this girl had. Jaein suggested asking Jian to play with them. Kangzo told the girl that Jian seemed to be busy at that moment. They would manage without her for now. Jaein thought, all the adults are so boring. Jaein said he would pretend not to have seen anything. He could do that. John kept watching the family with his binoculars. At that moment, the girl was at the hotel across the street. John was surprised. Why was Heian looking at her? It must be a coincidence. John was impatient. He had to get out of there and see them. Jian thought that if she went out the door the secretary would find her. So she decided to leave the room through the balcony. This method seemed the least likely to attract attention. However, Jian was discovered. The secretary entered the room and saw Jian trying to jump from the balcony. Ji told Secretary Jin that she had just gone out to get some fresh air. Secretary Jin asked her, "Do you have to climb up on the railing to get some air?" Jun, justifying herself, said she just wanted to stretch after sitting in front of the computer for so long. The secretary reminded her that Jun was at work and needed to act like it. Jin added that the young woman was the heir of the Red Dragon Guild and had many responsibilities. Jun was angry. Just when she was thinking about leaving, Secretary Jin showed up. Before, Jun thought she could also come incognito, like her father. Secretary Jin asked what mess Kim was doing there. Jun was annoyed because Secretary Jin recognized her. The secretary assumed that mess Kim was there for work or had made a mistake. Jian was immediately taken to her workplace. Secretary Jin acted decisively. The secretary brought a stack of papers and said the lady understood what she would be working on that day. Jin realized that her daughter's resemblance to her father, the guild director, was incredible. Jean was upset because Secretary Jin was constantly following her, as if she had orders to keep her in sight. Secretary Jin said that her lady hated paperwork and was unpredictable in her actions. For example, she had snuck into the resort incognito. Jean was outraged by what the secretary was implying. The restorer and his family arrived at a local restaurant. John noticed that it was really nice there too. The man who had recently hosted them was now serving this family as a waiter. The guild leader thought that a person's true nature is revealed in unpleasant situations. Accidentally, the waiter spilled water from a glass onto Kango's clothing. The waiter apologized, saying it was an accident. He was curious to see Kang's reaction to this situation. Kango said it was no big deal. It was just water. It would dry and leave no trace. The waiter did not need to worry. The guild leader thought this guy did not even flinch. Even though it is really hard to keep your cool in a situation like that. Jun Hanchong pointed out that this guy had supreme self-control. By the way, these people ate simple food and looked like a normal family. The warrior who destroyed the monsters said he had no time. He told the monsters to get out of his way. This man attacked another monster with his sword and yelled for it to move aside. When the great catastrophe occurred, he experienced the awakening and fought frantically through crowds of monsters to get home. But when he arrived, it was already too late. He found his wife dead. She had sacrificed herself to save the children. That day, he made a promise to his wife, no matter what happened. He would protect his children with all his strength. The warrior swore he would destroy anyone who threatened his family. Hachol found many like-minded people. They all wanted to protect their families and get rid of the monsters. Naturally, the first and largest guild formed, the Red Dragon Guild. However, the more responsibility Hachol took on, the less time he had for his children. Jian and Jian followed in his footsteps and became hunters. As high-ranking hunters, his children became an important part of the guild. And as part of their work, they started seeing their father more often. But can time spent working together really be considered family time? Jekyll tried to remember the last time he had dinner with his kids. They only talked about work. The guild leader could not recall the last time he cut tonkatsu for his kids. Kangzo told the girl he would cut her a chop. Heian thanked her uncle for that. This young man seemed very nice and left a good impression on Jal. So took a knife in his hand and, using magic, employed it for its intended purpose. The chop on the girl's plate was cut evenly. The waiter was surprised instantly. Uncle John cut the meat very quickly. He was tired. He wished John a good meal. Jekyll could not understand what had just happened. Did this guy really cut the chop? Or maybe he handled the table knife like it was a sword. The cut of the chop was so even it was as if it had been sliced with a scalpel. Not even other awakened ones could do that. The guild master wondered who this young man really was. Continuing with his analysis, the waiter suggested that this guy had not even cut the chop with a knife, but with his aura. There was not a single scratch left on the plate after that cut. With the necessary energy for such a cut, the plate would have been damaged as well. Keel doubted that even in his guild there was anyone capable of doing such delicate work. There were rumors that this guy was Ramf, but that was not the case. He was really just a regular delivery guy from some Asian restaurant. Maybe he was a secret agent from the Silver Tower, but then management would have realized how talented he was. A girl approached Jay-chul from behind, put her hand on his shoulder, and told him she wanted to talk to his dad. Shun said he had something important to discuss. The girl asked her dad what he was doing there. Jay-chul was surprised that his daughter knew. He had disguised himself perfectly. Jun said it did not matter, that he should not dodge the question, and should tell her what he was doing there. The guild leader responded to his daughter that he had simply decided to check the services of the complex from the inside. After all, he was a master of disguise. Ji continued her questioning. Why had not he gotten up from the table where Kangso was sitting? Jay-chul kept dodging the situation. He told his daughter he was not interested in that young man, but in the family he had come with. His daughter continued, in that case, why does your father care about this family? Akul did not give up. Ju Songtai once worked as a transporter in the association, and they know each other. He was very happy to have found him by chance. Jal added that his daughter now works at this man's restaurant. It is a small world. Ji wondered if he had worried for nothing. The guild leader added that he was not interested in Kang at all, and did not care who he was. His father stated that the most important thing for him was that his daughter was happy with him. John asked if it would be a disadvantageous marriage for the guild. Hall said he had raised his daughter to be independent. She did not need a boyfriend to run the guild. His father asked if his daughter could spend some time with him and his brother. It had been a long time since he had dinner with his children. Jal added that this time there would be no talk of business. Only family. Jun smiled and said he agreed. Kangso's short vacation with the restaurateur's family ended without incident. A few days passed, and Heian was playing with her friends at the playground. The kids were arguing about who would swing with Heian. Her friends said the kids could take turns swinging with her. The mothers of these kids stepped aside and watched the little ones as they talked. A stranger appeared behind a tree and watched the children. One of the girls noticed the man who had come out from behind the tree and was walking towards her. The stranger threw himself to the ground deliberately and moaned in pain, pretending to have hurt himself. The girl asked him what had happened and approached him. The man got up and said he had fallen, and it looked like he had broken his leg. Could the girl help him? The girl replied that she would help the man stand up. Aeon sensed that something was wrong and shouted to Millen not to go near the man. John took his friend by the arm and told her that the man was not hurt at all, that he was faking. The man got up and said, "This girl is saying that I am a liar. She is accusing an innocent adult." The stranger raised his hands and said, "So this girl is bad." The girls got scared and started crying. Aeon shouted at the screamer to help her. The rat hiding in Jaeon's hood flashed its eyes and jumped. Kekurongji. without hesitation, lunged at the stranger. The man got scared and jumped aside. He could not understand what it was, a bird or a mouse. The mothers heard their children's screams and ran to help them. What was happening there? Jayan said this guy was lying. He wanted to rob Milan. The villain fell on his back and tried to get rid of the rat. He thought he had been discovered and had to listen. The stranger threw the screaming rat and yelled for everyone to get back. He ran away. While fleeing, the villain thought that rat had ruined everything. The villain also thought that the second girl who had approached had ruined everything too. Suddenly, someone ran out from the corner and attacked the villain. This stranger yelled at the villain to stop immediately. The villain lost his balance and they both fell to the ground. Tape and rope fell out of the villain's backpack. The man who had jumped from the corner grabbed the villain by the leg and shouted that he could not escape. The villain started kicking his opponent with his free leg. The man yelled that he would not let him go. No way. The criminal said he would now have to use his throat against him and threw a punch. The criminal asked, "Doesn't this guy see that he is awake? Does he really want to go to the other world? It would be better if you let him go." The boy realized he was in serious danger. But he kept shouting that he could not let the criminal escape. The villain hit the young man several times and asked him what he had done to be called a delinquent. The villain left the young man beaten at the door and walked away in the opposite direction. The beaten boy thought he would not have time to call the police and that the villain might disappear. At the next moment, the protagonist was in front of the villain. The criminal asked, "Who's this?" The villain said it was better for this guy to pretend he had not seen anything. He did not have time to hit him too. The villain did not even have time to blink before getting punched in the neck. At another moment, the criminal was out cold, lying face down on the floor. Our hero approached the injured young man. The boy was surprised. This man had knocked out the awakened one with a single blow. Was that even possible? Kangso extended his hand to the young man and asked how he was doing. The young man thanked him for his concern and said he was fine. At that moment, the children and their parents approached. Hayan said he was glad to see his uncle. Hayan told everyone that that bad uncle was lying on the ground, asleep. Kangso wondered how Hayan knew that man. The injured young man said that the jerk had tried to kidnap Hayan's girlfriend. Kangso told everyone that this young man had taken down the jerk. The women began to thank the young man, saying he was a good man and they were very grateful. The girls also thanked the kind man. The young man thought, why did this guy hide the details? There must be some reason to give all the credit for this achievement to someone else. Kang thought he had seen this guy before, and at that moment he looked physically strong. Lim Soying offered the rescuer a meal at his restaurant as a consolation. The young man said he did not want to be a burden to anyone. Kang pointed out that it would be rude to decline the offer since this guy was now an honored guest. The young man accepted and added that he wanted to say something to Lim Soyang. This conversation was about Lim Soyang's daughter, Hayan. Kanso was surprised, wondering how this guy knew Hayan. Yu Song-tae set the table and said there was not much to choose from, but in any case, he wished him a good meal. The stranger thanked the restaurateur. The young man said he had recently moved to this city and that his name was Sok. He asked Yu Song-tae if he had seen any suspicious person around the restaurant. The girl's father said he had not seen anyone suspicious. Kanseo asked what Sota Bok. Soti Bok said that probably everyone present knew that Hayan already had a fan club. The number of members exceeded 10,000. The boy added that he was member number 1004. Yu Seonji could not believe that his daughter had her own fan club. Sota Bok said he lost his younger sister when he was a kid. It was like he saw his little sister in Hayan. Exo asked what was going on with this fan club. Taebog said photos of paparazzi clearly taken without permission had started appearing in the community. He thought someone who was stalking her was a member of the fan club. Jung-tae got scared. There really was someone stalking his daughter. Sota Bok said that worried him too, and that he thought it would be best to warn Hayan about the danger. The guy added that he did not know where the girl lived. He thought that if he found out where she lived, even if it was to warn her, it would not be any better than a stalker, so he abandoned the idea. But apparently, his good intentions helped him. By a miraculous coincidence, he met Hayan. So Taebog was surprised when he saw them helping the girl cross the street. The boy added that he wanted to catch up to the girl and tell her about the stalker. However, he could not get close to her because the traffic light turned red. Then she walked away. Today he saw her again. And this time a suspicious guy wanted to attack her and her friend. And it could have been the same stalker. But unfortunately, Hayan could become the target of many malicious people due to her popularity. Therefore, he insists that Hayan should never be left alone on the street again. Jo Sung-tae was moved. This man really cares about Hayan. He said that he would personally take care of his daughter as safety from now on. The restaurant owner extended his hand to the customer and said he did not even know how to thank him for his kindness. Suddenly, the young man's heart started to hurt. It began to beat strangely. The boy clutched his chest and shouted loudly. Yuzin got scared. What was happening to the young man? So Tug said it was not anything serious. He had been having heart problems for a long time. Kangzo thought. Looks like he was right. A ray of sunshine, a natural gift, perfect muscles for martial arts, and a huge reserve of solar energy. However, the person with the gift of sunlight has an excess of yang energy, which causes heart issues. Therefore, these people generally do not live to middle age. At most, they live until their 30s. The blazing yang energy blocks the yin energy. These people can awaken even when they have accumulated enough energy. In this boy's case, the yang energy is simply destroying him. At this rate, he could die in 6 months. So Taebok caught his breath and said he seemed to have calmed down. Yu Seong-tae asked if the young man should see a doctor. His companion replied that he had tried, but the doctors could not diagnose him. And apparently, he would have to live with it. Kangso asked again, is this man named Sobok? Kangso added that if Soibok had free time, he could spend it training with him. The boy replied that he worked the night shift at a store, so he had plenty of free time. Kanso commented that they had met by a happy coincidence, so why not become friends? Unless, of course, Sodaibok had any objections. Sodaibok said he did not mind. Our hero then suggested they meet the next day at the park. Sotaibok said training would not interfere with his plans and added that he would go the next day. The young men said their goodbyes, and Yongj told Sotaibok to be careful. Yusonj asked his friend, do you really want to turn this kid into a fighter, or is it just for his health? Yongj added, what should I do about that bully? Kangso replied that his friend should not worry. He would handle it. Early in the morning, Kangso was already at the agreed place in Marin Park. Sotai and Bok appeared in the distance. Running towards the meeting, the boy arrived a little out of breath and said he had tried not to be late. But why did Kangso decide to meet there? He had heard that sometimes demons appear in big parks like that. Kangso told him that his friend did not need to worry about that. He had heard that in this park there were conscious and aware citizens who cleaned it regularly. Therefore, it had been a long time since they had seen demons around there. Our hero was joined by others who came with the flower wreath. They asked him why Kangso had arrived so early that day. Kangso just greeted them and told them that the rest of the participants in the health marathon had arrived. One of the newcomers said that if the boy trained with him, it would be really good for his health. The guy with flowers said this young man was much thinner than his boss. He added that he would motivate his boss. Kanzo asked Sotaebok if he had come just to train physically. The boy nodded. Kanzo said he was asking because they usually did not just do physical training. Soibok admitted he still did not know why they had called him there. Kanzo announced they were going to the equipment room. This boy needed special training. Everyone present understood that the teacher was going to give a special training that day. Soibok feared what these people had in mind. Kanzo's inventory. Joseon District. Kangzo told everyone to go into the inventory. Soybok shouted in surprise. He found himself in an unknown place in a snow-covered area. Kangzo told the boy not to be afraid, that it was just his inventory. Soybok said he had never been in an inventory in his life, that it was really beautiful. The boy said it felt like they were in nature. It was simply amazing. All the awake people had this. Kangzo expressed his hope that his buddy was not cold. Then, Tuck pointed out that he handled the cold very well. The young man was surprised. The cold did not even bother him in his heart. It was just cool. Kangzo thought that was another characteristic of the Sun Ray ability. Thanks to the excess energy, Yang barely felt the cold. Bok asked if they brought him here just to train. Kangzo picked up a candle and said his buddy would understand everything now. He sat in a lotus position holding a lit candle in front of him. Kangzo was behind him. The boy asked what this exercise was for. Kangzo said that Soybok needed to trust him and focus. Kangzo thought that even though this kid had superpowers, he would not understand until it was demonstrated to him. Our hero decided to help the young man experience it for himself. He began to perform various hand manipulations while standing behind the boy. The yang energy blocks his meridians and prevents him from controlling his immense power. But everything can change. Kangzo concentrated a group of energy between his palms and decided to direct it in the right direction. The protagonist placed his palms on the young man's back, thus introducing this energy into his body. Soybok's heart was pierced by a surge of energy. The flame of the candle held by Soybok grew to incredible proportions. The young man screamed loudly. "Frightened," he said, tossing the candle aside and falling backward. The young man did not expect such a reaction. The extinguished candle lay nearby. Sotaeuk stood up and asked, "What was that?" Kang replied that the candle showed the power level. It was designed so that its flame would burn in the hands of whoever held it according to their energetic potential. Could the candle really show a person's aura power? But that was impossible. So Tak said he was not awake and had a Gyu rank. Where would someone like him get an aura, especially one so large? Kangzo said that guy was special. He had a unique energy system, and an excess of yang energy caused blockages in his meridians. That is why the association's team did not recognize his power. Isso said he had just cleaned the young man's meridians. That would be enough for now. Soybok was surprised. Song had healed him. The young man started coughing, and blood came out of his mouth. Kang said it was just a cleaning of the meridians, and would not last long. It can't be done often, as it has serious side effects. Kangzo added that these symptoms would soon go away. But that was not the issue. All living beings strive to maintain their form, but their yang energy constantly seeks an outlet. The heart beats strongly and muscle mass builds up on its own without effort. All of this is a result of the body's struggle against an internal threat. Yang energy cannot be kept locked away. His condition is the result of a blockage of yang energy. Inside Soybok burns the same flame he saw in the candle. One day, the flame could be released and burn him, so Taibok was scared. He did not like that prospect. Kangso said the young man had no more than 6 months to live, all because of the flame that was trapped inside his body. Soybok was afraid. There really was not anything that could be done. Kangso replied that yes, and that is why they had come there. Tok asked if he would have to practice in that icy place and then recover. Kangzo answered that it was not exactly like that. The cold would make him feel better, but it would not help with his illness. So Bog had to learn to safely release his yang energy. For the next 15 days, they would train using a special method. As an additional advantage, the young man would learn martial arts. His immediate goal was to light this candle by his own efforts. So Tabak was surprised. Would 15 days be enough? Kangso said it would not be enough for others. But the young man had a special ability called Sun Ray, so he would be able to do it. Aso warned him that the training would be exhausting. If the young man was not prepared, he could refuse. Soybok thought that Kangso would never lie to him. If his life was at stake, the choice was obvious. He said he agreed. Soybok said he had nothing to lose and asked Kang to help him. Kango said the young man had made a good decision and taking him by the shoulders, lifted him off the ground. Kangzo threw the boy into the air and said they were going to start the lesson. Soy Bok got scared again and shouted that it was too sudden. The training continued, and now the young man was developing his physical endurance. He was in a half-squat position trying to hold lit candles. So Tokri with his bare torso in the snowy areas. No matter how hard he tried, the young man still could not light the candle. The training continued. 15 days passed. Our hero, standing atop a cliff, was watching the young man. Kanso said that now Sotai Bok could prepare to leave. The master added that the time had come for the young man. Sotai Bok sat back down in a lotus position and held an unlit candle in front of him. At some point, the wick of the candle ignited, and the flame began to grow. The master said that now the boy could even control the size of the fire. So T-Bok agreed with Kango. The student said he owed everything to his master. Kangzo admitted that he did not even expect such results. Soda Bok added that compared to his master's fire last time, he still had a long way to go. Kanso said that last time he had only released the accumulated energy. Now that all the meridians were cleared, the condition had become more stable. The young man asked if that meant he was now completely healthy. Kangso replied that all his meridians were now open. He felt no pain in his heart. Bok said he really could not even remember the last time his heart hurt. Kanso pointed out that the size of the fire could be increased with constant practice. The size of the fire would be an indicator of his strength. The stronger the fire was, the stronger the young man would be. Soy was surprised by his new abilities. Kano said the last competition here would be a fight against him. Was the young man ready for that? The student bowed and said he was ready to try to fight the master. Sadok took a boxing stance and prepared to attack. The student shouted that he was going to attack and lunged at his master. Kangzo blocked his opponent's attack with a slight movement of his hand and redirected his movement. Sotbok tried many more times to land at least one hit on his master, but it was all in vain. Soybok thought he had become much faster, but his master seemed to be on a completely different level. Kangso kicked the ground hard, and the resulting shockwave sent his opponent flying, along with a chunk of dirt. Soyok thought his master possessed incredible power, but what if he used it against him? The boy propelled himself and, gaining speed, flew directly toward his master from above. Moving side to side to confuse his opponent, Sadabog approached his master, who remained calm in place. At one moment, the student found himself behind Kango and attempted to strike him. The strike hit its mark and was so powerful that Kango was sent flying. Sadabog was surprised. Had he really managed to pull off that fiery punch? Kangso said it was incredible. Sobok had mastered the ability to use energy for his strikes. Our hero said that now his student could safely come down from the mountain. Soy Bog thanked his teacher and said it was all thanks to his efforts. Kanso asked if the young man was ready to retake the test at the Silver Tower. Sodabok asked if his teacher was referring to the test for the awakened rank. Kangso nodded. He thought the results would be quite positive. The next day arrived. The Association of the Awake. The girl was surprised. Someone who was not awakened received a rank G and now wants to retake the test. Sautebok asked, "Are you really saying it would not work?" The girl told the boy to put his hands on the balls and wait. The young man obeyed. And the girl thought, there will always be people like this. These dissatisfied people can't accept their low level and constantly ask to retake the test. After a while, Sotbog came out of the association building and ran towards the teacher. Kangzo asked him what the result was. Sodabok told his teacher not to be surprised. He had been told he was an awakened one. Kangzo thought he knew it from the beginning. He congratulated his student and told him it was a gift for the occasion. The gift was a healing root that contained a strong charge of energy. Jin would replenish the energy that the young man was missing. Sadabok broke down in tears and said the teacher had saved his life, taught him martial arts, and now had given him a gift. The student said he did not even know how to thank his benefactor for everything. He definitely wanted to do something for his teacher, if only it were within his means. Kangso said it was not necessary, but if the student wanted to so badly, then he had a request for the young man. A few days passed. Heian was walking down the street with her mother. The girl was humming a song. A paparazzi with a camera appeared around the corner and said Heian was very cute. After all, today he would get a lot of good photos. Suddenly, a man snatched the camera from the paparazzi. The man was outraged. What was happening? The stranger said that secretly photographing people without their consent was a crime. The paparazzi was furious. Who was this guy to meddle in other people's business? The stranger took off his sunglasses and introduced himself. He was Miss Heian's bodyguard. A storm was hitting the city. There were lots of lightning strikes, and it was pouring rain. At the bottom of the sea, near the crack, there were many monsters. Bright lights came out of the crack and a loud growl was heard. The lights began to approach and turned into the eyes of a monster that said the time had finally come. The monster ordered its people to go to land. Their monsters could have fun and eat whatever they wanted. The monsters could destroy people and extract their aura of despair. The monster told its people to crawl to dry land and follow its orders. The rain kept falling relentlessly. Our hero's restaurant was operating as usual. There was freshly made chicken soup in bowls on the table. Kanso tasted the dish and said it was delicious. And Onante was pleased with this compliment. Heian also told his father it was very tasty. Lim So-young told her daughter not to rush because the dish was still hot. The TV news anchor reported that the rainy season in the region continued. The Awakened Association issued a warning about the possible appearance of water monsters. Citizens should act with caution and return home safely. Yu Sun-tae explained to his friend that this happens during prolonged rains. During this season, many amphibious monsters are usually reported. They generally appear in large numbers, and the water makes them stronger. Our hero realized that water monsters are a problem at this time of year. Suddenly, someone called for help. It was the flower fairy. Dosun. Kangso let the flower fairy in and asked her what had happened. Dosun said he needed help because his friends were in danger. Dosun explained that his friends, the water sprites, were being attacked by a large number of water monsters. And Sionj replied, "How could anyone go into the water in this weather, let alone rescue them from the water monsters? Maybe they should wait for the Awakened Association members to arrive." The restorer added that it was too dangerous. As usual in these cases, Kor said he would go take care of it. Kano pointed out that he could not refuse his friend when she asked for help. The protagonist left, threw one over his shoulder, and quickened his pace as he ran toward the coast. Kangso asked the flower fairy to explain in more detail what had happened. Dosun said that at first there were as many monsters as usual for this time of year, but suddenly many more appeared and his friends, the water fairies, were forced to seek refuge. Kangso remembered that there were many more monsters. This type of monster reproduces at a rapid pace. However, that is not the issue. It could be that a portal opened somewhere. We need to find this portal, enter it, and eliminate the cause. Upon reaching the coast, the flower fairy said she was there. Dosun started calling her friends. The friends of the fairies, the water fairies and the punks, swam to the surface. They were surprised. Why was Dosun there? They had agreed that she should flee. Dosun said she had brought someone who could help them. The PD wondered how that person could help them. One of them said it was impossible. There were too many seahorses and sea eyes. That person would surely destroy those monsters. Kangso was surprised. Were these seahorses and sea eyes really such powerful creatures? Pundik said they were powerful and that there were many, and it was impossible to face them alone. Another pun was surprised. How could a person understand what they were saying? Dosun said this man was very strong and magical. The pundiks asked him why he praised him. Dosun pointed out that this man was even stronger than their flower queen. Pundit said it was still impossible, because humans are not the best swimmers and can't breathe underwater. Kanso said there was no need to worry about that. He pushed off from the shore and jumped into the water. Kangzo, accompanied by the punks, began to sink to the bottom. The one in the water asked if this guy really did not need air. Kangzo thought this was possible thanks to a technique for holding his breath. For that, it is necessary to slow down the heart rate to the maximum. With this technique, the need for air is reduced so much that one can spend several hours underwater. The side effects are numbness in the limbs and hypothermia. Kangso knew his body would not be affected by these effects, because he could control his internal energy flow. Kangso sank to the bottom and saw a large number of punks looking at him. They were compactly arranged at the bottom. The water fairies were surprised. There really could be a human living in the water. Who is he? Pundikan said that Dosun had brought this man to them, saying he would help. This man is his friend. But how can he help all by himself? There are so many monsters. He won't be able to face them. Our hero sensed danger approaching. He realized there were many monsters below. He asked if they wanted him to wait there. But he could not do it alone. It was dangerous down there. Kangzo pushed himself and began to sink deeper into the crack. Kangzo saw one of the monsters. A monstrous eye. The opponents stared at each other. The protagonist looked down and saw a large number of similar glowing eyes. He thought there were hundreds of them down there. The monster's tentacles began to reach up to capture this man. At one point, Kangso's hands were caught by green tentacles. Before long, the man was wrapped in tentacles from head to toe. The pundits, standing at the edge of the crack, thought the monsters had caught the man with their tentacles. This was very bad. Kangso felt the monsters injecting neurotoxins through their spines. A dose of poison like that would have caused complete paralysis in a normal person. Our hero now understood why the water spirits had fled so quickly. After all, it was a very potent poison. The monster's eyes were watching this man. Kango realized it was time to act decisively. The tentacles tightened around our hero's neck. The guy knew that poison had no effect on a master like him. His body resisted any toxin. Kangzo took a deep breath and tensed up. In an instant, all the tentacles wrapping around him were torn apart. Our hero did not understand why so many demons had appeared in this place at once. They seemed to be protecting something, and did not want to leave. Kangzo wondered what exactly the monsters were guarding. The monster's eye kept watching the man. Kanso delivered a decisive blow with his fist and destroyed the monster. The boy began moving through the area, confronting the monsters present there with powerful strikes. Kanso cleared his path and went deeper in. He was interested in another monster. Kanso approached a monster of incredible size. It was the one being guarded by the smaller monsters. As he descended to the bottom, Kango found himself right in front of the huge eye of a monster. Kango had no choice but to strike this monster with the edge of his palm. Kangzo moved from one monster to another, slicing them apart with powerful blows. It was incredible. The pundit said it was unbelievable. How could a human be this strong? Clearly, he was not a normal person. Kanzo thought he had already destroyed many, but they seemed to be coming from somewhere like a stream. As strange as it seemed, there were now even more monsters. Kango saw something deep in the cave and felt a strange aura emanating from it. It looked like a portal. The boy thought he had to destroy the portal. Otherwise, these monsters would keep coming. That is why they were guarding this place. Our hero did not want to harm the home of the water spirits. The Puniki, the protagonist, began to gather his inner energy. He saw no other way out. Kangzo started creating powerful whirlpools at the bottom of the sea. Kangzo decided to direct the resulting tornado straight at the portal. The boy put all his strength and maximum energy into pushing the tornado from its place and directing it toward the portal. Kangzo was getting closer. The portal was already very near. Our hero was quick. Huge masses of water swirling in a whirlpool approached the portal. There was a massive explosion of energy. Its direction was toward the open portal. People on the surface saw a huge column of water rising from the ocean floor. The man under the umbrella, with his back to the shore, heard something happen behind him. When he turned around, he was surprised to see what kind of energy wave it was. This man was one of those fighting the monsters on land. Hensao headed to the shore with the flower fairy sitting on his shoulder. The pundits were swimming nearby in the water. Our hero apologized for destroying the portal. He had also partially collapsed the water fairy cave. The water fairies were not angry because everything could be rebuilt. They decided to thank this man. The people busy destroying monsters ran toward our hero. The man thought he had not managed to hide the power of his strike underwater. Kang Sol told the punks that they had already thanked him, and it was time for him to leave. With that, the man quickly disappeared. The punks feared they had been ungrateful. The flower fairy thought this man was simply amazing. I was really in such a hurry to get home. The man holding a glass of wine in his hand crushed it in anger. Upset. The portal had disappeared. To clarify the information, divers were sent to the bottom of the sea. The underwater researchers conducted a study of the seabed. After surfacing, they reported on the data they had gathered. The divers said there were at least several hundred monsters at the seabed, and they were being destroyed there. The diver reported that the portal seemed to have been destroyed. The guy thought that even during the rainy season, the sea spirits could reach rank C. An experienced hunter could easily face several at once. But underwater there could be individuals that reached rank B and above. Generally, these monsters are lured out of the water and fought on land. However, how could so many monsters be destroyed? Especially underwater. This man assumed that only Li Xin could accomplish such a feat. But he was currently elsewhere on a mission. So this time the one with level 0 intervened. A subordinate approached the young man and told him that an order had come down from above to stop the investigation. The young man asked who had given the order. The subordinate said it was the president himself who had given the order. The young man went straight to his boss's office. He wondered why the investigation had suddenly stopped. Could it be that the rank 0 hunter had reached the higher-ups? One thing was clear. This man had enough power to destroy this world. The young man thought he had last seen Mongi during the Koval case. Why had not he said anything yet? He needed to check. Mongi thought that this time during the sea monster attack, Kangoo must have intervened again. This guy always shows up when things get really tough. If he had not helped her against Koval, she could have said goodbye to life. Although she had mastered a new technique, she still was not strong enough. Myunji opened the box and decided that she would have to resort to this method. It was the sacred weapon, the dagger of Uriel. This rank artifact increases damage to dark attributes by 50%. It increases the user's speed and health by 30%, as well as fire resistance by 20%. This artifact belonged to Wu Hainan, who was called the embodiment of Judge Uriel. Woon was her master and her first love. Hain Songbei was always talented and kind to everyone. Many respected him and saw him as a role model. He was also in her heart. The girl stands in front of a huge, one-eyed monster holding a club in its hand. Behind the monster, you can see the entrance of a cave. The one-eyed monster swung its club and aimed to crush the girl in one blow. However, a warrior with a sword intervened to protect the girl and chopped the monster and its club to pieces. He asked Mongi if she was okay. Meng noticed that Songbai's hand was bleeding. The girl said that the boy's arm was seriously injured. Could he move? A new group of one-eyed monsters was approaching the people. Songbei shouted at Mongi to run away immediately, saying he would hold the monsters back. After a while, Songbei was injured. The girl found him lying on the ground, on fire. Mongi told Songbei to hang on a little longer. A team of healers would arrive soon. Samba told Mei and Hai to take this double sword. The girl asked what that meant. Zomba replied that it was the title of Judge Uriel. He wanted Mongji to have this sword. Zombo lost consciousness and dropped the double-edged sword from his hands. At the hero's funeral, the girl thought she had not fulfilled Hyun-Sum's last request. Every time she looked at the dagger, she remembered his face. Moonji took the sword out of the box. She could no longer hesitate. She would not stand by with the dagger in her hands like she did last time. Myunji no longer wanted the past to hold her back. Chin asked her if she had finally decided to the dagger. The girl replied that if she had used it before, she could have saved many lives. Last time, during the incident with the Henin's agency, she could not even draw it from its sheath because she immediately thought of Jane Seong-bae. Mi said that Seong-bae had left her the sword because he believed in her. Jin said that meant the girl had finally gathered her courage. Mi declared that she had to become stronger. She would no longer shy away from what she had to do. Mai asked Jin what he was doing there at that moment. The boy said he wanted to ask her something. Shin-Hu added that he thought he could do it next time. Jin asked his colleague if he wanted to go somewhere when the rainy season was over. They had been very busy lately. Mai blushed. Feeling embarrassed, Jin was asking for a date. Jin also blushed in embarrassment and said it was not a date. Jin 8 decided to trust Mungi and wait a little longer. It might not happen right away, but she would surely be the first to talk about the guy with 0 points if she trusted him. Jinjo thought it was very possible that the guy was a good person. Besides, judging by the events he had been involved in, he always came to the rescue, and Myungi did not keep quiet for no reason. Jinjo surprised himself thinking that he was also interested in Wayne's double sword. But he remembered his conversation with Zom. Sombai asked him if his conversation partner knew what he was really like. He only seemed normal on the outside. But Jinho knew he was one of those who constantly craved battle and blood. Would Jinho mind if he took Manji away? Sombai added that a good guy like Jinho would be a better match for her, so he should protect her. Jinho told Samba not to worry. They were not the same. Jinho thought he would not let Myungi cry again. At the restaurant, Jo Sung-tae asked his friend if he had solved the problem. He had just received a call informing him that Do-sun had returned. Yu Sunj suggested to his thoughtful friend that they should grab a drink. Young told you that Kang-so was thinking about something again. He seemed restless. Maybe his friend would tell him everything. Jo Sung-tae said he did not have to hide anything from him since they were family. Kang-so said he just wanted to lead a normal life. He did not understand why he always found himself in certain situations. Jung-tae said that after hearing those words, he somehow remembered the moment he first learned about Kang-so's abilities. Chuan-tae told the young man that high-ranking awakened individuals were like the blue-blooded people of ancient times. Kang-so replied that it made him feel even less inclined to awaken. Kang-so told his interlocutor that in the past, he had possessed wealth and fame. Although it was already too late, he realized how futile and fleeting it all was. And when all these unexpected events happened to him, he became convinced that it was all like a fleeting dream. Jazan asked him if his friend did not want to awaken. The restaurateur added that he felt sorry to see Kang-so waste his life with such abilities. But he could not interfere. It seemed to him that the kid had his reasons. Kang-so said he had not mentioned any reasons. In that place, he wielded enormous power and hardly led a normal life. Why, now that he had started living like a normal person, was he constantly getting into trouble? Yu Seonji was surprised that his friend cared about those issues. Maybe it was not easy for him. Zhao Song, while serving drinks, added that he could not always understand Kang-go. But still, if Kang continued to have those warm feelings, it was proof that he was a normal person. Their meetings only happened because Kang-so had saved Heian. Yu Seong-tae stated that not just a quiet and peaceful life can be considered normal. Helping loved ones in trouble is also part of a normal life. Kang-so tries to help people and live a quiet life so that no one finds out he is awake. Kang-so should not obsess over the phrase normal life. He just needs to relax. He should consider that helping those in need is part of a normal life. Yu Jin-tae added that it was good that Kang seemed to have found a bit more peace of mind after meeting his family. Josiante was also happy, as it had helped him too. Kango thought about how lucky he was to have met Yunte. Now our hero has clarified his confusing feelings. There is a cave at the bottom of the sea. Deep inside the cave, a guard stands next to a large door. The man punched and asked in surprise, "Have the water spirits that were heading to their lair been completely destroyed? Did those weaklings really destroy them?" The servant told his boss that a man had appeared and wiped out everyone in his path. Although he did not believe it, it could all really be the work of just one man. The monster, a subordinate, asked Lord Dagon to give them another chance. He begged for mercy. The man sitting on the throne was surprised. What mercy was he talking about? Dagon, lord of the aquatic creatures, added that he simply could not stand all these problems. The subordinates dragged the destroyed servant away. Dagon said that double the soldiers should be sent there. Another monster approached Lord Dagon with a report. The monster reported that Mullen had arrived. Dagon was surprised. Why had this man come? It was better not to get involved with him. Dagon leaned back in his throne and said he was tired of everything. The servant should say he was not there and send Mullen away. However, Mullen was already there and said that Dagon was as idle as ever. Mullen took off his hat and greeted Dagon. Dagon said it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and asked what had happened. Mullen replied that it seemed he was too worried. Maybe he remembered that the amount of pill deliveries was ridiculously small. Or maybe he was worried because Dagon was still living a lazy life. He wanted to ease this worry a bit, which is why this meeting was held. To check on something, Dagon said he had been working really hard lately. It seemed like the worry was in his blood. Dagon added that he was no longer the same person he used to be. Mullen pointed out that the army of water spirits that had occupied the earth had been completely wiped out along with the portal. Dagon was surprised because he had just found out how Mullen knew that. Mullen added that unlike other collectors, Dagon lately only trusted his own people. He still did not understand how reckless that behavior was. Mullen pointed out that precisely because of that, Dagon found himself in that state. Dagon was furious, and there was an explosion of energy. Dagon appeared immediately in front of Mullen, looking down at his guest. Dagon smiled and asked him what that man had just said about him. Mullen said it was exactly what he meant, but he had only come to convey that he was worried about Dagon. Mullen smiled and hit the ground hard with his cane. He expressed his hope that they would work well together in the future. Dagon was furious. How dare this man? After all, Mullen was of a lower rank than him. Dagon shouted that the guy had only said what he wanted to say and then ran away. If Mullen did not work for him, he would have destroyed him right then and there. His subordinates tried to calm Dagon down. Dagon collected himself and said he had calmed down. The Lord of the Aquatic Creatures thought that if he understood correctly, all of this was happening because of that man. Dagon was outraged because that guy dared to cause him trouble and even destroy the portal. Dagon decided he had to destroy him personally. On the shore, the aquatic monsters continued their attack on the people. The hunters put up a worthy resistance. The hooded man with a staff in hand ordered the hunters to continue their attack. All they had to do was protect their leader, and victory would be theirs. The man with the staff was Gus Jun, the second commander of the 7th Division. He was the one who could control the plants. Monsters also have their own personalities depending on their traits. Aquatic monsters cause flooding during the rainy season, and flora monsters absorb this water and feed on it. If their ranks are equal, aquatic monsters become prey to the plants. For this reason, the 7th Division easily dealt with the monsters every year. This will continue to be the case in the future. One of the hunters saw an unknown figure emerge from the water and reach the shore. It was different from the other monsters. Lord Dagon was standing on the shore. The monsters accompanying him were nearby in the water. The hunters reported to the commander that a young man had appeared. They asked him if the kid was okay. Dagon just smirked slyly in response with bright eyes. After a while, the 7th Division was completely destroyed by Lord Dagon. The Lord of the Sea Monsters yawned and said he wanted to go home. The commander of the 7th Division lay motionless nearby. Dagon said that the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. After all, weaklings like them could not destroy all the sea monsters by themselves. He had just wasted his time. Dagon lifted his foot and was about to stomp on the commander of the 7th Division, who had moved. Suddenly, someone yelled at him to stop immediately. What was he doing? Dagon looked back. What was going on? Reinforcements had arrived. Mungi and Jinho were standing in front of Dagon. The girl asked him if he was responsible for this. Dagon asked her what she was talking about. This garbage. Dagon kicked the commander of the 7th Division aside and said he had not even had time to warm up before eating. Jin cursed and called the guy a real monster. Jin thought they had rushed there because the connection had suddenly cut off. What had happened there? That guy did not look like a normal black man. Who was he? Dagon approached and jumped, kicking each of the men in the chest. He said he was just an ordinary thug. Mungji and Jinho flew back but managed to stay on their feet. They drew their blades. Dagon was surprised. Normally, a hit like that was enough. These two held up well. Munji asked a clarifying question. This guy was from the demon clan. He had sensed that dirty aura somewhere before. Jin looked at his partner and thought that Uriel's dagger was shining. He had never seen such a manifestation before. Dagon thought that that fool Kobal had already told everyone about them. It was really useless. Dagon was surprised. These two were trying to resist even though they knew about him. The Lord of the Water Monsters called the humans nobodies and, focusing his energy into his fist, prepared to attack. A confrontation occurred during which Mongi skillfully wielded his dagger, but could not reach his target. Dagon constantly dodged his attacks. The water monster said that the girl was quite agile, but still at the level of an insect. Dagon wanted to kick Mayan high in the head, but Jinho managed to block the blow with his sword. Mingo attacked his opponent at that very moment, and his sword nearly touched Dagon's face. The Lord of the Water Monsters was forced to retreat. He jumped back to a safe distance. The monster looked at these people and thought they complemented each other in their deficiencies. They moved as one. Dagon constantly felt the presence of that dangerous dagger. Dagon declared that these people harbored hatred towards his race. Could they really compare themselves to his kind in terms of strength? The villain thought these two were interfering with his mission. Mungi said he did not know what his opponent was talking about, but it seemed like his dagger had worked. Dagon's opponents split up and tried to attack him at the same time. The villain said it was a cheap trick. Dagon grabbed the attackers' swords with his bare hands. He asked them if they really thought they could defeat him by attacking from both sides at once. Mungonghe kept attacking and shouted that he had one more hit left. For a moment, Dagon even got scared. The girl's dagger was very close to his neck. The next moment, an explosion occurred and a flash temporarily blinded the attackers. When the smoke cleared, people saw that the boy had undergone a transformation. He had changed. Now, in front of Mungi and Jinhei stood a tall monster that looked nothing like the young man. Dagon said things were getting more interesting. The Lord of the Sea Monsters announced that the second round was beginning. As he approached his opponents, the monster said these bugs had never seen anything like it. Jinech realized that not only had his opponent's appearance changed, but he also had a lot more energy. Mungi said it was already hard to fight against his opponent, and now he had become even stronger. Besides, even the wound on his cheek that they had inflicted had healed. Minji thought, if you remember, when he had the form of the blacksmith, he had become twice as strong. Mungji charged in and expressed his hope that Uriel's dagger was still working. Dagon used a water cannon against his opponent and attacked with water bombs. Munji was able to dodge it, but thought that water cannon was very powerful. A single hit could kill you instantly. Shino approached his opponent from behind, and wielding his sword, was about to deliver a devastating blow. Dagon turned slightly, saw his opponent, and attacked first. Jinho was stopped. Dagon, annoyed, said that just when he was starting to have fun, a fly showed up. Mungi approached and said that if her opponent got distracted again, he would get hit by her. The girl attacked with her sword and, thrilled, thought she had succeeded this time. In response, Dagon just laughed. Mung Jae was shocked. It could not be. The cut body of his opponent had completely healed. Could it be that Uriel's dagger no longer had any effect on him? Dagon reminded him that he was the Lord of Water. Did you really think you could destroy it with a weapon that was not even fully awake? Mungi was surprised. What did that mean? What did he know about this dagger? Dagon approached his opponent and told her she was quite pretty up close. With words like that, the girl tried to attack her opponent, but Dagon easily dodged the strike. Dagon did not calm down and asked his opponent if she wanted to belong to him. Dagon stuck out his forked tongue and said he could let her live until he got tired of her. Mungi refused. Dagon said he was sorry and grabbed the girl by the arm. In his other hand, a sword appeared. Dagon brandished his sword and said that in that case, he would have to destroy her right then and there. Mungi thought he had turned his back on her and that she was tied up. The worst situation possible. The girl believed she could not avoid the enemy's blow. However, at the most crucial moment, Jin reappeared and blocked the aquatic monster's strike with his sword. Jinjo freed the girl and asked who the villain was that dared to grab her with his dirty hands. Mungi was shocked. How did Jinjo manage to use his ability when it was raining? The boy said he had mastered the skill of spatial blocking. Son Jinho is an expert in electronics. Just like in the plant world, electric abilities have immense power against water properties. However, these abilities come with a drawback. They can be controlled during the rainy season. Due to the current properties of water, there is a risk of accidentally damaging random objects. Therefore, Jin mastered the ability to block space. It is a simple technique that allows isolating a specific area from external influences. Due to the limitation of the electric discharge, it not only increases precision but also the effectiveness of the strikes. Shinjo realized that, judging by the monster's slow recovery, the skill was effective. Maybe if they used their most powerful strike, they would have a chance to win. But this space blocking ability was limited to a distance of 1 meter. To land such a hit, it was necessary to get through the opponent with a sword. Shino saw the problem in that it was impossible to get close to the enemy. Mai-Ji said she would try to distract the enemy and Jin would act when she ordered. Shin said it was a very dangerous idea. Dagon was furious because these two were whispering right in front of him. He was getting ready to activate his water cannon again. Mai pointed out to his colleague that their opponent had fully recovered. Jinho agreed to give it a try. Mai and Jinho attacked the water monster simultaneously. Dagon attacked his opponents again with water bombs, and said those stupid insects would die now. Mai and Jinho started maneuvering to avoid colliding with the water bombs. While maneuvering, Dagon thought the electric shock had done a lot of damage to this guy. It was necessary to contain him from now on. The monster thought this girl was a much bigger problem. She was pretty good at dodging his attacks. Dagon increased the intensity of his fire, believing she would not be able to dodge all his projectiles. Munj was surprised after another attack from his opponent. The direction of the water cannon shots changed trajectory. Min Yongji hit his target and found himself very close to his opponent. He said maybe he could not hit him, but he could stop him from shooting. Mungi landed a devastating blow on the villain, and black blood gushed from his body. Dagon, realizing he was hurt, felt no fear. The wound began to heal before his eyes. Dagon hit his opponent and reminded him that he had already told him that his attacks were no longer effective against him. Mungi smiled and said she already knew that herself. Myonggi's hit was a distraction. At that moment, Jin quietly approached his opponent from behind and pierced him with his electric sword. Dagon, bleeding profusely. Was surprised when had that insolent man managed to do that. After all, he had his hands full. Myunji explained that Jin could not dodge the attack and get close to him at the same time, so he had to distract the monster. Even though Jin was by his side, the monster did not realize. The girl used the change in trajectory of her projectiles to block his view and slowly get closer to him. That was her plan. Gino said the opponent lost because he overestimated his strength. Dagon lifted his head and let out a loud roar. A powerful burst of energy was released. Dagon fell to his knees. Jinho kept his electric sword pressed against his opponent's body, which continued to affect the monster's organism. Dagon fell face first to the ground. His lifeless body lay at the feet of the special agents. And Jinho asked if they had destroyed him. Suddenly, Dagon burst out laughing and the people were scared. Dagon stood up and said he was excited. Mungi was surprised. His opponent had recovered even after such a strong hit. Dagon praised the people for managing to hurt him with completely normal weapons. Dagon pointed out that he was made of water, and that when surrounded by water, he was immortal. Jinjo thought he was lacking power. In that case, he would try to hit him a few more times. Jin tried to strike his opponent, but Dagon effectively dodged and said he did not want to charge with electricity anymore. At that moment, Dagon reactivated his water cannon. Jin used his sword to cut the water projectiles flying toward him and said that would not help the monster. Shinho believed that with his electric sword, he could scare off his opponent. At one point, the opponents clashed their weapons and stared each other in the eyes. Dagon said this man was too narrow-minded. But what could you expect from an insect? The monster asked him if he knew why his help was necessary. Shinho looked back and saw a ball of water. Myunji was inside this ball of water and could not get out. Jinhu increased the pressure on his opponent, but nothing changed. Jingo thought the monster should have watched a bit longer and could have copied his spatial block. At that size, however, he first had to free Mungi. Otherwise, he might suffocate. At that moment, the boy was attacked and his body was pierced by his opponent's weapon. Jin screamed and blood came out of his mouth. Myunji saw that the boy was hurt, but he could not do anything. Dagon watched as Jinho tried to get up. The monster said this man should crawl and squirm like a worm. Dagon approached and pressed his knee into Jinho's back while he lay on the ground. The villain asked if it was all right to show your back during a battle. Dagon lifted Jinho's head by the hair and told him to see how his colleague was slowly dying because of his rashness. He does not look like a rat that fell into the water. Jingo mentally apologized to Monghai and Hain's son for not keeping his word and not protecting the girl. Dagon looked at Jinho's lifeless body and realized he was still alive. Just unconscious, the monster was annoyed because he was about to start the most interesting part. Dagon said he was tired of it all. He was going to destroy everyone and go home. He added that he was especially tired of this girl. Dagon declared that this was precisely why she would die in agony. His water projectiles flew toward the sphere. He thought it was his fault that Jinhao had been injured, and that in the end, he could not save anyone. The girl closed her eyes and silently prayed for someone to help her. At that moment, a messenger appeared with a helmet and without hesitation kicked the monster in the head with a devastating blow. The messenger flew further away and headed toward the water sphere that was holding the girl. The sphere shattered and Mongji fell to the ground. She had survived. Dagon was surprised. How had that happened? He had not even felt anything until that man approached. The messenger took off his helmet, approached Dagon, and asked, "Was it really him?" The messenger removed the helmet in front of the water monster. Revealing so, our hero asked, "Is this villain really the very large snake?" Mungi picked up Jin and felt relieved to see that he was alive. He had lost a lot of blood, but his vital organs were intact. He thought that Kangzo had helped them again. But how did this messenger know they were there? Kangzo and Dagon stood facing each other. John grabbed Kangzo by the shirt and told him to listen. He said that something was happening on the other side. There was a very large snake that tormented the people. It was suspicious at headquarters because no one was responding. Kangzo asked again about the huge snake that was tormenting the people. Our hero asked the monster if he was that snake. Dagon realized that the atmosphere had changed. Why had not he felt this man's arrival? His level was very different from the others. Dagon was indignant. Seriously? This man thought he could call him a snake without consequences. The water monster declared that he was the great lord of the water and reactivated his water cannon. The villain said his name was Dagon. Kangzo was calm and was not afraid of the water projectiles. There was a powerful explosion, and the flash made it impossible to see what was happening at the epicenter. Dagon laughed. No matter how strong his opponent was, he was still just a simple human. However, the villain saw his opponent emerge from the flames and run towards him. Dagon immediately drew his swords and crossed them, trying to block his opponent's attack. However, Kangzo's strike was devastatingly powerful. Dagon took a powerful blow to the chest and, coughing up blood, thought that this guy had easily broken the water swords. Dagon was thrown through the air by his opponent. The monster decided to change his combat strategy. Dagon decided that, in this case, he would pressure his opponent with force and swung a huge water hammer. Kangzo remained unfazed. Dagon slammed the hammer down on his opponent, resulting in another powerful explosion. Dagon laughed. How would his opponent react to this? Kangzo raised his hand and, using his inner energy, stopped the hammer's movement above him. Our hero asked, "Does this monster really think he is the only one who can control water?" Kang began to spin his arms, creating a water tornado. Dagon was taken aback. Could this man also control water? The monster was astonished by the incredible power of the water tornado that had formed. He decided it would be better to get out of there. Dagon convinced himself that he was not fleeing. He just needed to regroup strategically. However, Kangzo did not allow his opponent to disappear. He landed a powerful blow, and the water monster was rendered inactive. Dagon could not understand how that had happened. How a human could defeat him. Dagon, now without arms or legs, realized that his body would never recover. So this was the one who had defeated him without anyone's help. Dagon could not even imagine that this man was so strong. It was impossible to resist him. It was similar to the despair he felt when he encountered him in the fiery hell. Dagon remembered the hell of fire. Someone was watching him from above. Dagon felt their cold gaze. He felt an incredible pain from the fire and a desperation that consumed him completely. He burned, then was reborn, then burned again and was reborn again. The pain seemed to last forever. Dagon thought in horror that he did not want to experience it again. The aquatic monster decided it would be better to die than to go through all that again. Dagon found himself trapped in a sphere of water drifting away from Kangzo. Dagon transformed into a huge water serpent. He knew he had no chance of losing. Standing on the shore, Kangzo thought he had known all along. Hain was right. In front of him was a massive serpent. Isso shouted that it was the Great Serpent. Dagon yelled at the man to be quiet. Kangzo propelled himself and flew up with the aim of attacking the serpent's head. Our hero found himself above the serpent's open mouth, swinging his leg and preparing for the devastating blow. Kangzo kicked the serpent multiple times on the head and landed on the ground. He thought his hits had no effect on the monster. Dagon laughed. Now this man had seen his final form. The snake opened its mouth and said that this man would never be able to pierce its scales with his pathetic fists. Exhausted, he jumped into the snake's mouth and grabbed its fangs, preventing its jaws from closing. At that moment, Mayongi carried his injured partner on his shoulders and decided to drag him to a safe place, away from this furious monster. Our hero asked if the snake really thought it could only control water. Dagon tried to close its jaws to crush his opponent, but nothing worked. The snake threw the man to the ground. Kangzo fell to the ground. Dagon admitted that his opponent was too strong and far exceeded human capabilities. But if he risked his life to take this form, his opponent had no chance of winning. Dagon, preparing for a new attack, said that he and his opponent were on completely different levels. The man would regret facing the demon race. Kango said he was tired of this meaningless conversation. Dagon said he wanted to destroy his opponent with one blow, but the man was able to withstand his attack. He wondered what this guy's name was. Our hero said he saw no need to tell a snake his name. Kangzo added that his opponent had taken the form of a Muji, which becomes a dragon. He had seen many like him, scoundrels who harmed others for their own desires. He is not a dragon. He is worse than a worm. Dagon was outraged. How dare this man compare him to a worm? This worthless man is unforgivable. The snake began to writhe and choose the right moment to attack its opponent. The monster said it would now tear this man apart. Our hero was unafraid, and adopting a fighting stance. He decided to use his inner energy to finally finish off his opponent. The snake opened its mouth and prepared to swallow its opponent. At that moment, our hero smiled and attacked the enemy. Kangso delivered a powerful blow using his energy skills, and the snake closed its jaws. The protagonist kept hitting the monster, repeating that creatures like him were evil and that evil must be destroyed. Kango activated his spirit beast, a huge dragon. Our hero approached and pressed against the enemy snake's eye with tremendous force. Dagon, losing his balance and strength, began to fall to the ground at a tremendous speed. A loud crash was heard as he hit the surface. When the smoke cleared, Dagon lay deactivated in the pothole of the road. Having returned to his original form, our hero stood before the defeated enemy. A TV announcer declared that the rainy season, which had lasted several weeks, had finally come to an end. According to materials published by the Association of the Awakened, there were many fewer casualties compared to previous seasons. A man lay in the hospital with an oxygen mask on his face. He had his body wrapped in bandages. The announcer added that the level of aquatic monsters was much higher than in previous years. A case like this is very unusual. I was standing in front of Jinho's hospital bed. The girl could not hold back and hurried to hug her wounded colleague. Jinho was surprised, but he did not mind Meonju's behavior. In the restaurant, our heroes listened with interest to the news on TV. The announcer said that reports about the so-called Helmet Man, who had been helping residents and then disappeared inexplicably, were still coming into the studio. Experts say that this young man in disguise is directly related to the decrease in the number of casualties during the rainy season. Kango portrayed a scene of adult life with Heian. Someone was watching our hero from behind a tree. Kangso continued doing his job as a messenger, delivering orders to different parts of the city. A TV broadcaster reported that after the rains, an increase in humidity was expected due to the influence of sunlight. Clear and cool days were expected to continue. Kangso was punctual and meticulous in his work. As always, the current food delivery was no different from the previous ones. Kangso walked around the city on foot. Our hero felt deep down that someone was following him, but he was completely disguised. Kangso thought that the person following him was capable of recognizing his presence and concealing their traces. It could be a new magical race. Kangso had to answer the question of who was following him and why. Why did the person following him decide to hide and not reveal their identity? Eso decided to use an illusion and disappeared from sight. A strange bird was watching our hero. Suddenly, the bird turned into a young man. The boy looked around, but saw no one. He noticed with annoyance that he had lost his target. Suddenly, Kango grabbed the boy from behind and asked how he dared to follow him. Wasn't that a bit too bold? The young man got scared and immediately disappeared. The only thing left in our hero's hands was his hat. Kanso realized that instead of the boy, a black cat appeared that tried to escape. Our hero thought that person had used some unusual ability. Kango took off after the cat, thinking that he would not be able to catch the stranger anyway. In the end, Kangso also caught the cat. Kangso asked the animal why it was following him and why it had transformed. He advised it to tell him everything honestly. Kangso pointed out that during his studies he had learned various methods of torture, and that he could apply some of them to this cat. Suddenly, Jaein appeared with her mother. The girl asked what Uncle Kangso was doing with the animal. Kanso wondered where Heian had come from and said that the girl was very cute. Heian approached her uncle intending to free the cat. The girl said it was wrong to torment the poor goblin, and that it should be released immediately. Iso was surprised. He really had a goblin in his hands. At the restaurant, Kanosu and the stranger sat across from each other at the table. Jo Songta, who was standing, said it was indeed a goblin. Jo Songta added that they had seen goblins' rhythm on television. They were young kids dancing to cheerful music. And Seong Tae explained that they were goblins and looked almost identical to humans. In fact, they are half-spirits, which is why they are called half-spirits. They are not from this world. Iso wondered if they had come here from another world, just like him. Jo Seong explained that the goblins first appeared during the cataclysms when the doors began to open. The most surprising thing was that their tribe and the whole village had been transferred inside the door. In other words, the goblins and their village were cut off from their world, just like Kanso. Kanso thought it was very unusual for an entire village to have been transported. Kanso asked if his friend was referring to the moment when the door opened for the first time and the whole country was nearly destroyed. Many people suffered at that time, and Seong Tae reminded him that during that time the Awakened fought against the monsters, and it was the goblins who helped them. Their abilities are not awakened, but they used goblin clubs as weapons. They even possess various types of magic. There are not many goblins, but in the Awakened Association, their great contribution to the restoration of the country alongside the hunters is recognized. Kanso said he now understands why the goblins are kind to humans. Jo Song Tae added that goblins are also very handsome. The guest said he gets along well with the guys from Goblin Rhythm, and that he can get their autographs. Kanso asked why this boy was following him. The young man said his name was John. He is a member of the Wind clan. He wanted to ask the messenger for a favor, so I agreed to follow him. John knelt before the messenger and asked him to save his elder by calling our hero Mur. Kangso wondered why this boy was asking to save his elder. Besides, his name was not Kim. It was Kim. Yu Seong Tae whispered to his friend that goblins call people Mir, Kim or son-in-law Kim. John said that his elder had been attacked by members of the Black Brotherhood. He was still between life and death. Day and night, the doctors attended to him trying to heal him, but they could not improve his condition or determine the cause of his illness. The goblin said he was trying to find regenerative herbs, and that he accidentally came across this messenger. Jun said the messenger emanated the energy of the herbs. Regenerative herbs are very rare plants that can even stop death. If he had them, they could save the elder. Jong asked if Kim happened to have those herbs. Kango said it was the first time he had heard about something like that. He added that unfortunately, this guy was mistaken. Jong was upset. That could not be. Goblins have very sharp and sensitive abilities. Hango asked again if his elder had fallen into that state after being attacked by the Black Brotherhood. Kangzo asked if he could see the elder himself. Kangzo asked if he could leave Yusun alone for a moment. His friend replied that there was no reason to worry. Kangzo told the goblin that he would try to heal his elder. John was surprised. Kangzo added that he could not guarantee it, but if it was the work of the Black Brotherhood, he might be able to help. Li Xin entered the restaurant and greeted those present. The boy smiled and said that Asian food for breakfast was the best there was. Li Xin saw the goblin and immediately drew his sword, pointing it at the boy's neck. Li Xin asked him who he was and what he had done. Was he really from the Black Brotherhood? Kangzo told his younger brother not to torment the poor goblin. After hearing the story, Li Xin said something similar had recently happened in another province. Li Xin added that an rank gate had appeared in that location. For some reason, the radar network monitoring the gate had stopped functioning. Therefore, no measures were taken in time, and as a result, the gate began to function in reverse. The Black Brotherhood appeared nearby as if they had been lurking and attacked the goblin village. Fortunately, the goblin garrison was able to repel the Black Brotherhood and the monsters. But during the battle, the elder was injured and lost consciousness. This is a serious incident that could lead to political problems. The association is preparing to respond to them at any moment. Kangzo thought the goblins were important creatures responsible for state security. Their problems could easily trigger a state crisis, which would also threaten the restorer's family. Our hero said that in that case, they could not waste any more time. He asked how far away the old man was. Jun said there was no need to worry about that. The guy lifted his club and ordered the door to be opened. The club the goblin was holding was no ordinary weapon. Mysterious changes began to occur in the space. A huge door appeared before those present. Kanso was surprised. Was it really goblin magic? Jun said it was traditional goblin magic. The goblin door. Through this door, one could immediately reach their village. Kangzo thought these doors could move through space. They were like real doors. John opened the door in front of our heroes, and they saw the goblin village. John said, "Welcome." The door was on a hill. The young man pointed and said that was the village of the Wind clan. Iso saw a huge tree and traditional houses. Ixo realized that the sky had been created with a barrier. It felt like he had entered a parallel world, like an inventory or a portal. Jun said it was part of a neighboring province. The boy added that most goblins, except for him and a few of his friends, stick to conservative values. There are several barriers around the village to keep outsiders out. Li Xin asked if the Black Brotherhood had tried to break these barriers. Jun nodded and added that they had failed. However, lately there are more and more goblins who usually go outside, just like him. Li Xin realized that one of the heads and supervisors of the Silver Tower was also a goblin. Kangso remembered that Heian had told him that one of her friends was also a goblin. She probably figured it out herself using her ability. Priest's Eye. Zhang led his companions to the foot of a huge tree. Line said that up close, the tree really looked enormous. Kangso agreed and added that the aura it gave off was also impressive. Zhang said that this tree was sacred. Unlike humans, goblins come from the fruits of the sacred tree, and the branch where the fruit hangs becomes a club they use for the rest of their lives. Goblins and clubs share the same principle and the same end. When they die, they return to the sacred tree as new, by human standards. For goblins, it is something like a mother and a guardian spirit. The barrier around the village is also maintained by the power of the sacred tree. Li Xin asked about the life expectancy of the goblins. Jun replied that it used to be around 1,000 years. Zhang said he was already over 100 years old, but still very young. Some young ones appeared nearby and were surprised. Jun had already arrived. He had gone to look for regenerative herbs, but returned quite quickly. Zhang replied that, unfortunately, he had not found the herbs. His colleagues said they should probably go out together and search deeper. However, he looked closer at Jun's companions and was surprised. Were these two really Mir? Kim? Many young ones came running. They began to look at the Kims with interest. This was unusual for them. Jun said he did not have any herbs, but he had come with Mir, who would heal the elder. The goblins were delighted. This meant the elder could be healed. Now their elder would be healthy. Long live. Kim Kangzo thought these goblins were very positive or even optimistic. Elder Kangwon, one of the goblin leaders, approached the young ones. Kangwon asked our hero in surprise, "Is Kim really who can heal our elder?" Kangzo thought he was a true leader, radiating a very strong aura. Kangwon and Kangzo locked eyes. Kangzo thought the goblin was looking at him like it wanted to eat him, even though he probably did look suspicious. It would really be impossible to just meet with the sick elder. Kangwon said those people could follow him. He would take them to the elder. Kangwon apologized for not behaving in the best way. He had been serving as an elder for several hundred years. Kangzo asked Kangwon why the elder had decided to believe him. He could have been working with those trying to harm the elder. Kun said that the goblins can immediately recognize lies, even if the goblins believe the lies. It just means they do not want to argue and give in. Hung said there was not a hint of falsehood in the man's words. Kim Kangzo thanked him for his trust. Kainwon said the problem was not trust, but simply that he recognized his interlocutor. Our hero thought, maybe this goblin has something like Heian's ability. After all, goblins are a very unusual people. Youngun led the people to the building and said it was there. Kangzo thought it looked like the place where he used to live. The old man said they could go in. Our hero wondered if the goblins came from a world similar to his. Another goblin greeted the visitors and said, "Hello to Kainwon." Kainwon asked how the old man was doing. The elders responded that they were doing everything they could. Youngun said they could rest now. He would take care of the sick old man. And one approached the sick man and told him he was back. One slightly opened the door and said that Kun could come in. Kango saw an unconscious man in bed. Kango thought it had to be the elder of the goblin tribe. Although he was in critical condition, he could feel a power much stronger than the leaders. His energy was at levels, and it was this powerful energy that had brought the warrior to such a state. When Kay touched the elder's body with his fingers, he remembered being told that no medicine worked on this man, and that it was impossible to even determine the cause of his illness. The protagonist thought it was not an illness, but something else. Kangzo told Lai Xin to stay outside and watch the elder's room. Our hero decided to start the treatment. Placing his hands on the patient's chest, Kanzo directed his energy into the man's body. The core of the goblins, the goblin fire, is located in their chest, and the energy of the demon can be felt faintly in the elder's chest. It is unclear how it got into the body, but it absorbs the goblin fire. This means someone discovered the goblin's weak point, and was even able to deceive their sharp senses. Kangzo thought a spell had been used against the elder, and that it had been done very skillfully. The demonic power was holding the goblin fire. It would be too dangerous to just take it out. Kanzo continued to manipulate the flow of energy from his body to that of the old man. The demonic energy spread through the patient's body like poison. First, it had to be weakened. To do that, our hero decided to delve inside. Using his unique abilities, Kanzo entered the old man's body and came face to face with the demonic energy. Now, Kanzo's task was to destroy this monster. Kangzo took a fighting stance and said this monster could attack him. The bloodthirsty monster growled and prepared to strike. Kano, using his hand-to-hand combat skills, jumped and delivered a devastating kick right to the monster's head. Kangzo shattered the body of the venomous monster, but it began to regenerate and recover. The eye of the dying monster appeared before our hero. Kano said he had come here to destroy the bacteria, and it turned out this monster was the bacteria. The monster, now without 3 heads, tried to recover. The heads that had been severed from the body continued to growl and flash their eyes. Kanzo thought this monster was using the fire power of the goblin to regenerate. If he delayed, the old man's energy would run out. It was dangerous. Kangso decided to take action and lunged at the nearest part of the monster's head. Kanso started vigorously attacking the monster's eyes. After suppressing the monster's activity, our hero decided to finish it off in one blow. Upon touching the dominant eye, Kanso decided it was time to take him down slowly. Our hero succeeded. He was able to completely separate the demon. Once out, Kang continued to hold the demonic energy in his fist. The old man sighed and regained consciousness. Hun was very happy that his elder had come to. Jun supported the weakened elder. The elder thanked Yun for bringing such a precious person there. Kangso said that the enemies had used magic that was slowly extinguishing the goblin fire inside the elder. Lai Xin asked if his friend had completely freed the elder from this magic. He had done it. So replied that he had simply eliminated the magic that was inside him. Li Xin was surprised and asked what had happened to the magic. Kangso responded that he had absorbed and purified it. Li Xin was even more surprised. It was possible to do it so easily. The old man introduced himself to our hero and told him his name was Ju, and that he was the elder of the Wind Goblin tribe. The elder said he owed his life to the guest and did not know how to thank him. Ju wanted to get up, but our hero seated him back down. Kang So said he had removed the source of the illness, but the elder had lost a lot of strength, so he should not exert himself too much. Kang So took the medicinal herb and mencho out of his pocket. This herb should help him regain his strength more quickly. And John said he was right. This herb is called the Healing Isencho herb. Kanso said he now understood which herb Jun was referring to earlier. Ju smiled because it was the same herb, just with a different name. Elder Ju said he had raised Jun as if he were his own son. Ju added that the boy had volunteered, saying he would find a special person and would surely save her. Kangzo said he was going to come here himself because he had a question. Kangzo asked the elder to tell him more about what had happened. Sui stated that it was not the first time the Black Brotherhood had attacked the Goblin village. The elder had never understood exactly what they intended to achieve. However, this time he noticed something strange. Unlike the previous attacks, this time they brought along a large pack of wild animals. It seemed like they had carefully planned the attack. However, at that moment, the elder did not pay much attention. It was just a few more, and it still was not enough to stand against the goblins. To be honest, a few skilled craftsmen could have taken out the thieves. There were more than usual, but fewer masters. Maybe that is why Elder Ju suddenly felt a strange unease. At that moment, a weapon appeared that emanated an unpleasant demonic aura. The elder repelled the attack, but the weapon crumbled too easily. It was as if it had been created specifically to break apart. Then the elder felt something hit him in the chest. He fell to his knees and started coughing up blood. He could feel a strange object in his chest. The goblins pounced on the villain and began questioning him about what he had done to their elder. The villain only reveled in it. He had bitten into a poison pill. Only then did Elder Hu understand the reason. Why was the Black Brotherhood outnumbering him? And why had they lured him there, deliberately organizing an attack that was doomed to fail from the start? Kangzo asked if that meant the Black Brotherhood had no intention of breaking the barrier. Their goal was to defeat the Elder with that weapon. Elder Ju nodded his head. However, thanks to Kangzo, he was able to survive. Kangzo asked what had happened to the remnants of the weapon. Ju replied that the remnants of the sword had completely evaporated and that the surviving members of the Black Brotherhood had committed suicide. Kanso stated that if there had been even a part of the weapon left, it would have helped in the investigation. Elder Hoi said that while Kangsu was healing him, he was conscious, although he could not move. Ju said that thanks to his savior, he felt a tremendous power that he had never encountered before in this world. The elder asked if Kang had come from another world like the goblins. The protagonist replied that he was also a foreigner. He had come here from a country called Ok, but he could not find his way back, so he decided to stay here. Kangso said that the goblin village was very similar to his hometown. Maybe they were from the same world. Elder Ju said they were from a country called Chuzan. He had never heard of Ok. Ju added they came from different places, but they were in the same situation. Maybe they could try to find a way to return to their lands together. Ju added that if they joined forces, something good would come out of it. He extended his hand to our hero. Several days passed. The president was informed that the Minister of Defense had requested a meeting for the next day. The Minister of Defense said he wanted to apologize for the attack on the old goblin. The president told his assistant to schedule the meeting for the day after tomorrow. The assistant added that the Minister of Defense had called them as soon as he discovered that his secretary was the traitor. The president said that the old goblin could have died, and that if he felt guilty, he should wait one more day. The president added that he had to go somewhere for personal matters. The guild leader added that it was a personal matter, so he did not need an assistant. The assistant said he could not let the president go alone. It was too dangerous. The guild leader replied that he did not see anything dangerous about it. The president said he was just going to a regular Asian restaurant for dinner. The guild leader was surprised. They say this guy managed to cure the old goblin. But there is a good chance it is a lie. It was unlikely that he had found the cause of the old Jew's illness. Not even his best healers had been able to find a way to cure him. How could he have made a full recovery in just one day? The president was undoubtedly very pleased with the old man's recovery. But there were many things that were not clear. Besides, Lai Xin managed to reach level 0 with his technique. But it is hard to believe he could have done it just recently. Also, Lai Xin does not remember exactly how he acted. His alibis do not match and even contradict each other. And no one could have faced the underwater monsters if they were in his place. Muji's report was also suspicious. The same went for Kaval, who had taken down the Flammer organization, which was distributing a new type of drug, and even the half-demon Dagon, who is now in a special prison of the association. Captured alive. The report mentioned the intervention of an unknown masked individual. He must have helped reach level 0, and Mungi must be aware of it. Janae probably has discovered it too, since there are no reports. However, the president did not order to locate this unknown person, because he had come to some kind of agreement with him. In exchange for teaching them the technique, the president promised not to bother him. But if all these mysterious incidents were resolved with his help, then he is an awakened one who possesses greater power than Li Xin. He might have been even stronger than anyone else in the world. And it was unknown what would happen to the country if this man got angry. The leader of the guild could not leave someone who posed a threat alone, so he did not tell anyone and conducted his own investigation. First, he assigned someone to follow Li Xin and Mungi without revealing his intentions. As expected, their routes largely overlap. For example, an Asian restaurant and also that guy whose face could not be seen in the photos. Either the delivery guy from this restaurant is the awakened one, or he is somehow connected to him. And he decided that today he would meet him in person and find out who he was. The fate of an entire state depended on it. The president was satisfied with one thing. It seemed he was open to dialogue. If necessary, he would have to risk his life. Otherwise, he would not have helped them. The leader of the guild decided to start preparations and activated the hologram on his wristwatch. The hologram depicted the person who was to be freed. The holographic man grew to life size and headed towards the taxi. The guild president, who was inside this hologram, rubbed his face and thought that nothing was even noticeable. It was an appearance-changing artifact invented by Master Sochol. On the outside, he looked like an old man with nothing remarkable. The old man looked up and wondered why it had started to rain as he tried to shield himself from the rain. The old man ran towards the taxi. As he got into the car, he gave the driver the address of where he wanted to go. The taxi left for its destination. Two unknown individuals were watching the car. They were the leaders of the Black Brotherhood, Brother Zhang and Sister Hong. The brother asked if that old man was the president of the association. The sister nodded affirmatively and wondered where he was going without security, having changed his appearance. The brother said everything would go faster now, and that they would soon be famous. The girl suggested that he recognized their skills. All of this was done for him. That night it rained a lot, so there were many orders. And they had to close early because they ran out of food. It sounded like an excuse, but on a rainy day, it is impossible to resist onion pancakes with rice vodka. Jo Sung-tae said it was amazing. A delicious aroma. The sound of a pancake frying. Add a glass of rice vodka, and it will be unforgettable. Kango said his friend loved the food. It was admirable. Kango looked at the results of Yu Seong-tae's efforts and wondered if it was too much. Yu Seong-tae himself did not understand when he had managed to prepare so much. The restaurateur said that the atmosphere had influenced him a lot. Exo suggested calling someone. Yu Seong-tae said that his wife and daughter had gone to another city to shoot a movie, and that Huck definitely would not come due to his diet. Kangzo thought about inviting Lai Xin or Jun. The restaurant door opened, and the friends saw they had a visitor. The elderly man apologized and asked if the restaurant had already closed. The elderly man saw Kangzo and thought he was the mysterious awakened one. The guild leader could barely perceive any aura, but he knew for sure that this guy was familiar with the Awakening's aura training method, which meant he knew how to hide his energy. Where did President John Henchong get so much confidence? His most outstanding skills were his leadership qualities and his ability to recognize others' abilities. This skill had nothing to do with the awakened. It came from a completely different realm that could not be explained. It was also one of the secrets that allowed him to continue successfully managing the Silver Tower. Junja apologized and said they had already closed. The old man sighed with regret. The guild leader looked down, thinking he would have to leave. However, Yu Songi stopped. The restaurateur asked if he happened to like onion pancakes with rice vodka. It was a tempting offer that the guild leader could not refuse. The dish looked magnificent and appetizing. The old man drank the rice vodka and sighed with relief. The mood of the guild leader improved significantly. He became more talkative. The old man said it was the best thing to do on a rainy day. Yusonj mentioned he had fried too much, as if he knew the old man was coming. The guest thanked him and said the hosts were not expecting visitors, but now they had invited him for a drink. Jazante realized this old man could hold his alcohol well. He drank many bottles and was still standing. The party continued. Everyone was in good spirits, and the president forgot his objective. This was not surprising, as he had been working so hard that he had no time to drink. Kano immediately guessed that the old man was the president of the association. John said he would become a great man. If it were not for him, the country would not exist anymore. It was him who performed the duties of head of state. He was the perfect person for the position of president of the association. As Jin said, he radiates the energy of a president. But why did he change his appearance and come here? Suddenly, the lights in the room went out. The leaders of the Black Brotherhood were preparing to attack. The girl said it was time to start hunting the tiger. Chong and Hong were on the restaurant roof at that moment. Using her energy skills, the girl was going to focus her energy. The lights came back on, but they flickered intermittently. Despite the rain, it seemed suspicious. Yonji looked at the lights and said he had changed the bulbs recently. Those present began to listen. The lights went completely out again. Yonji said he would go see what had happened. Yonj lit some candles and placed them on the table. Kangzo got up from the table and said he would check everything himself. Our hero added that the host should not leave while the guest was there. Joe thanked his friend, said he would appreciate it if Kang checked. Kang said he would try to resolve the issue quickly. Yus told the visitor that his employee was very competent. The girl on the roof absorbed all the energy from those she touched. That was her ability. The advantages of her ability were that she became physically stronger based on the amount of energy she absorbed. Additionally, while absorbing the energy from the crystal that generated electricity, she could cause complete darkness. Her sister said everything was ready. When absolute darkness fell, it was her brother's turn. He said he would quickly take care of everything and come back. The brother moved in the complete darkness created by his sister. He knew that now no one could see him. The leader of the Black Brotherhood jumped from the roof. His ability was perfect camouflage in the darkness. Thanks to that, none of his targets had survived so far. Our hero found himself face to face with the villain who held a knife behind his back. The attacker even jumped in surprise. Who was this man? Was he really an employee of this restaurant? The villain thought he was going to silently kill just the president, but this employee was there for no reason at all. The villain thought he could not leave any evidence, so he approached our hero with the knife out. The knife was already very close to Kango's neck. The villain thought this guy was finished. However, With a quick motion of his hand, Kanzo deflected the knife aimed at him. The villain was surprised. How had he managed to deflect that blow? After all, he could not even see him, let alone feel his presence. Kanzo extended his arm and tapped his opponent's forehead with his finger. The villain flew backward with a scream. The hit was so strong that the criminal spun several times in the air. Chong landed on his feet and was surprised at how this guy could see him despite his complete camouflage. The villain shouted, "Who is this guy?" "He is a secret agent from the Silver Tower. Our hero said he was just a delivery guy from this restaurant." The villain, of course, did not believe him. Kangso said that whether he believed it or not, he would not let his opponent bother the restaurant's customers. They had a special visitor today, so it would be better if the guy left quietly. He was surprised. Did the delivery guy think that after hitting him once, he could now do whatever he wanted? At that moment, the girl jumped off the roof, raising her fist, tried to hit our hero. Hong thought she would use the energy she had received and put it into the strike. After that, the delivery guy would not be standing. However, Kango saw the attacker and, turning around, raised his hand, deflecting the attack. The girl was stunned. She had countered his energy. Kangso fully absorbed Hong's energy. At the same time, our hero said that you can't use someone else's energy. The restaurant delivery guy grabbed the girl by the arm and, using a close combat technique, took his opponent down to the ground. Coughing up blood, Hong lay on her back on the ground, groaning in pain. Kangso asked if the attackers wanted to continue. John thought his sister had absorbed the energy of the whole building, and that she could handle this guy. The villain decided to leave his sister with him. He decided to focus on his immediate target himself. John thought that out of all the targets he had, no one had managed to survive. The criminal pulled out a knife and thought they would take out President Jun Han Jun. The leader of the Black Brotherhood gained momentum and was about to burst into the restaurant. However, after taking just a few steps, the villain ran into something invisible. The impact was so strong that Zhang lost his balance, flew up, and fell to the ground. Zhang sat in front of the restaurant and could not understand what was happening. There was a protective wall between him and the building. Kango approached his opponent and said he knew unwanted guests would show up, so he had set up a barrier in advance. Kangso reiterated that no one dared to touch the visitors of this restaurant. The guild leader thought this young man had made a good impression on him. He asked the restaurateur if he could give him more information about the delivery person. Youngi asked again if he was referring to Kango. Young said that before opening this restaurant, he had worked as a doorman for 10 years. During that time, he met many different people, some of whom were strong. However, their strength made him even more nervous. Kango is also strong, but he does not cause anxiety. At that moment, our hero was fighting against two opponents at the same time outside. The brother and sister decided to attack their opponent at the same time. Kango remained completely calm. Yontae added that this guy could be called the fairest person he had ever met. Kangso blocked both attacks from the brother and sister who were attacking at the same time. The messenger said that was not enough. Focusing energy in his hands, Kangso delivered a double strike and hit both Qian and Han simultaneously. The opponents flew off in different directions. The opponents were incapacitated and lay on either side of Kangso. Our hero expressed his confusion at the fact someone with such excellent skills would try to do something bad. Hanzo wanted to say something more moralizing to his opponents, but he got caught up in some ropes. Hong laughed and said that this guy did not even realize he was there. In an instant, Kang was trapped in the ropes that surrounded his hands and feet. The villains pulled on the ropes and declared that this guy had been captured. The girl was surprised. Did his opponent really think they would attack without a plan? They were just waiting for the moment to bind their opponent with those special ropes. Chong said that anyone who got in his way would get what was coming to them. They would pay dearly for getting in his way. Chong said that this rope was made of compressed spider silk, which made it especially strong. It could not be broken. Kango had heard about the spider silk from Aranido, and asked if they were referring to the monstrous spider from Kangwon-do. Chong was surprised that his opponent had that information. The villains added that the resistance of this rope was such that it could not be broken, under any circumstances. Kenzo tensed up and the rope simply evaporated under the strain. The leaders of the Black Brotherhood screamed in fear and surprise. Kangzo said that if his opponents claimed these ropes could not be broken, then they definitely could not do it. The old man smiled when he heard Yon-tae call his assistant the fairest person. The guild leader said that if a person with power uses it with a just heart, there will be peace on earth. Jose-tae replied that if power is the reason a just person gives up their normal life, then maybe Kang would give up his power. Most likely, he would choose a normal life. Yu Song-tae and his guest realized that the light had returned. Kangso entered the room and said he had taken longer than expected. Jo Song-tae said that his assistant was doing a good job. The old man asked our hero his name, and he replied that his name was Kango. Kangzo asked him if he wanted to say something. The old man looked at the young man and told him that he wanted to thank him. The guild leader thought he wanted to thank him for everything that had happened. Thank him for saving many people. The guild leader was grateful to our hero for everything. Kans thanked the old man and said that thanks to people like him, this country continued to thrive. Kansa said, "Thank you very much." The old man was surprised. Did this guy know who he was dealing with from the beginning? The guild leader added that he was also grateful to the young man for that. As he was leaving, the old man told the restaurant owner that he had a great time that day. He had not realized how much time had passed. Jo-song told his grandpa to be careful. The old man saw two people dressed in black tied to a post. He asked who they were. As he got closer, the old man saw that they were the Blackman siblings from Orang. But what were they doing there? One of the prisoners had a note sticking out of his pocket. After reading it, the old man realized that they were indeed the Blackmen who had been chasing the president. The guild leader left the restaurant completely satisfied with today's meeting. As always, they had a great time at this place, together with the Suntai family. They went to the water park. Stay said that Heian really liked this place. Tak was not acting like a bodyguard, but as a member of Heian's fan club. Chocolate Bon. Ken was simply enjoying his vacation. However, it did not last long. Soon, Kensung faced a serious problem. The problem was that the excessively exposed bodies of those around him constantly caught his attention. Kang wondered if they were dressed too lightly. Our hero did not even know where to look. However, he had no choice, and his gaze was constantly drawn to those nearly naked bodies. It was a crisis moment in Kangung's life. The senior instructor asked his subordinates what they were doing. The young people replied that they were looking for their boss, Miyuji. The water park was not a wolf pack gathering at home. They had come here to protect their boss from men with bad intentions. That was their mission. The senior instructor said he had come here as a volunteer. He was there to ensure the safety of the citizens and maintain order. That was his calling. The employee asked the boss to be honest with them. The boss knew that Kim Mai would be there that day, so he volunteered. He even gave up his vacation. The senior instructor said that was not true. The employee asked why. In that case, the boss had not gone on vacation. The young people admitted that the boss was very stubborn and did not want to acknowledge what everyone else could see. Everyone in the department knows that the boss likes Kim Myung-hee. If the boss takes too long, someone else could get ahead of him. Kim Myung-hee is also popular in other departments. The employees suggested to the boss that he should not worry and trust them. They know how to organize everything. The boss said that those two are looking for trouble. They have decided to pull a prank on him. In that case, he will have to show them who is in charge. At that moment, they called Song Jin-ho. The young people looked back and saw Kim Myung-hee. The girl said she had heard that Jin-ho would be there later, which is why he brought his employees with him. Sun Jin-ho thought that Mai had always been so beautiful. The girl was surprised. Why did Jin suddenly blush? Maybe he had heat stroke. Kim Myungji approached and touched Jin Ho's forehead. The young man, of course, blushed even more. The girl got really close, and Jin started to breathe faster. Mi said he did not look like he was hot. Jin Ho said he was fine. Mai said she was worried about him. Jin Ho repeated that he was fine. He told me that Jin had just regained his strength, and that he should not overexert himself. The girl waved and said she would be in the next area, that they could see each other later. The young people advised Mai to be careful. Jinjo thought that this girl was worried about him. The young man turned around and heard someone calling the girl pretty. A young man approached Mai and asked if she wanted to talk to him. The young man said he was the head of the 4th department of the legendary guild. If the girl had time, they could have some fun together. Mi Yeonji said she had come here to volunteer, not to have fun. She did not have time and had to leave. The head of the 4th department of the legendary guild grabbed the girl by the arm and told her there were plenty of volunteers there without her. She did not have to work that day. Myunji thought that guy was really annoying. Suddenly, another person grabbed the annoying young man by the arm. Jinjo, as it was him, realized that the girl had refused. The annoying young man got angry. Who was this guy? The head of the legendary guild asked if he was her boyfriend. Jinjo wondered who he was to Mai. The young man recalled how they had fought against Dagon, and how he had not been able to protect Mai. He had broken the promise he made to Jae and Sion Bei. He did not even bother to heal his wounds to avoid remembering that embarrassment. He was still too weak to protect Mai. Jin thought that is why he did not dare to take the first step. Before Jin could respond, a small girl ran up to Mai and called her mom. Mi did not understand what was happening. The young people were also surprised. Hayan winked at the girl and quietly told her to keep playing along. Jin and the commander of the 4th squad of the legendary guild were even more surprised. Jin could not understand how that had happened. The annoyed young man realized he had gotten involved with a married woman. Jin asked when Mi had found the time. The girl discreetly elbowed Jin in the jaw. The young man stumbled. Mai loudly asked if he was okay. He said his hand had slipped accidentally. Those around them said that the annoying guy was harassing a married woman. What a shame. They also said he was from a leg. Ario. The young man apologized, bowed, and ran off quickly to disappear from sight. I thanked the girl and asked her why she decided to help her. Hayan replied that her uncle had taught her to help those in difficult situations. Hayan said goodbye and ran off. Hayan returned to her uncle Kangan. Kang picked up the girl in his arms and together they greeted the volunteers. The volunteers recognized this man as the delivery person from Jang Chonggak restaurant. Mai told me that this man had helped her several times before. Jin Hei said that the delivery guy from the Chinese restaurant was a pretty discreet figure that no one would suspect. This meant he was the ant. The members of the Silver Tower called informants ants, because they were like ants that gathered food and brought it back to the anthill. Mai said something like that. One of the volunteers suggested that he was her secret lover. Jinjo did not hear what was being said around him. An announcement was made over the loudspeaker at the water park to inform that the long-awaited event was about to begin. The host said they were going to start an event called the Obstacle Race. The summer visitors were excited. Everyone said it was the most exciting thing that could happen at a water park. In this competition, participants had to overcome obstacles and reach the finish line as quickly as possible. Sungai asked Khan if he was interested. Our hero thought it was similar to the training he had gone through as a child. He said anyone could participate in these competitions, regardless of whether they were awakened or not. Only physical enhancement could be used. One of the attendees asked if this was not too advantageous for the awakened. Would there be any prize? The host said there would be no concessions for the awakened. And of course, they had prepared a prize. The winner would receive a new car from the organizing company. Anyone who wants to participate in the competition can sign up. You need to approach an employee and submit an application. On asked if his uncle would participate. Kangung replied that he was just going to watch. Han said he would like to ride in that red car. The girl added that if they had a car like that, they could go on a trip together. The protagonist thought he could not let Han down. Kang Sung said he would try too. Han commented that his uncle was the best. Kang Gong thought he would have to really push himself now. He just had to make sure he was not discovered. The obstacle course offered new challenges in each competition. This time he signed up to participate, which meant everyone was going to have a tough competition. Everyone was eager to know what obstacles awaited them that day. They were also curious to see who would be the winner capable of overcoming all the obstacles. The host introduced the first participant of the competition. He was the youngest department head of the legendary guild. The summer visitors saw Park Mungul. The young man waved to the audience. Mungul thought these people did not understand anything, and did not even know the importance of this event. It was not just a children's game, but a competition organized by the best guild in the country. The prize for the winner was just a distraction. The real goal was to select true professionals from among the common people and invite them to join the guild. Among the ordinary citizens were agents from the personnel department. Minjul thought that even though he belonged to the legendary guild, he would like to play among the big shots if he had the chance. As soon as the participant heard the signal, he bravely got moving. This time, the young man decided to show everyone his skills and join the Red Dragon Guild. To do this, it was worth showing the huge difference in skill level. However, the young man suffered a fiasco. Something went wrong. He lost his balance and fell into the water. Mingle failed at the first obstacle. Kangsun realized that there was no benefit for the awakened ones here. These obstacles looked normal on the outside, but when certain parts of the installation were pressed, they reflected the impact. It was necessary to take into account the elasticity that could be endured. Without experience, it is hard to control the force. However, our hero decided he could handle it easily. The young man was curious to see how many people would be able to get past this trap. The host announced that the losers would be eliminated one by one. What was happening? Perhaps the obstacles in these competitions were too difficult. So far, none of the participants had reached the finish line. Kang felt that the obstacles were much harder and more confusing than they looked. No wonder everyone was struggling to get past them. Kangan understood that it was easier for him than for most, but almost no one among the participants could overcome such traps. The host announced the next participant. A girl stepped onto the obstacle course. Kang felt she had a special aura about her. She was contestant number 78. A nudge. The host said that an extraordinary beauty had appeared before them. Could such a weak girl make it to the end? Our hero felt that she had already been through many trials. She did not have much charisma, but it was interesting to see what she was capable of, and Soji looked at the photo of the medallion. It was a photo of her father. The girl mentally promised to avenge her father and prepared for the start. The host said that Hansoji had started right after the signal. The girl had tremendous spirit. She overcame the first obstacle quite easily. The next challenge was a rope, and Soji stood out by dodging the obstacles along the way. The host announced that the contestant had reached the spinning rings. The athlete stopped to catch her breath. In front of her was the pride of the water park. Combat robots with artificial intelligence. The monkeys took their combat positions, fully prepared to attack the contestant. Asun thought that the organizers were gathering data, and that with each competition these monkeys were getting stronger. Would the contestant be able to overcome this obstacle? The girl started running. The host did not believe she could avoid the attack from the brothers. However, the athlete turned out to be pretty agile. She managed to dodge the hits. But there were two monkeys, and that was very dangerous. The host said that Han was now caught between a rock and a hard place. The summer vacationers watched with great anticipation the contestant's progress. The girl jumped high and cleared the obstacle. At the same time, the monkeys attacked each other, and Soy landed, leaving the monkeys behind. The host said it was incredible. The girl managed to outdo the monkey brothers with an amazing jump. While the host was saying this, Hem began the next challenge. What awaited her next? The moving platform suddenly tilted to one side and was able to hold on. Was that all? The girl managed to grab the edge of the platform with difficulty and tried to reach the surface. Kang said this girl had incredible focus. The host said she was almost at the finish line. And Soy jumped onto the swaying platform. She could not relax until the end. The girl reached the finish line and pressed the red button. The host announced that contestant Han Soy was the first to reach the finish line. Kang Sung thought this girl had exceeded his expectations. Without sharp senses, an incredible experience, and flawless focus, he would not have been able to do it. I wonder what kind of environment she grew up in. Chante said it was finally his turn. Kang Sung was surprised. He had also signed up. Sungai announced that he had worked as a doorman for 10 years. Kaon thought he would be able to do it. Sungtae said he was not only the father of a 5-year-old girl, but also a strong man who had survived as a doorman at the doors. The host announced contestant number 92. Jun Sungai. Haein shouted that her dad would show everyone what he was capable of. Contestant Yun Sun Tae started the challenges. However, when he tried to pass through the spinning circles, he got stuck in one of them. John and the others covered their eyes with their hands to avoid watching it. A rescue team came to help Yun Tae. Sungai thought, if I had known beforehand, I would have lost weight. Haein was very worried if her dad's stomach hurt. Haein declared that her dad was still the best. Kang Sung said that Sung Tae had done well because he had done everything he could. Sunga had to admit that was all he was capable of doing. Sunga was so embarrassed that he passed out. However, his bravery was quite commendable. The host announced that the atmosphere was heating up, and it was time to introduce the next contestant. It was contestant number 107. He had not written anything about himself. A mysterious man. Contestant Kang Sung took the stage. The girls watching the competition commented that this guy was handsome, a real beauty. Haein shouted that everyone was worried about her uncle. Contestant Han Soji is the champion who set an incredible record of 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Will the current participant break this record? After announcing the start, the host said that contestant Kangung was running at an incredible speed. The protagonist remembered the years he trained to be an assassin. Although of course this is nothing compared to the current obstacles, which seemed like toys. Back then, they were not mannequins, but real weapons. The host announced that the participant had surpassed the spinning circles in a matter of seconds. She demonstrated some incredible achievements. However, this was not the end. Would she be able to get past the twin robots? Kang lunged at the monkeys without hesitation. The monkeys swung their arms, getting ready to attack. Kang dodged them and grabbed them by the head. The robots were damaged. He apologized and said it was not his intention to break them. The host pointed out that it was hard to believe. The contestant had easily broken the twin monkeys. Moonji thought that even if he said he was trying to control his strength, no one would believe him. The host said that before they knew it, the contestant was facing the final obstacle. Kang Sung approached the swinging platform. A few seconds later, the host announced that the contestant had reached the finish line. His time was 2 minutes and 31 seconds. The young man thought he should have moved a little slower. The volunteer said that the Red Dragon Guild would want to invite him to join immediately. Mi said that this guy was only rank 5. Jin admitted that he had some incredible physical skills. If he were ranked, he could be invited to join the guild. Ian jumped into his arms and said that her uncle was the coolest, and wondered who he was. At the restaurant, the hero saw the breaking news. The topic of the day was the Phantom Thief, Black Cat, who had once again warned of an upcoming crime. The announcer said that tonight at 10 p.m. he was going to steal a diamond from the hero's museum. The host pointed out that this thief only steals diamonds. He has stolen many jewels and has only failed once in his attempt. Kang Sung said that, regardless of the skills he had, he was nothing more than a thief. Why was there so much fuss around him? The woman replied that his skills were not just exceptional. The Black Cat always warns of his plans in advance with notes. But no matter how much security is tightened, the thefts have never been prevented. The strangest thing is that he always returns the stolen diamonds. Kangen was surprised. Why does this ghostly thief need all this? In the end, no one suffers, and the black cat even has admirers. Kangen thought. This thief sends warnings and returns what he steals. Maybe he just wants to show off his skills. A young man entered the restaurant and asked for help from the hero, the Museum of Heroes. Aeon looked at the gem and told his uncle that it shone brightly. Sung was surprised. Was this the stone that the black cat was going to steal? Kang wondered why anyone would need this stone. The young man explained that he had been to the crime scene twice, but he had not been able to catch the thief. Kang was surprised. The thief was so smart that he could not be caught. Kang Sung was outraged. Why bring Heian to such a dangerous place? The young man replied that otherwise, Kang Sung would just stay home watching TV shows. Kang Sung asked who the people gathered outside were. The young man explained that they were fans of the black cat. They had come to see him. The hero was curious to know what motivated them. The inspector told the hunter Li Xin that it would soon be 10 p.m. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out. Everyone present went on high alert. The inspector ordered the lights to be turned on immediately. In the light of the spotlights, everyone saw the black cat standing on the glass dome. The criminal was holding a diamond in his hands. He told the ladies and gentlemen that he had warned them about today's kidnapping. The black cat promised his admirers that he would give them his love in return. One of the admirers shouted to the black cat to take his heart. The detective ordered the security guards to stop the black cat. Everyone rushed to carry out the order. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash, and 4 black cats ran off in different directions. One of the officers informed the commander that there were now several cats. The inspector ordered them to capture all of them. The hunter approached the black cat and got ready to catch it. However, the thief disappeared, leaving a smoke grenade in his place. The tear gas spread throughout the room, and everyone started coughing and crying. Kang Song activated his unique abilities and along with Heian found himself under a protective dome. The gas posed no danger to them. Kang Song thought that the tear gas combined with a smoke curtain was quite complicated. The security guards fled the room because they were not prepared for an attack like that. Their boss was furious, who ordered the retreat. The black cat was still inside. They had to block the door so no one could get out. The black cat smiled. Everything was going according to plan. If tear gas was used in the room, people would instinctively run to find an exit. At that moment, he could get lost in the crowd and escape. As a plan, the black cat devised another maneuver. The masked man pointed to someone dressed as a black cat and declared that he was the criminal. The inspector lunged at this person and yelled for the black cat to stay where he was. They finally caught him. However, it turned out to be a complete stranger. He was a fan of the black cat. Hunter Li Xin was upset. He had brought Sun there, but the robbery had happened anyway. Asen told Heian to stay there for a while with Li Xin and that he would be back soon. Outside, our hero encountered an old woman. He offered to walk her home. The lively woman replied that she could walk by herself. The Kang Sun told the grandma not to reject the help. The old woman thanked him and commented that this man was very young and very kind. The old woman said they had already arrived. Her house was just at the end of the nearest alley. She thanked the young man again. Kang Sun replied that there was no need to thank him and called the old woman a black cat. The woman's eyes sparkled and she looked at the young man suspiciously. The old woman asked if he had lost his pet. Kang Sun said that black cats are good impersonators and masters of disguise. You can't recognize them with a normal look. It is also worth noting that he did not use any gadgets to change his appearance. Our hero added that he could distinguish people's auras, so it was impossible to deceive him that way. The old woman threw out a smoke curtain and immediately disappeared. A black cat appeared on the roof of the neighboring house in its characteristic outfit. He said that gadgets for disguising are only needed by amateurs. The black cat added that with gadgets, they would recognize him immediately using their recognition skill. The black cat asked the young man how he had discovered him. When he realized everything, Kang replied that he had understood from the very beginning. The black cat clarified, that means from the moment he was hiding among the people in the museum. Kangson said he had guessed it at the water park. The young man tried to remember the girl's name. Kang Song said he remembered it. The girl's name was Hanny. Was that the right name? Kang added that Hanzoi had overcome all the obstacles magnificently, which is why he remembered her. His skill level was low, but he showed mastery and determination. He had great focus and, most importantly, a subtle and special aura. The young man did not believe that Han Soji would use her skills for such matters. Why was the girl doing that? Han asked. Did this guy really think that just because he had seen her once, he knew everything about her? Don't pretend to be a saint. You are in the same gang as they are, she said. Han Soji asked her if she would be next after her father. At the same time, the girl jumped and threw playing cards at her interlocutor. The cards turned into grenades, causing an explosion. However, our hero did not even blink. It was an illusion. The girl ended up on the roof of the neighbor's house. Did this guy really think she would let herself get caught? A real explosion was heard below. The black cat used a hang glider that it had prepared earlier and tried to leave the scene. The girl thought this guy had discovered her identity and that she would have to stay low for a while. However, Kanggung suddenly appeared near her. He was holding the hang glider with one hand. The young man asked Han Soji what he meant by what he said about his father. The structure of the hang glider could not support the weight of two people and broke. The young people began to fall chaotically to the ground and pulled a weapon from his chest and shot at the wall of the neighbor's house. An arrow with a rope tied to it shot out of the weapon. The arrow embedded itself in the wall and the black cat avoided falling and managed to climb onto the billboard of the neighboring building. Han thought it was not for nothing they called him the Black Cat. He could get out of any tough situation. However, the girl lost her balance and started to fall to the ground again. Han thought, was he really going to die in such a stupid way? Just before falling, our hero caught her in his arms. The young man asked her if the stone was important enough to risk her life for it. Using his unique skills, Kanggung gently lowered the girl to the ground. And also, Hanoi asked her why he had saved her. He did not want her to die. Kang Sung replied that he had no such thoughts. The girl found it strange. The ring that detected magical power did not react at all. Kang Sung left the girl on the ground and told her he just wanted to know why she had stolen the diamond. Why did she always return what she stole? Hanzoi replied, because it was exciting and helped her gain popularity. The elusive black cat was very intriguing. Kang Sung said the girl was good at pretending, but did not know how to deceive. Han admitted he had heard there was a weapon hidden in a special diamond. This weapon is so powerful it can defeat a demon. Han admitted it sounds crazy, but right now it is more important to her than her own life. The protagonist asked Han Soji to tell him more about everything she knew. The girl admitted it was the first time she was willing to open her heart to someone like that. Sung did not waste any time and used his unique skills to heal her leg injury. Han Sogi began her story. Her father was a famous archaeologist and gemologist. One day he received a request for an unusual gem. The man examined it carefully with a magnifying glass and said, "It can't be?" The archaeologist was very excited and told his daughter it was a weapon that could destroy demons. The weapon was hidden inside the stone. The man claimed they could make the world a better place, and then talked at length about the power of this stone. Hen was young and does not remember all his words now. To write a thesis about his discovery, the archaeologist began his research. He entered all the information into a computer. However, when his work was almost finished, those people came for him and said her father was injured at that moment. The archaeologist looked at the picture of his daughter and realized he could not let them get to Soy. The man lunged at the villains and was shot with an automatic weapon. One of the criminals said that the job had been completed and ordered them to just take the stone and burn all the materials. The The girl watched what was happening from the shadows. Everything was done just as the leader of the thieves had ordered. And Soyevan could not do anything. So just watched from her hiding place as her father died. The girl said that the villains set fire to the papers and the lab. They had prepared everything in advance. The next day, the news reported that a famous archaeologist had died in an accident. After that, articles began to appear claiming that all his research was fake. And Soji tried to tell the truth to the people. But no one believed the girl. She said she had found a notebook that her father had hidden in the shelter. Maybe he had foreseen the danger. The girl noticed that the first line of the notebook said, "The weapon that can defeat the demon is the shining weapon." Kang-sun remembered that Kim Munji had said that a demon named Dagon referred to this dagger as the new recruit. This weapon was designed to fight demons. But Hanoi still had not been able to awaken it. Its state has not yet reached perfection. But one thing is clear. It can harm demons and possesses considerable power. Sung wondered if it was similar to the dagger Kim Myunji had, or if there were other similar swords. And noticed that the notebook said, "Shiny weapons often sleep inside special gemstones." And one of them was the stone her father was investigating. Kang-sun thought that meant there could be several weapons. So he added that even if she told others and asked them to show her the stone, no one would agree. Kang asked, "Is that why Hansoi stole the gemstones? Did she want to restore her father's honor and prove that her research was real?" The girl nodded affirmatively. Kang Sung said he believed her and that he believed in the existence of a weapon capable of destroying demons. He also believed that the weapon was inside the stones. The young man added that they were not going to turn Han Soji over to the police. The protagonist said he had a condition. Soy naturally asked what that condition was and realized that her leg no longer hurt. Kang Sun said a man would come soon. Soy asked how she would recognize him. Kang Sung explained that the password would be Night Dew. The young man had previously told me that they should help anyone who said that password. This person would help her, and she would not have to steal stones to study them anymore. And Soji was surprised. He must really believe it. Kang Xian said that it was now her decision. After all, he trusted her. A cannon pulled a stone out of his pocket. Soji was surprised. It was the stone he had hidden in his hair. But how had he managed to get it? The young man said that the black cat had already examined the stone, so he could return it to its place. Our hero pointed out that no matter the reason, stealing was wrong. So he admitted that this was not the stone she was looking for. And Soy thought this guy was doing whatever he wanted. Kang continued on his way, and the girl realized she had not even had time to thank him. An ancient castle on the outskirts of the city. A man hiding his face under a hood stood there with a rose in his hand. An old man approached him. The old man, with a cane in hand, knelt and spoke to the Lord. Mylan asked the Lord to spare a little time for his poor slave. The hooded man cut another rose from the bush and asked what had happened to Dagon. Mylan replied that he was in an interdimensional prison in a small state of the earth. The ruler asked if Mylan, with his abilities, could enter there. The old man responded that if the Lord granted him a bit of his power, he could do it. Demonic energy began to gather around the old man's staff. The Lord asked, "Is this enough?" Mylan thanked him for his kindness. The Lord said that if Dagon had revealed his lineage, they would deal with him after he paid for his crimes. His soul could be used to create a new beast. Mylan said he would do whatever the Lord commanded him. As he left the castle, he thought about how many gatherers had already lost their lives in such a small country. There was not even a strong army here. If it were not for the promise, these people would have vanished from the face of the earth a long time ago. Mylan wondered, had the deity found out about their plans? In that case, it was impossible that the Lord had not said anything. Near the fountain in the recreation area, an old man with glasses was reading a book. The man complained about his eyesight, saying that the print in that book was too small. To see the letters better, the old man lifted his glasses. He only had one good eye. A small child passing by with his mother saw the old man's face and started to cry. The child told his mother that grandpa was very scary. The woman replied that they were leaving. Jayan approached the elderly man and greeted him. I did not expect that from a child. The man pushed up his glasses, looked at the girl, and asked her if she was scared because his face was scary. He was also very big. John smiled and said he was not scared because his grandpa had a kind heart. After all, he always sat there and thought about his friends. The old man laughed and said the girl was very funny. The man added that he was right, and that is why he would give her something. The old man placed a candy in the girl's hands. John was very happy. The girl thanked the grandpa and wished him luck. The Kang Seong thought this old man had a powerful aura. He would have to ask Seong Tae who he was. Sungai said he knew this old man who was as big as a bear and had scars all over his body. He was Kim Jong-tha's grandfather. He was a very famous man, one of the fearless 7 squad members. His name was even enshrined in the Hall of Fame of the association. 25 years ago, when the door opened for the first time, these 7 awakened ones defended the city. Ordinary people volunteered to defend their families and loved ones and gathered for this purpose. Among them was a retired military man, Grandpa Kim Jong-tae, who became the leader of the group. At that time, he was already about 50 years old. His rank was not very high, but he fought bravely. After peace was achieved, the squad decided to cooperate with the head of the Silver Tower, John and Jung. Together, they faced the remaining monsters in the country. The fearless squad contributed greatly to the recovery of the country. Recovery Day is a day of remembrance for the fallen heroes who gave their lives fighting against the monsters for the sake of peace. Sunga showed an invitation to the anniversary celebration of Restoration Day. Every year, a festival is held for the residents at the stadium. He said that this time his family had also received an invitation. Hayan is preparing for the choir performance at the kindergarten concert. Kangong was surprised. Hayan is really going to sing in the choir. That means the restaurant will be closed today. The hero wished them well and regretted not being able to join them. Sungtae was surprised. Why had Kang Seong decided not to go? The young man replied that his family had been invited. Sungtae said that a person who is isolated is recognized as a member of the guarantor's family until 5 years have passed since their settlement. Therefore, Kangong is considered a member of their family. Sungtae added that even if that law did not exist, Kangong would still be family to them. The young people arrived at the sports complex, the place where the party was being held. The host announced that they had prepared a special performance to congratulate everyone on this wonderful day. The new Sprout kindergarten choir would be taking the stage. Suntae saw his daughter in the front row and said Hayan looked great. Among the honored guests was Kim Jong-tae with a medal on his chest. The elderly man recognized the girl from the park. Suddenly, monsters appeared in the sky above the sports complex, flying in circles. But the protective dome kept them from entering. The monsters tried to break through the dome but were unsuccessful. The spectators got scared, and the organizers announced that everyone needed to go down to the shelter. At that moment, the terrorists were in the security room, forcing the employees to lie face down on the floor. The leader approached the computer and attempted to disable the protective dome. The audience watched as the dome disappeared. Now the monsters posed a direct and evident threat. Kang Sun was surprised because the protective barrier had vanished. Kim Jong-tae was not afraid and got ready to face the descending monsters and fight them. Among the guests at the event were armed warriors who fearlessly entered the battle against the bloodthirsty creatures. The commander of the armed detachment ordered everyone to stay together and maintain formation. The first detachment was to evacuate the civilians, while the second was to hold back the flying monsters. The commander asked how long it would take for Hunter Al-Shin to arrive. His assistant replied that the hunter was outside the city and would not arrive soon. The assistant informed the president that there were black men in Zone 11. The president got scared. It could be another massive monster attack. But where had so many come from? Only Hunter Li Xin was capable of fighting such a large number of monsters. The assistant told the president that there was another person. Suddenly, he shouted that there was danger behind him. The president turned around and saw a monster flying towards him. It seemed like a collision with the monster was unavoidable. However, the monster was taken down and fell onto the rubble, bleeding profusely. Elder Kim Jong-tae told the president that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. He added that Han Jong held the high position of president and should be treated formally. The president recognized Jong-tae, shook his hand, and said that greetings would have to wait. The elder lifted his glasses and asked where those disgusting creatures were hiding. Sun Ti called to his wife and asked if Hayan was okay. The woman replied that she and her daughter were completely safe. She had taken the kids off the stage and now they were all with her. His wife said that the professor was looking for a way to get to a safe place. Sungi sighed with relief and said he would go look for them soon. A Kang Song stopped him and told him not to rush. If his assumptions were correct, then this attack had not been organized by the black men. If Sun Tae went there, he would also be in danger. A Kang Song told Sun Tai to calm down and listen carefully. He added that San Tai should stay there and help evacuate the people, and that he would bring his wife and daughter himself. The women tried to move the children to a safer place. Hayan told her mother that there was someone in front. Indeed, there was a man in front hiding his face under a hat. He was holding a sharp knife in his hand. The stranger laughed and said those kids were out of luck. Anyone who saw them could not survive. John was not afraid and stepped forward with determination. The monsters kept flying over the stadium, and the panicked crowd tried to hide to avoid being caught. In the next moment, there was a loud noise in the sky, and the fallen monsters dropped to the ground one after another. What had happened? Kang Sun ran to help. He thought he had wasted too much time helping to evacuate the people. The hero hoped that Hayan and her mother were okay. The villain pulled out his knife and approached Hayan. He asked her why she was smiling. Kim Jong-tae suddenly appeared between Hayan and the criminal. With a swing of his huge hammer, he knocked out the villain. The criminal, with his face smashed and bleeding, fell to the ground and was neutralized. Jong-tae looked at the kids and said it was lucky he arrived in time. The kids looked at the old man in fear. His body was covered in scars. Hayan shouted that she knew that grandpa. Jong-tae turned around and also recognized the girl. The old man asked if she was okay and if she was hurt. The girl's mother thanked the man for his help. The kids were surprised. Did she really know this huge man? The girl replied that he was a very kind grandpa. She added that he only punished bad people and that there was nothing to fear. Suddenly, more people appeared behind the old man. Their leader laughed and was surprised to see Jong-tae there. The villain said that old people should stay at home. Why had he shown up there? Someone whispered something in the bandit leader's ear, and he laughed even louder. So he was in front of the leader of the seven, the one and only Kim Jong-tae. The criminal said they were lucky. If they sacrificed the old man and the kids, he would be very happy. The Kim Jong-tae told Hayan to step aside and wait a moment. He would take care of the villains himself and keep the kids safe. The terrorist leader ordered his men to kill everyone. The villains raised their weapons and rushed to attack. The old man took a fighting stance and said he would see who would win. Kim Jong-tae lunged forward and kicked the main terrorist in the chest. The blow was so strong that the villain flew backward. He bled, but he stood tall. The criminal wondered in horror who that old man was. Jong-tae, with the hammer in hand, moved toward him again. The criminal realized he had made a mistake. This old man had not just woken up. He was a true monster. The armed thugs attacked Kimmy again. The old man raised his fist and struck the approaching enemies hard. With a single blow, Jong-tae took down 3 of them at once. The leader of the villains watched the old man, but did not dare to join the fight. Finally, the terrorist leader said that would not work and ordered the use of a secret weapon. The fat man with a mask on his face popped a pill in his mouth and said he had been waiting for this moment. The villain swung his arm and lunged at the old man. He exuded a negative aura. Even Kim Jong-tae's hammer could not help. After the first hit, the old man flew backward. Jong crashed against the wall with all his strength and shattered it. The bully approached Jong-tae, who was bleeding profusely. The old man remained standing. Jong-tae looked his opponent in the face and told him he had come to settle the score. The old man thought the big guy was quite unusual. Not only was he huge, but he was also aggressive. The big guy threw a powerful punch, but Jong-tae dodged to the side. The hit left a mark on the ground. The old man thought this guy had completely lost his mind, but he had gained incredible strength. The blow was so strong that the dust it kicked up made it impossible to see anything around him. After the hit, when the dust settled, the bully looked around. He could not understand where the old man had gone. The old man suddenly appeared behind him and told him not to underestimate him. He was not so old that he would fall for such childish punches. Jongji lifted the big guy over his head and threw him onto his buddies. Everyone underneath got crushed. The big guy with the broken neck also lay sprawled on the ground. Jongji grabbed him from behind and told him his health was not what it used to be. Suddenly, the old man fell to his knees and clutched his chest, coughing up blood. Haein ran to her grandpa and asked how he was doing. Jong-tae told the girl not to worry. It was just his age catching up with him. The kids approached the old man and told him he was the best and really strong. Now they were not afraid of him anymore. Steak thanked them and expressed his satisfaction that they were okay. Kang Seong thanked Kim Jong-tae for protecting the children and added that he would never forget what he had done. Our hero said he still had unfinished business. Kang's son was going to deal with the flying monsters that were still circling the sky. A helicopter appeared in the sky above the monsters. The passenger in the helicopter tried to contact our hero. Hunter Li Xin reported that he had arrived at the site. Kang Sung said there was no need to delay and that the operation to destroy the monsters could start immediately. Li Xin would show everyone what he had accomplished. The hunter jumped from the helicopter and while diving, he had already chosen a target among the flying monsters. Li Xin's expert eye determined that all the civilians had been evacuated. In that case, he could use his technique. The legendary sword of the hunter appeared in his hands. Li Xin activated his secret weapon, the downpour ability. Parts of the monsters cut by the sword began to fall to the ground. The defenders on the ground saw the hunter and realized it was Li Xin. They shouted that they were saved, because they now had the hunter Li Xin with them. The president thought this man had always possessed tremendous power, and that now he had become even more powerful. But that alone would not be enough. Li Xin could not defeat all the monsters by himself. The Kang Song came to the rescue. Our hero used his unique energy level abilities. The powerful energy flows were so strong that even the president and the defenders had to step back and duck. Hunter Li Xin descended into the stadium. The destroyed monsters continued to fall around him. Li Xin thought he had missed many monsters, while Kang had taken them all out in one strike. The people on the ground did not see our hero's actions. They said that Hunter Li Xin had shown miracles of courage and bravery. Everyone present congratulated Li Xin on his convincing victory over the monsters. The hunter smiled and thought he had not done anything. Li Xin looked at Kang's son and thought he was the strongest warrior. A little girl in a red coat is crying loudly and running quickly into the darkness. Two bright points can be seen in the darkness. The girl is being chased. The girl tripped over a rock and fell. When the girl got up and looked back, she saw a huge bloodthirsty monster in front of her. The girl started to cry even louder and called for help. Suddenly, the monster was hit by a muller. It was disabled and fell to the ground. Her savior was nearby. The young man with a sword in his hand asked the girl if she was okay. The girl ran into the man's arms and hugged him tightly. The next moment the lights came on and the cameraman said, "That is a wrap." The shoot was over. Film director Jum Ho said that Haein was a very good actress. Haein said she owed everything to her uncle Yin. He helps her a lot. Actor Yeon-jin added that the girl is also very modest. The director praised the actors and suggested they take a short break. After the success of the series The Revenge of the White Rose, Haein was invited to star in the movie The Uncle and the Girl. Chogum Jeon, the sound director and younger brother of the director, said it was amazing. The series was a huge success. He found the right actress for the role of the girl. The sound director said he turned down other offers and chose her. Jumo warned his brother not to try to steal Haein from him. Chogum told his brother that the girl would definitely be interesting. You know Milky Way girls, right? The director replied that of course he knew this popular girl group sponsored by the legendary guild. Chogum added that he had been tasked with shooting a new music video for this group, and that they needed a girl for one of the roles. The sound director pointed out that it was a great opportunity for Haein and good publicity for the upcoming movie. Such talent needs to be developed and shown to the world. Locations for the Milky Way Girls music video shoot. Haein said everything there was very bright and cool. The girl happily accepted to appear in the music video. Woon had the chance to work as a bodyguard, so he accompanied Haein to the shoot. Haein greeted the director. The director told the girls to come over and say hi to the boy. The girls greeted him and said they were the Milky Woo Girls group. The girls realized that the girl was very small and asked her how old she was. Haein introduced herself and said she was 5 years old. The director said it was time to get ready for the shoot. The girls took Haein with them to try on pretty dresses. One of the group members told the manager that she was very hungry. The girl grabbed her stomach and said she needed to eat something. The manager replied that she had to wait a bit longer, because he needed to look good on camera. Haein's mother said she felt sorry for those girls. Behind the glamorous life of celebrities, there is a lot of effort, tears, and suffering. The woman added that she knew this very well. Kang Sun asked her how. The woman replied that she had been an apprentice in her day. They practiced a lot. She was even selected for a group, but in the end, she gave up her life as an idol. Kang Sung asked her if she had been through a lot, but had given it up right before her debut. The woman confirmed it. She added that she had met her future husband. She had a choice, to be loved by millions of fans or by just one person. She replied that she chose the latter, and she does not regret it, because now they have Haein, although she respects the choice of those who decided to become idols for millions of people. She hopes that Haein does not regret her decision if she faces a similar choice. Kang Song said she would not regret it because Haein is very sensible. The girls told the director that they had already changed clothes. Chogaman said that was exactly what the angel she had imagined wanted. The director said he had a good feeling and asked everyone to take their places for the shot. A woman approached the director and greeted him. Gumyeon asked who she was. She represented the president of the fan club, and her name was Yu Hyein. The president had prepared some light snacks for the participants. Even the Red Dragon Guild did not know the identity of this president. Jo Haein said that if no one objected, they would set everything up right then. The girls were very happy and thanked her. The director said it would not be very convenient right before the shoot. However, with the girls' insistence and Haejun's support, the director relented and agreed, especially since the shoot requires a lot of strength and energy. A genuine high-quality buffet was set up for the participants. The girls were grateful to Haein. It was the first time the director had seen such a luxurious feast. It was very delicious. What kind of fans does Haein have? A young man was sitting on a park bench reading the newspaper. A girl was secretly watching him. The girl approached the young man with a bouquet of flowers, bowed, and handed him the flowers. The director stopped recording and said he could not believe it. The girl's performance was not convincing. What was wrong with her face? What was the problem? Chogum said the actress's face showed no emotion. In this scene, she was supposed to give flowers to the man she secretly loved. The director pointed out that she was doing well at first, and asked why her facial expression suddenly changed at the crucial moment. The actress was outraged. How could she express her feelings with a face like that? The director took the manager aside, because he said he would film it from behind. Jim Jian looked at the manager and told him that no matter what happened, she had to perform well. After all, the girl could imagine someone else in her place. She had never dated a guy. The manager reminded the director that the girls were idols. If they dated someone, it would become a scandal. Kogum John thought about it and agreed. The arguments were convincing. However, the allocated funds were scarce, so maybe they should not have hired a professional actor. The girls perform wonderfully on stage, but in front of the camera, they come off as beginners. At this rate, they won't finish filming even in 2 days. The director had an idea and approached Miss Hayen's uncle. Could the young man take off his glasses for a moment? It would not take long. The girls looked at Kang Sun and were pleasantly surprised. This guy is just incredibly handsome. The director realized he was not imagining things. Someone with that looks is born once every 1,000 years. The girls suggested giving the male role to this person. Chogum John asked our hero for a favor to help him get into the right emotional state. Kang said he could not do it since he had no plans to appear on television. Hayen's mother asked if Kang Sung did not like the camera. The young man replied that he did not want to appear in front of everyone to avoid hurting the restaurant and those who worked there. The woman responded that there was no need to worry about that. Anyway, the actor's face would not be seen in the shot. The director confirmed it. The actor would not even have any lines. Kang Sung agreed. The sooner the shooting finished, the sooner Hayen could go on vacation. The girls were happy and said that was great. A young man with a hat and a briefcase in hand waits thoughtfully. The girl and the angel watched this man from the corner. The girl softly blew and directed the airflow towards the young man. The resulting wind blew his hat off his head. The hat flew a little through the air and landed at the girl's feet. The girl, blushing with embarrassment, picked up the hat. The director shouted, "Cut, that was just what we needed." The manager was surprised. The simple act of replacing one person with another made a remarkable difference. The girls told the manager that they could not do anything about it. The actress asked the manager if he could think of anything when he saw such an attractive person. The manager admitted that this young man was handsome. With a face like that, you can get a lot. A silver tower that contains a special prison inside. The prisoner said he was very bored there. How much longer would he have to stay there? If he got out of there, what would happen to him? Suddenly someone appeared in the cell and said that Daegun was also making noise there. The prisoner looked back. Daegun saw that Mylan had somehow ended up in the cell. Daegun was surprised. No one could enter here. Mylan admitted that he had to work really hard to find a way. Daegun suggested that this man had been sent there to summon him, and said they needed to unleash him immediately. Mylan said that Daegun had misunderstood everything. The man said that the Lord was very angry, because someone whom the Lord had generously given a chance had passed on all the information about other beings to humans. Daegun said he wanted to meet with the master to explain everything. Mylan replied that it was too late. In his current state, Daegun was very weak. Daegun broke the stone that the Lord had given him and lost his power. Now he can't even take off the shackles. Mylan asked what Daegun could do even if he met with the Lord. Daegun replied that Mylan should not dare to speak like that, or he would regret it. Mylan said that even in such a pitiful state, Daegun's pride had not disappeared. The man struck the prisoner with his staff and pierced his chest. Mylan said, "What belongs to Kaiser will return to him. No one can take the master's property from him." After work, the three young men decided to eat and drink together. Suntai said it had been a long time since they had gathered like this. The young man agreed because their sports activities had kept them from seeing each other. Sunti noticed that the young man had changed a lot since the last time they saw each other. His shoulders had broadened and his body had become stronger. It was hard to recognize him as the same kid. "What kind of sport do you have to practice to change that much?" The young man replied that he had been training every day following the method suggested by Kangong. Kangong said that the exercises combined with meditation techniques had proven to be very effective. With those results, he would not lose in a fight against a fully awake the rank. It was incredible that an unawakened person could achieve such results. Santa smiled and said that the moment had come. The young man was surprised. What was he talking about? Santa replied that he meant confessing his love to that girl. Misbaked me. The boy added that she was currently on a business trip. When she returned, he would confess his love. East China Crystal Research Center. This center is a state institution and conducts research on the effective use of crystals. After the cataclysms, instead of electricity and oil, crystals began to be tested worldwide as alternative energy sources. In a country without oil reserves, research on crystals has become fundamentally important. The country's future depends on the success of these experiments. The main building of the Crystal Research Center is located in the capital, and there are also branches in Murillo, the Sea of Japan, and the East China Sea. Baik Munhee, an employee of the Crystal Research Center, was sent on a business trip to one of the branches. Moonji's mentor, Yugenwei, an employee of the Crystal Research Center, approached the young woman and asked if she was very tired. Jainong pointed out that the project was gradually coming to an end. Soon they could return to the capital. Munji admitted that working in the capital was much more peaceful. Jainong agreed because that was where they belonged. First of all, Yu Jinzhong had succeeded both in her work and in her personal life. She was Baek Myunji's senior partner and at the same time her role model. Jin asked me if she had found a boyfriend yet. The girl blushed in embarrassment and said there was nothing like that. Jinzhong asked her another question. In that case, did she like someone? Moonji admitted that there was someone she had been thinking about a lot lately. This person works very hard and seems very noble. When she saw him for the first time, she did not like him. However, she later started exercising regularly. Now she looks great. Her figure has improved a lot. Her muscles are strong, and her back is sturdy. Jinzhong suggested that Mooney was definitely in love. Myunji expressed her doubts about him liking a girl as plain as she was. Jainong was surprised. Mi really lacks confidence. She works for a state-owned company. She is neat, pretty, and also Mai smiled and said she was just a normal person. Jin added that she was also modest. But that was too much. After a short break outside, Jinan said it was time to get back to work. They had to successfully complete the project. Mai was curious about the cost of the research. The amount would probably exceed 100 million. Jainong said he had no doubt about it. Suddenly, everything around them shook violently. The girls were scared. As expected, what had happened? Was there an explosion somewhere? One of the employees, with blood on his face, announced that it was an attack by the black men. Mai immediately decided they had to run to the accounting department. The accounting department had materials that needed to be destroyed. On television, breaking news was being broadcast. The young people continued eating, drinking, and listening to the news. The announcer reported that an explosion had occurred at a branch of the Crystal Research Center. The causes are being investigated. The Association of the Awakened believes it is an attack by the black men. A special task force is already being prepared to counter it. It was clear they were referring to the branch where Mayani was located. The boy was upset, but he expressed hope that nothing bad had happened to the girl. Kang Sung exchanged glances with Sung Tae and said he would take care of everything in a moment. Our hero set off in the indicated direction towards the East China Sea. Sung was informed that everything had happened about half an hour ago. There were about 50 black men. They had taken the lab workers hostage, and negotiations were now underway. Exxon logically assumed that if they had taken hostages, it was because they wanted something. The center was conducting in-depth research on the conversion of crystals into energy. It is assumed that the men in black carried out the attack to obtain the secret results of this investigation. Fortunately, One of the employees managed to destroy the data. Kang Sung assumed that the men in black had failed, so they had no reason to stay there, let alone take hostages. The employee said all the lab documents are synced with other branches across the country. The criminals are trying to obtain data from other labs. The woman checked the updated information and said the situation was becoming critical. The villains issued an ultimatum. Now their demands are known. The black men are giving 2 hours to hand over the research materials. Otherwise, they promise to start killing all the employees. Kang said he understood everything. Our hero's speed only increased. The hostages were in a room. They were kneeling with their hands behind their heads. The terrorists positioned themselves around the perimeter. The terrorists brought another prisoner before the hostages. They dragged him across the floor, holding him by the arms. The hostage was thrown to the ground, bleeding profusely. It was the director. One of the employees said that was too much. How could they treat an older person like that? The terrorist showed his cruelty and kicked the hostage in the face. He said no one could open their mouth or speak. The hostages were scared by the violent behavior of the kidnappers. The villain hit the disobedient employee and asked who else wanted the same. The terrorist shouted, "Who else has questions?" The hostages lowered their heads and stayed silent. The terrorist told everyone to listen to him carefully. There is only one reason why you are all here. Someone present had destroyed the secret materials they were looking for. Until the government met their demands, everyone would remain there. The terrorist leader said they would torture the hostages one by one, starting with the manager. My thought was that it was all her fault. After all, she was the one who had destroyed the documents. And now the other employees were suffering. Jinyon told Mia to pull herself together. If she had not destroyed those documents, the men in black would have easily gotten them, and would not have had to keep the hostages alive. Her mentor pointed out that Mia had saved everyone's life. So she just needed to focus on how to get out of there, and realized she really should not give in to weakness. She had to focus on why she needed to get out of there. However, only one person came to the girl's mind. Why was she thinking about him now? Kang Seong looked down at the Southern Branch Crystal Research Center and asked Hunter Lai Shin. Is he there? The hunter confirmed it. Our hero asked, how much time do we have left? Li Shin replied that it was about half an hour and added that a special squad would arrive soon. This squad was created to fight against the black men under the leadership of the Silver Tower. The hunter added, if they have sent them here, it means the association is not going to meet the terrorists' demands. It is likely they have already given them that answer. Kang Sung asked, why are not they doing anything? Li Shin replied that the black men were very aware of what the special unit was capable of doing, and that they had no chance. Maybe they decided to give up halfway, or they are trying to tie up all loose ends. Kang Sun pointed out that you never know what a cornered rat will do. The hostages could be in danger. Their release is an absolute priority. Li Shin announced that in that case, he would go to meet with the special forces. There were times when Kang shed a lot of blood. However, that did not mean he was trying to atone for his past now. The protagonist simply acted according to what his heart told him. Otherwise, everything could have turned into pain for Lee Huck, Sung Tai, and their family. The special task force arrived at the designated location. Our hero knew he had to save Mai at all costs. The leader of the terrorist squad tried to contact his superiors, but got no response. The terrorist thought his squad might have been betrayed. The villain cursed and threw the radio to the ground. The assistant asked the commander, what happened? Are there communication problems? The commander replied that there were no communication issues. They are like the tail that a lizard lost while it itself ran away. The leader of the terrorist group was Park Jun. The bandits were scared. What is going to happen to us now? Park Jun announced that from that moment on, they would go with Plan B. They would either succeed or die. Pageant said that a special unit from Silver Tower would arrive soon. Fighting them was useless. Pageant ordered his fighters to leave using any means necessary. That was his last order. The commander added that he would try to buy some time. The fighters volunteered to help the commander. Park Jun said they would not succeed. Among the representatives of the special unit was that man. The terrorists continued to hold the hostages, keeping watch over them around the perimeter. One of the villains told his partner that the order had been given to move to Plan B. That meant they would withdraw. The villain laughed and said they were not going to die there alone. A canister of poisonous gas appeared in his hand. The terrorists put on protective masks and sprayed the gas. The hostages began to choke and scatter in different directions. However, the armed black men did not allow the lab staff to escape. Myunji thought, they are all going to die now. However, the terrorists realized that the gas was dissipating. The poisonous gas cylinders were sealed in protective spheres. What was happening? Why was the poisonous gas still suspended in the air? The terrorists still did not understand what was going on. However, the gas spheres hung above their heads. Suddenly, the poisonous gas hit the terrorists with tremendous force, causing them to drop their weapons and fly backward. The surviving criminals did not understand what the future held for them. Suddenly, smoke appeared, and the terrorists began to lose sight of each other. Gunshots were heard, and the armed criminals were destroyed. The Special Forces representatives emerged from the smoke. The gunfire continued, and all the terrorists were wiped out. The hostages breathed a sigh of relief. Did they really save themselves? The rescued people saw the hunter Lai Shin along with the Special Forces. The commander of the 3rd Squadron, Park Cholgun, ordered everyone to take their positions. Cholgun added that everyone needed to calm down and follow instructions to get out of there safe and sound. The hostages realized that today they might be going home. Li Shin had to admit that the Special Forces were working smoothly and professionally. Park Cholgun said that was his job. The commander of the Special Forces saw a bright ball on the chest of one of the terrorists. Cholgun picked up the object and thought someone had attacked the black-clad men before they arrived. The hunter Li Shin was the only one present who knew who was responsible. Of course, it was Kang Song. Pakalon told the hunter Li Shin to take care of the hostages' safety. Li Shin asked where Commander Cholong was going. The officer replied that his task was to capture all members of the hostile group. There was someone he had to catch without fail. Outside the building, the retreating terrorists became embroiled in a fierce fight. They did not want to suffer defeat in silence. Suddenly, a man appeared through the smoke. Only his silhouette was visible. Magic swords flew in all directions from this man. The terrorists' bullets were not hitting their target. The magic swords knocked down the bullets that fell to the ground nearby. The gunfire stopped and the terrorists realized they had run out of ammunition. After that, a representative from the Special Forces attacked the terrorists and took them out one by one. The special agent grabbed one of the terrorists by the neck and lifted him off the ground. The villain started begging for help. The special agent asked, "Where is your leader?" At that moment, an explosion occurred. The special agent was instantly protected by a protective sphere and came out unscathed. The terrorist leader held fire in the palm of his hand and said he would not let his people be destroyed, even if his former partner stood in his way. The villain asked how Park Cholgun was doing. The commander of the Special Forces recognized Park Jun. He finally met the traitor. The old friends got into a close-quarters fight. Park Jun said his old friend had gotten stronger. He was now the leader of the Special Forces unit. Chog said that if Park Jun had not abandoned them, that place would be theirs. Park Jun said he was not interested in positions. The commander of the Special Forces asked, why did Park Jun leave the association? Why did he betray them? I was missing the answer. So I would have to find out during the interrogation. He attacked the terrorist again. Pajin swung his sword and dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. Colin staggered, but stayed on his feet. Park Jun attacked again and kicked his opponent in the chest. Colin flew backward. The gas canisters flew after the Special Forces commander. Park Jun snapped his fingers and another explosion occurred. The terrorist said that the Park Shogun he knew would go all the way if they did not stop him. Park Jun saw the Special Forces soldiers shooting at the terrorists. Why had not his men left yet? Chog came out of the raging fire and asked his old friend, "When are you going to look? You can't get distracted during a fight," Park Jun said. "I did not expect anything less." Cholgan replied. Cholgan hit with the grinder and his opponent coughed up blood, lost his balance, and fell. The commander of the Special Forces said this guy had never been able to finish the job before. Cholgan added that if Park Jun had used a little more force, he could have finished him off. Why did he stop? Because they were friends. Chog asked, "Is Jun really going to stay quiet? In that case, they would talk during the interrogation at the association." Cholgan added that the president was waiting for Park Jun. The terrorist commented that he had nothing to say. Park Jun said he did not want to make excuses and could not look the president in the eye. Park Jun held a sword in his hands, but Cholgan disabled his opponent with a hit to the neck. The commander of the Special Forces carried his former partner on his back and said they would talk in the interrogation room. Many buses arrived at the Hunters Association building in the capital. There, they were met by representatives of the press and officials. The attack on the Crystal Research Center ended with the release of the hostages. The survivors reunited with their loved ones, tears of joy in their eyes. I thought everyone had families waiting for them. The girl tried to pull herself together. I realized I had survived a nightmare. I needed to go home, take a shower, and lie down. The bakery owner ran over so I could stay home. The young man said he was very worried about her. As always. Blushed. Embarrassed. And asked.
Well,
The boy also felt embarrassed and could not answer honestly right away, gathering his courage. The young man said he liked Mai and wanted to get to know her better. The bakery owner said he wanted to be the right man for her. Of course. He still had a lot to learn, feeling very embarrassed. The boy invited the girl out. Mi burst into tears. The young man was surprised. Was he really that repulsive to her? The girl said it was not like that. Wiping her tears, Mi said she was very happy. I hugged the bakery owner and told him I accepted because I liked him too. The young man skillfully dodged his opponent's attacks with his sword. The girl held a whip in her hand and was attacking the young man fiercely with it. Every now and then, the boy would get hit and ask, "Isn't this a bit too hard? Is this training or has she decided to destroy me?" The young man said his sister was as strong as a gorilla. But what sense did that make? The girl asked, "Does my brother really think the monsters are going to consider all his circumstances?" Less talk. He should get into fighting stance now. The young man said his sister had been working part-time lately. Why was she traveling so far? The boy wanted to ask her a lot of questions to confuse his sister. It was not fair. But at least that way he could try to land a hit. The brother asked, "Maybe there is a boy she likes living nearby." The young man was surprised. What happened to my sister's face? The girl felt embarrassed. Then, she received a hard slap to the jaw. The young man dropped the sword and flew backward. The boy sat alone on a bench. A friend approached him and asked, "What is wrong with Kim Joan?" Jean beat her up again. Joan replied that it was not something to laugh about. This time, she had almost achieved her goal. John Salmon, a new recruit of rank B from the Red Dragon Guild, said it was not the first time. Still, Joan was doing well among the new recruits, so there was no reason to panic. Kim Hoen said her sister had become a bit strange. Lately, she talks to herself, smiles, looks at her tablet, and laughs. During training, she suddenly blushed and started hitting. She almost beat her to death. Soin asked if Un had been acting strange during training. The young man replied that he wanted to hit her at least once by any means necessary. So he said all kinds of nonsense and asked if she had a boyfriend. Salmon asked. After that, Your sister blushed and started hitting her. Joan confirmed it. Salmon suggested that she had indeed fallen in love with someone. The young people put on their hats and sat in front of the restaurant, hiding behind a small shelter. They assumed they had arrived at the right address. The brother pointed out to his sister, who was talking with Kangung in the restaurant at that moment, and said, but he said, Salmon looked and realized she did not know Jun could smile like that. The young people assumed Jin like that guy. He seems to be a delivery guy. Joan suggested her sister might have fallen for his looks. Salmon suggested that judging by his face, it does not seem like she just fell in love. Is there something more here? The young man tried to remember where he had seen an expression like that before. Salmon said that kind of expression is seen in fans who are crazy about their idol. Kangun saw these guys and was surprised. Why are they staring? One of them gives off a vibe similar to Jian's. It is a bit weaker than hers, but still pretty strong. Our hero recently found out that the head of the Red Dragon Guild has 2 sons. Maybe this guy is his eldest son. Kim Hoen. In any case, it is unclear why he is watching this little restaurant. Joyan said he was hungry. Summing admitted he was also hungry since he had not eaten anything since the morning. The young men smelled the noodles and decided to go into the restaurant. Suddenly, Kangung appeared behind them with food in hand. The young men jumped. Joan was surprised. When did he arrive? I did not even notice. Kang Sung asked, why are these 2 watching the restaurant? The young men said they were not looking and it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Joan added that they had not eaten anything all day. The protagonist offered a plate of food to the young men. After a while, the plate was empty. Joan and Salmon were full and satisfied. The meatballs were really tasty. After hearing the detailed story, our hero asked Joyan, were you worried about the sudden changes in your sister? Which is why you decided to follow her. What a caring brother. Joyan said that for the first time in a long time, he saw his sister smile carefree. How did this young man manage to make her shine like that? Hengung said he had not done anything special for Jun. Maybe he just liked working at that restaurant. Joan suggested there was another reason. The young man did not realize he had become her crush. Kang Soon did not understand and asked what it meant to fall in love. Joan took Cannon by the hand and asked him to take care of his sister. She thought this young man did not even know what a crush was, and was just being sincere with her sister. Kang Sung searched Google for the meaning of the word falling in love. After getting the information, Kang realized that Jun was in love. It was true, because she really was a fan of Heian. John ran around the room with a toy while his mother vacuumed with a vacuum cleaner in hand. The woman looked at the wall calendar and thought it was already September. Jane's birthday was approaching. Her mother asked her daughter what she wanted for her birthday. Jane said she wanted a train. The girl explained that she wanted to ride on a real train. A big, beautiful high-speed train arrived at the station. Passengers were asked to stand behind the barrier line. Jayan, dressed in a conductor's uniform, eagerly awaited the train's arrival. Jayan saw the train and said it was really pretty. It would be the first time the girl traveled by train. Kang Sung also thought it would be the first time he traveled by train. The whole family took a train trip to celebrate Heian's birthday. The girl was very happy. An announcement was made asking all passengers to check their seats on their boarding passes. Our hero's attention focused on the passengers near another car. Where were they getting that clear aura from? The protagonist assumed they were people from the Silver Tower. They were the leader of the 4th group of the 1st Department of the Awakened Association. Gon, a newcomer. Hanu, the head of the 1st Department of the Awakened Association, was accompanying these young people. The girl said that if they did a good job, Boss Hen would invite them to eat beef. The newcomer was delighted. Engu was not satisfied. Could these people be trusted? Hanu said in his report at the office that the information came from a reliable source. There would be a terrorist attack on the train. The head of the 1st Department said they had an approximate date, but no information on which train would be the target. Go-Isol decided that he had a rational proposal to stop the trains. The boss said it was not a rational decision and that it was impossible. There was a possibility that this would enrage the terrorists, and they would do something even worse. Additionally, panic among the civilian population could not be allowed. Hanu reminded him that there had recently been an incident with hostages at a research center. So stopping train service would not solve the problem. Anu said he would have to take action personally. All employees needed to participate in the train inspections. Go told his boss that he could trust them. Hanu wanted the employees to take this matter seriously. What worried him the most was this girl. As long as there was not a bomb on this train. The train left the station. Heian said the view from the window was very pretty. With Sion, he thought the girl was really cute, took a picture of her, and decided to post it in the fan community. In fact, Gong Seon was an active member of the fan club known as the Shy Girl. The young man decided to send the photo to Ji as well. Kang-sun noticed an old lady moving through the train car. There was something about her that seemed suspicious. The old lady complained that her back hurt a lot. However, Kang-sun realized that she was not actually an old lady. She was in disguise. But her hands gave her away. Apparently, a transformation technique had been used. The most important thing was that this old lady emitted a dark and sinister aura. An even stronger aura was emanating from her bag. True magical power. Our hero was sure that this was one of the black men. He had snuck onto the train. Kang was ready to confront this black man at that very moment. But today was an important day for Heian. He could not ruin the girl's birthday because of a black man. Our hero decided to act discreetly and quickly. He said he would be back soon. Kang Sung said he wanted to see what was happening in the other cars. The young man approached the head of the blackmailers with a report. Lim got in touch with him. The boss asked, "Is this the same investigator who informed you?" The young man suggested that the Silver Tower was on his trail. After the incident at the research center, the circle of suspects was narrowing, and he felt the pressure. So he said he would like to make one last deal with them for a big job. This man had been very helpful when he worked at the center. Now he wanted to get involved in a big business and wash his hands of the matter. The boss told his assistant to accept the deal, but that after getting the information, he should take care of this person. After all, Lim surely knew a lot about their organization. The assistant said that Lim had chosen the train as the meeting place. It would be a bit difficult to deal with him right away. The boss said the doctor was smart and asked Chilga what to do in a situation like that. Chilgu suggested blowing up the entire train and taking everyone out at once. After all, the main thing is to leave no traces. He likes that. That is why Chilgu is his ace in the hole. He has to go and find out for himself. The villains told the boss to trust them. A luxury train car. A passenger is nervous and keeps checking his watch. Why have not they arrived yet? The passengers were a stockbroker and a trader from the Crystal Research Center. Limit. An old woman sat next to the doctor and apologized for keeping him waiting. The man did not expect anyone to show up to the meeting looking like that. The old woman suggested that the doctor might be under surveillance. The woman said they had to be careful not to get caught. The old woman took out a box and said her nephew had not eaten anything since morning. The man was surprised. The woman said she had brought food and added that the doctor should open the box. Inside the box, among other things, was a crystal of the highest quality. The old woman asked the doctor if he was interested in the food. Limit said it was incredible. A very large crystal. The stockbroker thought he could sell the crystal and go abroad. He told the woman he would eat it later. The doctor said he also had something for the woman. There was a USB drive in the doctor's bag. The doctor said it was not fake or cheap. The doctor whispered in her ear that he would like the contents of the USB drive even more. The woman expressed her confidence in that. The elderly woman said she had to leave soon. Lim warned her to be careful. The elderly woman thought this doctor did not understand stones. He had given her a difficult crystal. It was a ticking time bomb that would explode with a force equivalent to the purity of the crystal. When the train approached the next station, there would be an explosion. Kangam passed by the elderly woman. The woman continued on her way. The elderly woman said it was time to get off, opened the door, and jumped out of the moving train. The woman landed gracefully on her feet, and the train continued on its route. The elderly woman straightened up and continued on her way. The woman took off her mask and turned out to be Chilgu, a representative of the black men. She said it was really hot with that mask on. Chilgu opened the bag and wanted to take out the USB drive. The criminal got scared when he looked inside the bag. How was that possible? Where had it gone? After meeting the elderly woman in the train car, our hero found a USB drive in his hand. He thought it was the first time he saw her. Kang Sung approached Jur. Limit. The young man thought he did not want to ruin Hayen's birthday over nonsense. After all, he was going to handle it discreetly. Our hero disabled the crystal bomb by absorbing its magical power. He decided to pass the data from the OSP drive to someone who could use it. Go eat. Junsol fell asleep while sitting on the train. She felt a little dizzy. The girl unexpectedly woke up and thought trains were a good place to sleep. She found a package in her hand. Junsol unfolded the paper and saw OSP drive inside. The paper had a note saying this OSP drive had been taken from Blackman. More details could be obtained from the doctor in the car. Luxury. Kang Sun returned with his friends. Hayen kept looking out the window. Kang Sun said he had been everywhere, even in the luxury car. There was nothing unusual there. John told his uncle he had something and reached into his bag. The girl pulled out some cookies and handed them to our hero. After all, he had kept the train safe. The Kang Song assumed Hayon knew everything. An old forge on the outskirts of the city. The blacksmith and his assistant were working on crafting a sword. Sokol took the sword with both hands and hardened it by dipping it in water. When the sword was ready, the blacksmith checked his work and was satisfied. The old man took the sword to a specially prepared room. The assistant was also pleased. The young man said he was finally free. It was Kim Eunuch, Sokol's apprentice. He had completed his 18th task. The old man hung the sword on the wall alongside the others. There was a knock at the door and Mai appeared in the doorway. The girl asked how Sokol was doing. The blacksmith asked her when she had arrived. Mai replied that she had been there for 10 minutes. She had been waiting and did not want to bother him. So said they had finished quickly this time, because they had found good materials. The blacksmith added that the stones from the dungeon were of good quality. Moonji was glad to hear that. Sokol did not believe the girl had come to talk about trivial matters. That she had brought someone so busy all the way there. The girl said she had come for the light weapon. Moonji placed the crystal on the table and said that the stone had been found recently. The girl added that it was the seed of the light weapon. Sul said that when she brought that girl, he was very surprised. The notes from his teacher contained similar words. A weapon that contains the will of the gods. A divine weapon. There. It described the light weapon. The old man added that there were other lines there that matched the theory of the creation of this weapon. The teacher created a sword that was recognized as the best in the world and became a national treasure. Absurd as it may seem, he died under the rubble of the building, so Chol received a notebook from him with notes and secrets about weapon making. It not only contained techniques for creating artifacts but also legends. Most of them were related to the divine weapon. It said that there were 2 ways to obtain it. The first was to pass high-level trials and receive it as a reward. The second was to forge it from a stone that contained divine energy. At first, Sokol thought that all these stories about divine weapons were just exaggerations. Uriel's dagger fit this description, but it did not seem that extraordinary. It would be difficult to replicate it exactly, but if I had the materials, even with your skills, it would be quite possible to create something similar. However, after reading his master's notes, Soul changed his mind. Maybe the radiant weapon can come back to life. Could a weapon really have a mind of its own? The old man pondered. So what he had seen before was not a divine weapon. After that, he submitted a request to the association and managed to obtain a stone in which the light weapon was in a latent state. It was also called a seed. Sokol said he had studied the master's notes and materials, after which he managed to create a sword from the seed. The old man noted that the result exceeded all expectations. At that moment, he understood why the master had studied the light weapon so diligently. Sokol was surprised by the idea that maybe the master's death had not been an accident. The death of that girl's father was not an accident either. Demons and unknown forces were mentioned, trying to advance in the research of divine weapons. All of this was shrouded in mystery. But there was something he could do. Sokol thought. If he recreated the ancient life of glory, all the secrets would be revealed. Sokol asked Mai if her dagger had awakened yet. The girl replied that it had not yet, but she was still looking for a way. Sul said he wanted to see it awaken soon. The old man declared that with the help of this seed, he would make the best weapon. Now he had a lot to do, and Mia could leave. The blacksmith called his assistant, Kim Eunuch. However, the young man was still sleeping. The old man shook his assistant to wake him up. He was going to sleep all day. The blacksmith looked at the wall calendar and remembered it was already September. The man felt sad. That day had already arrived, so sat alone on a park bench. Zhang Te approached the blacksmith and asked why he was sad in the middle of the day. After all, they called him the unquenchable flame. Zhang said it was unusual to see Sokol like this. It was not natural for him. Sokol said that tomorrow was September 10th and sighed deeply. September 10th was the day the black men had taken care of his granddaughter. The bright light attracts mosquitoes. When Sokol took over his master's business, there were those who sought his skills and the rank artifacts he made. One day, the blacksmith received a phone call. They told him that black men had kidnapped his granddaughter. Their demands were simple. He secretly made a device for them. However, Sohol could not hand over a powerful weapon to villains. He refused to meet their demand. As a result, the villains killed the girl. After that, every time he saw children, the old man remembered his granddaughter. To those around him, he seemed just like a grumpy old man. But he was very kind to children. Zhang Te told his friend to be brave. His feelings were understandable. But his granddaughter would not have liked to see him in that state. Zhang told his friend that the girl he was talking about used to walk home from daycare at that time. She was the girl who was not afraid. Zhang Te added that she also looked at him and told him he had a beautiful soul. The elders heard the girl humming the song. Once upon a time, there were 3 bears. Zhang turned around and saw Heian. The girl was walking with her uncle and kept humming. Daddy Bear. Mommy Bear. Heian was very happy to see her grandpa. Zhang Te asked her if she was going straight home today. Sokol asked if that was the girl. Zhang confirmed it and added that she was very cute. Sokol agreed that she was a lovely girl. Zhang told the girl he had brought her some candy. Heian said she also had something to give her grandpa that day. The girl took an invitation to her birthday party out of her backpack. Grandpa was very happy. He was going to celebrate a party. Heian added that she would turn 5 years old tomorrow. It was quite surprising. The girl was really born on September 10th. Heian confirmed it. The old man was amazed to hear such a coincidence. Heian said she had seen this grandpa before in the park on tree planting day. Sokol also remembered this girl. It was. Heian handed Sokol a birthday invitation and told her she would be waiting for her. Heian told the old man that she wanted him to stop being sad. Jaein went home with her uncle, and the old man waved goodbye to her. Sokol told his friend that he understood why he felt that way about this girl. The birthday day arrived. The guests congratulated Heian on her birthday. In front of the girl was a big birthday cake with lit candles. Heian made a wish and blew out the candles. Zhangde gave a gift to the girl. Zhang thanked his grandpa. The old man said it was a gift from Sokol. He was busy and could not come, but he had asked him to give it to her. Heian opened the box with obvious interest. Inside the box, there was a bracelet and a note. The girl's mother said it was an authentic and very expensive piece. Sokol made it himself. In fact, it was very valuable. The birthday girl's mother said they felt uncomfortable accepting such a gift. Zhang pointed out that his friend would not accept having the gift returned. Heian also noticed the note. Sochu wrote that the girl should accept the gift. If she did not need it, she could throw it away. That bracelet could save her life. No one knows what will happen in the future. It is not worth repeating his mistakes. The bracelet needed to be put on the girl's wrist. Kang Seong said she would have to accept the gift if the old man insisted. It seemed like he really liked Haein. She could not refuse the old man's gift. Kang saw Haein waving her arms and humming something about potatoes. The young man asked the girl what she was doing. Haein replied that the next day she was going to dig sweet potatoes with her kindergarten class. So she was practicing. Kansein was glad that the girl had so much energy. Our hero told her that if she waved her arms so vigorously, she might hurt the tubers or her friends nearby. The important thing is not to be the strongest, but to use a little strength wisely. Jaein said he understood his uncle. He needed to handle the home more carefully. The girl promised to do what her uncle had advised and bring a lot of sweet potatoes the next day. The next day arrived. The kids arrived at the designated spot for the harvest. The teacher said that day they would dig sweet potatoes in that field. But first they had to learn the basics and take a stand. Many kids said they wanted to start digging as soon as possible. The teacher announced that the snack for that day would be chocolate rolls. Someone would refuse. 2 spots lit up on Haein's backpack. Kuedo was there the whole time, the day before. Ku explained to our hero that Haein might be in danger, so he wanted to go with her. Kang Sun suggested that Kai was going there for the potatoes. Tung thought he hit the nail on the head with Ku and added that one should not ruin someone else's harvest. Su felt sorry for him and said she would let him eat just 1 sweet potato. However, in return, he would have to spend the whole day hunting rodents and pest insects in the field. Haein's safety was the top priority. Aunt had her own plan. Kang Sun said he could only eat 1 sweet potato, which meant he would have to find the largest tuber, the size of several small ones. Q had no doubt there would be a big sweet potato in that huge field. The legendary adventure of the Great Seeker begins. Q activated his enhanced focus mode. He strained his 5 senses to determine the location of his target. It was a special technique for searching and reconnaissance. The owner of the farm greeted the kids. He said he would now explain how to dig sweet potatoes correctly. Haein was surprised because this man had a tail. The farm owner seemed suspicious to the girl, and she got scared. Haein told her teacher that she wanted to go to the bathroom. The girl thought it was better not to tell anyone about the strange things she had seen. That is what her Uncle Kang had taught her. Haein did not know what to do because Uncle Kangong was not there. She remembered it was in her bag, but now it was empty. Where had it gone? The girl looked for Q everywhere, but she could not find him. Her search led her to a shed. Haein entered the dark room and kept calling for Caillou. However, she could not find him anywhere. The girl approached a large box. John heard a noise and got scared. There was someone in the box. The girl gathered her courage and opened the box. What was that person doing there? Before leaving home, the girl said goodbye to her family. Kangong called her and told her to stop. Her uncle handed her a badge and told her to take it with her. It was a self-defense badge. Kang's son explained that this badge warns of danger in advance. Haein sees things that are hidden from others, so many things can confuse her. She should not tell everyone what she sees. However, if the badge breaks in 2, it means the girl is really in danger. It is worth asking the teacher for help. While he was in the shed, Haein looked at the badge. It was split in 2. Haein ran out of the barn. He wanted to tell everything to the teacher. The girl met the teacher and told her the whole truth. The woman thought Haein was not the type to deceive anyone. She would need to check everything herself. The teacher, with the girl in her arms, headed towards the barn. They ran past the farm owner. The man, with bright eyes under his cap, smiled mischievously. At that moment, work was in full swing in the garden. Underground was searching for the biggest sweet potato. Finally, the boy found what he was looking for. It was a root of incredible size. A giant sweet potato that he was about to sink his teeth into. But he felt something strange. Maybe other rats underground would not have recognized the trick. But Q had seen a lot. It was impossible to fool him. The little one realized it was not a sweet potato. In front of him was a real monster shaped like a sweet potato. A dark and negative aura spread in all directions. Kay could not eat something like that. A monster like that would just give you a stomach ache. Kay got really angry and grabbed a nearby rock, putting all her rage into it, and threw it at the monster. Jayan took the teacher to the shed and showed her the box. The teacher realized there was actually a person inside and tried to free her. The girl asked Hayan to close her eyes for a moment. After that, the teacher used her unique skills. Kosora was an employee of the Awakened Association. She mastered telekinesis and was a secret agent for the Silver Tower. The box opened. And inside, the teacher saw the owner of the farm tied up. She asked him if he was okay. Kosora did not understand anything. How did the owner of the farm end up there? The girl was surprised. Who was the man outside then? The prisoner took off his mask and shouted that they had to stop the training and evacuate everyone immediately. Cora asked what was happening. The farm owner shouted that the man was not real, that he had tied him up and hidden him there. The teacher realized the kids were in danger. She told Hayan to hide there and not come out. Kosora realized that something bad had happened, and that she needed to get back to the kids as soon as possible. The teacher ran out of the barn and bumped into the imposter. The man kept smiling maliciously and asked Professor Ko where she was rushing off to. The girl sensed a hostile aura from him. Who was he really? Because this imposter was pretending to be the owner. And most importantly, what was he going to do with the kids? The villain laughed. He really wanted to know. Professor Kosora took the initiative and, gathering momentum, tried to kick the imposter in the jaw. John heard a loud crash. The doors swung open suddenly. A cloud of dust was raised, and someone flew into the barn. When the dust settled, the girl saw the professor trapped in a protective sphere. Kosora told Hayan not to get closer, that it was very dangerous. The villain declared that this was completely unexpected. How could an ordinary teacher repel his attack? Kosora stepped out of the room again. The villain suggested that the girl was a secret agent from the Silver Tower. However, according to him, she would not be able to stop his plan from happening. It was Stingtail, a representative of the Hippo demon race. He said he was interested in something else. She was the teacher worthy of seeing her brilliant creation with her own eyes. A syringe appeared in Stingtail's hands. Kosora realized that the creature's appearance had changed. Besides, she could feel a repulsive demonic energy. It was definitely one of the demons. Cora thought that in that case, she could not back down. The girl activated her abilities and used the power of her mind to throw the barn door at the monster. Stinging Tail could not withstand the impact of the door and flew backward. There was a powerful explosion. Kosora thought that was the end. To ensure her victory, the teacher lifted a cabinet and smashed it against the villain. Due to the dust that was raised, it was impossible to see if it had been destroyed. Kosora thought she had to return to the kids as soon as possible. The cabinet's door flew off to the side, and a claw appeared from inside. The villain was still alive. The monster came out of the cabinet and it radiated a demonic energy. Stinging Tail said the teacher had underestimated him. Did she really think such a pathetic attack could defeat him? The teacher, burning with rage, declared that she was ready to fight this monster until it fell exhausted. Kosora suddenly froze and could not move. She asked what this villain had done to her. Stinging Tail replied that it seemed hard for her to control her body. At the start of the fight, the villain had lightly stung his opponent with his special poison. Stinging Tail hit the girl and she flew backward. He added that even without the injection, he could have easily finished her off. Kosora, coughing up blood, hit the wall and slid down. Stinging said he would probably let her live. After all, she had asked him what he was going to do with those precious children. Stinging Tail asked her if she had heard of the sweet bomber. The sweet bomber is a creature that looks like a sweet potato. Even the awakened find it hard to distinguish it from a common vegetable. However, it is actually a demonic beast that suddenly appeared after the gate's destruction. It explodes upon contact with animal saliva or a strong hit. Because of this, many people who were starving died at the beginning of the Great Change era. Stinging said that this sweet bomber is one of his masterpieces. The villain realized that the teacher had understood everything correctly. After all, it was not a sweet potato in the field, but his sweet bomber. It was easy to imagine what would happen as soon as the kids touched it with their hands. Kozora tried to get up and said he would not allow it under any circumstances. But the girl could not take a step and fell immediately to the ground. Stinging tail. He laughed. He had forgotten the teacher in what state she was. She could not even stand up, yet she was thinking of others. The villain said that Kozora could not do anything. He could only watch what would happen to the kids. Stinging Tail added that he needed an audience for the show. The girl was weak, but he would not destroy her. She would become a spectator. The monster admitted that he could not understand why weak people tried to help others, who were even weaker. After all, it is natural for the strongest to survive. Why are people so stupid? The teacher asked why the monster wanted to do that to the kids. They were guilty of nothing. Stinging Tail replied that he liked to torment the weak. He wants to see how the insides of the little creatures burst, and the blood splatter everywhere. And if you add the teacher convulsing from guilt, it will be even more fun. The villain said that now Korra understood why he had chosen her as his audience for the performance. There was an explosion. The villain added that it had started a little earlier than he expected. Kozora thought, if only it were a little louder. Spicy tail. He regretted not seeing it all with his own eyes. However, it was time to gather the energy of despair. This energy comes from children who died in a similar way. Ku kept aiming and throwing stones at the monster. The stones hit the monster and flew off to the side. After a while, the monster began to change and holes appeared in its body, from which demonic energy started to escape. Soon there was an explosion that was heard by Sting Taliel and Kozora. The teacher shouted to the children to stay calm and not be afraid. Ku ran toward the remains of the monster, toward what was left after the explosion. But another explosion happened and sent him flying backward. Kang Sun picked up Q and told him he was doing a great job. The hero declared that now Q could trust him with this matter. Stinging did not understand what was happening. In fact, nothing was happening. The monster wondered why it was not receiving power. Kozora thought that meant the children were still alive. It was too soon to panic. It had to distract the villain with something. The girl said she did not know exactly what had happened, but it seemed Stinging Tail's plan had failed miserably. Was this really its brilliant creation? The villain was outraged. How dare a human speak to him like that? He had to silence her immediately. Stinging Tail struck the girl again with its claw, sending her flying back. The monster realized it would not be able to create the ring of despair and gather the necessary energy now. The villain looked at the teacher and decided it was all her fault. Stinging said that pathetic, weak creature was rejoicing too soon. The monster declared it would first destroy her, and then send the children after her. The villain ran toward the girl, but Heian appeared in front of them. The girl spread her arms out to the sides, trying to protect her teacher. Kozora screamed in fear, asking what Heian was doing there. The monster roared that in that case, it would destroy them both. Kozora hugged the girl and told her it was too dangerous. At that moment, Stinging Tail was blocked. Kang Sung appeared behind him and asked how that scoundrel dared to touch Heian. The hero and the monster met inside a sealed sphere. Kang Sung grabbed the villain by the neck and told him he would need to teach him a lesson. Stinging was surprised to find himself inside the inventory. Kang Sung replied that it would be hard to teach him a lesson outside. Kan added that he had come there as soon as Heian's protective badge broke. How dare he touch the girl? Stinging Tail decided to punish the man for the attack and began his assault. Kang stayed calm and easily dodged Stinging Tail's blows. The hero came out unscathed. The monster pulled out a syringe and tried to inject him with poison. The villain swung the needle and hit Kang Song in the head. However, Kang easily blocked the attack, and the needle missed its target. Stinging could not believe it. A human could really block his attack. Kang counterattacked and inflicted significant damage on his opponent. The monster was disabled and could barely continue the fight. The villain was furious. How dare a human ruin his beautiful face? He would not let this go unpunished. Gathering his strength, Stinging Tail lunged at Kang again. The protagonist got really angry and unleashed countless blows on the monster's body. This had never happened to Stinging Tail. He felt unbearable pain and suspected that if this continued, he might not be able to take it. Kang Song was left holding the claw. The young man was surprised. The monster had really left his claw behind just to escape. Stinging Tail could not understand how it was possible. Why was it fleeing from a human? Were there really humans that strong? The monster hoped this man was not a divine being. The villain wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Why was this inventory so huge? The monster regained its common sense. If it was inside the inventory, then it did not need to flee. There was no reason to do so anymore. Kang Song was surprised by what Stinging Tail was saying. The monster said that since the inventory was enormous, it must be full of energy, specifically the power of magical crystals. The magical crystals contain demonic energy, and its tail is capable of absorbing it. In other words, all the land in this place fills Stinging Tail with power. By absorbing the power of the magical crystals, the monster began to grow in size. It said that this was its highest form. Now, according to the law of survival of the fittest, the human had to die. The villain prepared to attack the hero. Kang replied that if Stinging Tail had grown, then that was even better. The protagonist rose and delivered a devastating blow to the villain's jaw with all his might. After that, he calmly descended to the ground. The crushed monster collapsed nearby. The villain was defeated. Kang completed his task and protected Heian and the other kids. Sweet potatoes were served as an appetizer for dinner. Heian said there was nothing tastier in the world. The restaurant manager did not expect Kang to bring so many sweet potatoes. The hero explained that the farm owner had given him the sweet potatoes as a token of gratitude. He could not refuse. At first, he wanted to give away part of his farm, but Professor Kozora stopped him, so the farmer promised to send sweet potatoes every year. Mom told Heian not to rush and to pair the sweet potatoes with lemonade. The girl said the lemonade went well with the sweet potatoes. Kang Sung thought it was good that Heian was not too shaken up, but the demon's words kept bothering him. He did not expect there would also be a strong person in the second world. Kang wondered if Stinging Tail meant he was from another dimension. How had he managed to get there? The monster replied that only those who possessed his power could overcome the distance between dimensions. No matter how strong a person was, they were nothing against him. Kang Sung thought about the power that could be used to travel between worlds. If he used it, maybe he could return to his own world. The hero arrived at the restaurant on time. But why was it closed? The country was celebrating a harvest festival, a day off. Kango told Sung Tae that there were too many holidays this month. Could today's closure be related to the holiday? Sungai was surprised. Really? Kang Sung did not know anything about this holiday. It was one of the most important days of the year. In the past, it was celebrated when the harvest was gathered, and ancestors were thanked. Nowadays, people just get together with their families and eat various delicious dishes on this day. Sung Tae said he was going to take a day off this year to visit his parents who live in another city. Kang wished his friend a good trip and promised to take care of the house and the restaurant. Sungai opposed this. Kang, of course, would go with him. He had already informed his relatives, and they were waiting for his arrival. Meanwhile, in Director Chogama's office, they were discussing a children's song contest. The director said the contest was called The Little Worm. The program would air during the holidays. The young man greeted Haeun's mother and introduced himself. His name was Jam Jin Wook, and he was a producer for the DB's channel. The producer said they wanted to showcase talented kids in this program. He insisted that Haeun participate without fail. The woman responded that Haeun loved to sing, But the competition in these kinds of programs was not too tough. Besides, they were planning to visit their grandparents during the holidays. The producer assured her that the show would be recorded, that filming would finish before the holidays, and that there was no need to worry. He added that when he saw Hayen's performance, he immediately realized that her participation in the show would guarantee her success. The director pointed out that Hayen's participation would delight the viewers, as she had become incredibly popular after the series and the movie. The woman noted that Hayen had never studied singing. The director replied that it did not matter, that the viewers would be happy just to see her appear. Hayen agreed and said she was really excited to give it a try. A few days later, the participants gathered in the conference room of DBs. Hayen was there too. Before filming began, the girl had to be interviewed and meet with the children's songwriters. There was another girl there. She introduced herself. Her name was Namina and she was 6 years old. John was very happy to meet her and introduced himself as well. She said that Namina was older than her, very pretty, and that her clothes and yellow ribbon suited her perfectly. Minna replied that Hayen also wore a very nice outfit and looked like a model from a children's fashion magazine. Then, Naman said that Hayen was worthy of being her friend and gave her a candy. Hayen was delighted. Namina clarified that she had given the candy only to her. The director invited the girls to the interview room. In the studio, the host asked one of the participants, "Is this your first time in a place like this? How do you feel now? And what are you willing to share with the audience?" The girl replied that she was not interested in being there, but her mother had told her to come. Another participant admitted that they had promised him a hunting robot if he came in first place. Another girl said nothing and sat there with a dissatisfied look. The host thought that interviewing kids was not easy at all. Next up was Hayen. The host said that this girl was 5 years old and asked her what she thought about participating in the singing contest. Hayen replied that she was very happy. It was her first time on television. She hoped her grandparents would be happy, and that is why she had agreed to appear on the show. The host was surprised. Really, this girl was only 5 years old. She suggested that he greet the camera and say hello to his grandparents as if he were writing them a letter. Hayen said she was now on television and would do her best to sing well, hoping they would like it. The attendees noticed that this girl spoke to the camera like an adult. Where did such a smart girl come from? Sung-tae said it was his daughter who was giving the interview. The show will air during the holidays. The girl said that as the leader of the fan club, she could not miss such an event and would definitely attend. Sung-tae said that Hayen sings just like her mother. He added that his wife had been an apprentice for the lead singer position. The man pointed out that he himself sings quite well. There was a time when his voice was admired. The girl asked Kang if he also sang well. The hero replied that he did not know why, but every time he started singing, the people around him got sad. The girl suggested that Kang Song sang too well. His singing moved people, which is why they got sad. Sung-gae admitted he had never heard Kang Sung sing and would like to change that. Kang Sung said that in that case, he would sing just one song. The protagonist started singing and the listeners were very surprised. Sung-tae asked, "What is this?" Kang Sung is not old enough to sing ballads like that. The hero replied that ballads have their own beauty, just like modern songs, and admitted that this song was too old. There is something called trends. Kang Sung believed that old things should not be underestimated. Sung-gae said that would not work. They needed to show modern songs. He suggested they all go together to a karaoke bar. Sung-tae added that it would be helpful for his friend to hear some of the new repertoire. They decided to record the children's performance during the holidays in a talent show format, where the young singers would compete against each other. They knocked on the composer's door, and Hayen appeared in the doorway with the camera and the show host. The girl introduced herself. Personal contact with the children was important for the composer. The composer said he was also pleased to meet her and introduced himself as Juang Tan. He was an exceptional composer, a living legend who had created many hits. Taejin asked Haein if she knew what they were going to do that day. The girl nodded her head. They were going to learn songs. The director had a good feeling about it. He decided to let the girl listen to the draft of his new song first. Haein listened to the composition with great anticipation. The host thought it was a cheerful and optimistic song that conveyed hope. It was no surprise that this composer was so praised. The show host was surprised. Why had Haein suddenly started crying? The composer got scared. What had happened? Maybe he had done something wrong. Could it be that the song seemed too sad to the girl? People expect a bright future because reality is hard for them. It has been 20 years since the door was destroyed, and the tough times are behind them. The composer thought he wanted a stable future for his children, so he wrote this song, trying to convey his wishes for their well-being through it. Did Haein really feel the hidden sadness in these words? Tawn asked the girl what the song was about. Haein replied that she felt comforted. She added that the future would be happy and that this song was for those who were going through a tough time at that moment. The composer heard this response and laughed happily. Taejin thanked the girl for her kind words. She understood the song and was moved by its meaning. The composer was glad that John agreed to sing it. At that moment, the restaurant staff was singing songs at the karaoke bar. The bar customers were enjoying it and cheering for the performers. Sungai enjoyed performing various songs. Kang was doing it for the first time. The hero thought that this place was much more interesting and unusual than he had imagined. Sungtae handed the remote to his friend and told him to try singing something. What song would you like to perform? Kang Song decided to show how modern songs were. Ji helped him choose a new song. Sungtae told him there was no reason to be afraid. The main character began to sing. The audience recognized the song. It was a song by Lee Gon-ho. But why did he choose such a difficult song? The audience was amazed. This guy sings really well. The karaoke bar visitors thought this guy looked like an idol. Sungai said Kang was doing great. No one doubted he would succeed. Jun thought it was incredible. This guy could debut on stage. A man walked into the bar and apologized. He asked who had just sung the song. The man looked at our hero and asked, "Is that the student with the microphone in hand?" Kang Sung admitted it was him. The man asked if he wanted to become an idol. He clarified that he was not a fraud, but the CEO of Rod Enter. His name was Kun Min. Jun thought, this is Red Dragon Entertainment, the biggest entertainment company in the country that produces famous idols, singers, and actors with the help of the Red Dragon Guild Fund. Jami was surprised. He had managed to find a young person with so much talent in just any karaoke bar, because others were not given that opportunity. The CEO saw potential and an excellent look in the young man, a true find. Jong Min said he would like to discuss the contract first, and that there was no need to worry about the terms. Kang Seong replied that he could not because he needed to keep working as a delivery guy. John Min was surprised. This was the best agency in the country. Sunga confirmed that this guy really worked as a delivery guy for a Chinese restaurant. The CEO said he had to think about the future. If he needed money urgently, they were willing to pay him in advance. Ji pointed out that the young man was over 30 years old and was not a student. Suntae added that they were relatives. The CEO was surprised. With that face and over 30 years old, John Min handed our hero a business card. Kang Shine said he was not doing the distribution for money. CEO John Min asked if the young man would be willing to simply become a singer. Kenan replied that he did not need that. The day of the program's shoot arrived. The audience eagerly awaited Haein's performance. The host asked the chocolate bun fans to keep the order. Haeyun's fan club manager, Kim Jun, said they could not let John feel embarrassed because of them. Sungi asked why the fan club was called Chocolate Buns. Kang Sung replied that the name was chosen by the fans through voting. Kang Sung added that Haeyun loves chocolate buns, which is very sweet. Sung Tai was surprised. How does Kang Song know those details? Our hero found out that John is the fan club manager. Kang Sung asked John if his nickname was Little Love. Now it was clear why the photos posted by the administrator were of such high quality. Kang Sung said his nickname is Shy Guy, and he is member number 1004 of the fan club. The girls were waiting in the dressing room. The older girl said she was fine and not nervous. The girl added that she would definitely become a singer. For her, it was a piece of cake. However, the girl got nervous and started trembling, fearing she would mess up during the filming. Han approached Min and told her that she really liked chocolate buns, but she could not eat them often. Han asked Mina what she liked the most. The girl added that her uncle sometimes gave her a yellow fruit, but she could not eat it often. Minna said she liked her big teddy bear. Han suggested that it was very cute. Minna added that she had received the bear as a birthday gift. Han said she also liked the noodles her dad made. Minna admitted that she also loved the noodles. Ian suggested they should eat together someday. The girls crossed their fingers and promised they would definitely go eat together. Han asked Min if she was less nervous now. Minna admitted that her hands were not shaking anymore. Han said her uncle had taught her that method. When you are really nervous, you have to remember something you like. Minna said Han seemed older than her. Han was surprised. That made her angry. Min replied that on the contrary, it was great. The host welcomed everyone to the festive edition of the singing contest featuring the last contestant. It seemed that many spectators had come to support the young contestant. They all agreed that Han was very cute and confessed their love to her. Han's fans supported her and shouted that they would go eat chocolate buns after her victory. The host announced that the song Han would perform was titled Rainbow Dream. The composer was Juan Tan. The composer and the performer looked at each other, and the song began. The young singer sang about how she was flying through the starry sky. The fans sang along with her. Many had tears in their eyes. No one understood why they were crying. The producer's assistant said that the entire audience was crying. The producer looked back, and the assistant saw that he was crying too. What was happening? The assistant had not even realized that he had started crying himself. Han told her uncle that the composer wanted his songs to be a comfort to people. The girl added that she wanted that too. After these words, Kangong taught Han the singing technique. This singing technique was used to fight in the world of Kang Song. However, it was originally invented for a different purpose. This technique was created to infuse joy and sadness into singing, all the emotions inside, and then amplify them with energy. This technique suited Han perfectly, as the girl had a kind soul and a bright aura. With tears in her eyes, Sung-Gai could not believe it was her precious daughter who was performing. Minna watched from behind the stage and was also crying. Could Han really sing better than her? John won first place in this competition without a doubt. Minna came in second place. For a while, the girls posed for the photographers. Their friendship grew even stronger. Thus ended the singing contest at the Silver Tower, and work continued as usual on a weekday. An employee asked Manager Song if he had reviewed the day-off list for the first department for the holidays. Manager Sun apologized, saying he had a lot of paperwork to catch up on. Manager Sun checked the information and said that Lee Jong-gon had volunteered to work again. Why did he stay to work every year? Lee Yong said that this time his parents had come to visit him. Jong added that if he did not work, the younger employees would not be able to take a few days off for the holidays. While they had the opportunity, they should also take a break. Otherwise, they would start quitting. Lejong said it was a hippo demon captured by Hunter Li Shin. The information shared turned out to be true. Not even the power of a sincere confession had any effect on him. Manager Song hoped it was a lie. However, it seemed to be true. As a result of the interrogation of the captured demons, it was possible to gather scattered information among the demons about the so-called collectors. higher-ranking demons that collect energy with a ring of despair. The ring of despair is a sphere that makes people fall into despair. They collect rings of despair because they are the main material for creating gates. However, even the demons themselves did not know why it was necessary to create the gates. Collectors who fail in their mission are expelled and become material to create demonic beasts. This was one of the most surprising pieces of news. It turned out that demonic beasts do not appear by themselves. According to the testimony of the hippo daemon, it was revealed that there are higher-ranking demons than the collectors. They call this place the second human world, and they themselves appear in different dimensions. Manager Sun understood that his high status meant they were stronger, perhaps several times stronger than those they had seen so far. Sun asked his colleague if he remembered the demon Dagon they had captured last time. Zhonggan said he remembered, because he had destroyed the 7th support group. Manager Sun said he still gets goosebumps when he remembers it. He was terribly devastated. He had become stronger after mastering the clear mind technique, but at that moment he felt powerless. The most important thing was that he had almost lost the person closest to him. And all this just because of a low-level demon. Manager Yonggan admitted that he was very scared. Manager Song asked if all of humanity could face them. Sun Ti and Kangan loaded the car with food for their parents. Sun Tae thanked our hero for his help. The young people agreed to leave early the next morning. Kang said he would be ready in the morning. Our hero looked ahead and said that man had returned. Seokun Min greeted Kang Sung from afar. John told me he had a gift for the young man. The inscription on the box said it was a gift from the bottom of my heart. After all, the holidays were approaching, and it was a small token. Kang said he would not change his mind. The CEO said that if our heroine did not want to sing, she could try acting. Our hero continued to refuse. John Min said to do whatever Mar Kanggung wanted. He was sure he had been in this industry for many years, so he definitely knew what he was talking about. Koin Min was known as a leech. He never gave up on his goals. The protagonist claimed he was not interested in success in the entertainment world, nor did he need money. The door opened, and Heian walked out of the restaurant. The girl heard the two arguing. Heian said she had put on her hanbok in advance. Sung Tae said his daughter was very pretty. John Min asked Sung Gai if he had been a hero who saved the country in his past life. This young man has a very pretty daughter. Kang Sung admitted that the CEO had good taste. Our hero realized that Heian already had her own fan club. John Min was very surprised. Kang Song showed the fan club page on his smartphone and said he was also a member. Would you like to join Jian Min? Min became a member of the Chocolate Bong Club. Her grandparents were very happy to see their granddaughter. Sun Tai's parents, Yugen Jan and Park Mina, said their granddaughter had grown a lot. The grandma said she was really looking forward to greeting her beloved daughter-in-law. Mina looked at Sun Tai and said he looked more like a son-in-law than a son. Gon looked at Kang and said, "Is he really the same young man?" Our hero greeted him and introduced himself. He said he owed a lot to his son. Gon said they had heard a lot about Kang Sung. Sun Tai added that this guy had been a great help at the restaurant. All the guests needed to quickly enter the house and take a seat at the table. Kang Seong received a message from Hunter Li Shen, thanked the protagonist, and congratulated him on the holidays. Thanks to Kang Seong, the hunter would spend these holidays with his family. The girl said there were only 2 important events left: a concert for lonely seniors for the holidays. The girl pointed out that even during the holidays, she could not relax. The assistant said she was the first heir of the Red Dragon Guild, so she had to be patient. Kang sent a message to the girl. He suggested that Gun was going through a tough time and wished her happy holidays. Jun's spirits lifted, and he decided to move forward with renewed strength. After eating, Sona Tae and her family sat in silence for a while at her parents' house. Sungjae said the house was very quiet and turned on the TV. Maybe there would be something interesting to watch. At that moment, The host announced a children's song contest in honor of the holidays. Talented kids would be performing on stage today. John appeared on the TV screen. The elderly couple saw their granddaughter. Could it really be her? The girl said it was a surprise for her grandparents. The elderly couple was delighted that their granddaughter wanted to surprise them. Heian expressed her hope that her grandparents would like it. She greeted him from the TV screen and said she would give it her all. The granddaughter asked her family not to get sick and to live a long time since she loved them very much. Her grandpa said Heian was very sweet. Her grandma was happy that her granddaughter cared about them. The old man told our hero that he had heard from his son that Kang Sung had saved his granddaughter when a car nearly hit her. Kang Sung replied that anyone would have done the same in his place. Grandpa said not everyone is capable of doing something like that, and thanked the young man. Gon said he had not lived long, but he had seen a lot of things. His experience told him that Kang Sun was not an ordinary person. The elder asked Kang Sun to take care of Sun Tae and his family, especially Heian. Heian performed her already popular song on stage. The whole family listened to the performance in silence and with interest. At that moment, tragic events were unfolding in a mansion in the southern United States. There was a lot of blood in the room and dismembered bodies everywhere. A small boy saw this bloody scene and got very scared. The boy turned around and ran toward his father's office. The boy rushed into the study and saw his father sitting in a chair in front of his desk. The boy approached and got even more frightened. The man's body was pierced with swords and daggers. A man was standing on the porch of the house with a sword in hand. In the other hand, a demonic flame flickered. Mylan, who was nearby, said that this man's powers were still impressive. He did not hesitate for a second. Mylan added that no one could match his cruelty. The villain said he was not in the mood to hear that obscene talk, and that it was time to get to work. Mylan had not come to this country to receive lakes. Mylan told his interlocutor that that man was looking for him. Golden Malkal, a barren mountainous area with no trace of vegetation. The monster warriors rushed in the direction indicated by their commander. A group of armed men was waiting for the monsters ahead. The confrontation was inevitable. The knight said the monsters were approaching, and that everyone needed to prepare for battle. The frontline monsters were destroyed by the knights. The battle was bloody, but the monsters were defeated, even though they outnumbered the humans. The people formed a circular defense, but the number of monsters did not decrease. The commander said they needed to change tactics. There were more and more monsters. The archer said there was no end to them. However, she had run out of arrows in her quiver. It would be impossible to buy time. At that moment, a bloodthirsty monster approached the girl. Suddenly, a warrior appeared between the girl and the monster and repelled the attack. He said he had warned him to bring more arrows. The archer said she knew help would arrive. The hero replied that they would talk after returning. The warrior ordered everyone present to throw their canteens in the air. In an instant, all the canteens were in the air. The warrior used his unique skills and the bottles exploded. Water shot out and the streams of water hit the monsters. The monsters were struck by the arrows and water spears and were destroyed. The people looked around the battlefield. Victory was theirs. The monsters had finally been destroyed. The warrior said it was necessary to quickly gather the crystals before the doors closed. The players called this warrior an incredible hero. The archer thought this hero had appeared and instantly changed the course of the battle. This hero was the leader and the legend of the Sapphire Guild Kun Sok. The legendary guild is one of the top 3, along with the Red Dragon Guild and the Two Stars Guild. It appeared later than the other guilds. However, it developed quickly and soon became a great guild. Koyan Sok, leader of the Living Legend team, made a special contribution to the guild's development. The goalkeeper saw him and was surprised. The leader hung this keychain back on his sword. Does it have any meaning? Or did someone dear to him give it to him? Kojonk remembered his friends. Each of the young men had their own keychain, which was associated with many memories. These friends were very close. It was impossible to separate them. Koi took out his keychain and said it was very dear to him. Kanak Mountains. The site of the excavation of the remains. A messenger approached the researchers and announced that the noodles had arrived. The messenger thought the rumors were true. The employee called his coworkers and told them it was time to eat. The employee had heard that deliveries could be made anywhere, but he did not think it would be to such a remote place. The messenger asked what they were excavating there. Kang's son asked if they were planning to build something there. The employee replied that they were looking for remains. His team specializes in this type of work. Many people died because of the gap in the door. When it was not possible to bury the victims' bodies, they were temporarily buried in one place. This occurred in these mountains. The young man said they were looking for remains to return to their families. Hanging said this team was doing a good job. The tracker reported that this was the last of the marked locations, so they would be done soon. Then, the ghosts could rest in peace. Kang wished the work would be completed as soon as possible. Our hero thought there were a lot of people in this world doing worthy work. The protagonist felt a strange energy emanating from the human remains. Kangen thought there were many people buried in that place, but that man said it was the last section. Kang decided that maybe they had overlooked something. Our hero suggested they could be ghosts. Kang returned to the search group and apologized for his rudeness. A television broadcaster reported that an earthquake occurred in the Kwanak Mountains area around 1 p.m. As a result of the underground tremors, human remains were discovered. The association is investigating. It is currently speculated that the remains of missing persons have been found. Suntae and Kang Xian listened to this report with interest. Sungtae asked our hero if he was the cause of the earthquake. Kang Sung confirmed it. The protagonist suggested that he had bothered the dead and the workers at the Silver Tower for no reason. Surely the lost souls would want to return to those waiting for them. Suntae said that Kang Song was doing a good job. As a result of the underground tremors, human remains were discovered. Kojan reported on a speculation about the discovery of the remains of missing people. Family keychains were found at the excavation site. John Seok remembered his friends who owned those keychains. The hero thought that his friends had been there all along. A little girl approached a man who was sitting alone in the park. The girl came closer and called out to the man. Hain handed John Seok some autumn leaves and told him to take them. The man asked what they were. The girl replied that she had been collecting pretty leaves that day, and that she was giving him the best ones. John Scry said the girl was willing to give him 3 whole leaves. He said that one was enough for him. Jayan smiled and said that 1 leaf was for her uncle and the rest for her friends. John Suk took the leaves from the girl and thanked her. The next day, instead of the excavation of the remains, John Suk arrived. John Suk participates in these excavations. The staff realized it was him. The hero. The living legend of the guild. No one thought John Suk would come here. The guild leader requested to participate in the excavation. After they found the remains of his friends, John Sukti felt he had to get personally involved in this matter. Kung's ability to control water proved useful at the excavation site. This ability allowed him to clean the remains without damaging them. An employee told the guild leader that they could call it a day. Kojan worked really hard that day. The man said he wanted to work a bit more and finish that section.